Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Tegan. When I was 17, I was dragged out of my comfort zone and thrown into the snake pit. My nightmares quickly became my reality, and my life flashed before my eyes daily. There was a whole lot of my youth I didn't care to remember, and only one part I never wanted to forget. Only one person. Noah Messina was like a flash of lightning in my perfectly mapped out life. I had it all in order, and he blew my plans to smithereens. He showed me more love than I'd ever been given, and in turn had brought out of me emotions I'd never known existed. We were a hot mess together. We never seemed to get it right. We drove each other really crazy. But the truth of it was, Noah had saved me in so many ways. Before him, I'd been a lonely girl lost in a parentless world, struggling to fit in and not knowing my place in the world. He stood against me on so many things. We hardly agreed on anything. But that fire inside of me, the one that burned brightest in his presence, oh God, that fire was addictive. I spent a lot of time being mad at him and with him for things that were beyond his control. He couldn't change a lot of things, but he loved me through them. I guess I realize now that was what mattered most in this life. In another world, in another lifetime, I knew he would be there in some shape or form. We didn't choose this, it chose us. He loved me and I loved him, and it had nothing to do with choices, it just was. Like an inbuilt mechanism inside of us, we are two sides of the same coin, destined to be with each other, even if we didn't want to be. I now knew that there was no point in trying to fight my feelings. My life and every path I had been on and would take from here on out would inevitably lead me back to Noah. So here we were, all these years later, still a hot mess, still in love, still struggling to find our way in this confusing world. I didn't know where I fit in or what my purpose was, but I knew that whatever it was, it would be with Noah by my side. He was everything I never knew I wanted, and in him I had found everything I had longed for my entire life. Acceptance, security, love, passion. He was there, like he had been put on this world to be my other half, to be the other part of me. He was my unwelcome hero, and I was his unwanted weakness. Tegan. When I came to, I was in a sterile-smelling room with a truckload of beeping monitors surrounding me. Blinking rapidly to clear my blurred vision, I jerked upwards, only to halt in my tracks when a sharp pain shot up my left hand. Looking down, I stifled a muted groan when I noticed the IV plastered to the back of my hand. Instantly, a tirade of vivid images and unwelcome memories flooded me. Sweat beaded on my lip as I forced myself to make sense of what had happened. Images of bloodied corpses and bullet holes infiltrated my mind, bringing with them the voice that would haunt me until the day I died, the threat that promised that day wouldn't be too far into the future. "And you're next," the man taunted, smiling cruelly at me as the officers led him from the room. "We've got something special in place for you, difficult person." Clenching the bedsheets with my fists, I inhaled a shaky breath and craned my neck to one side. My eyes honed in on my sleeping husband in the armchair beside my bed, and I almost lost it. He was still wearing that bloodied white shirt, though it was unbuttoned now and hanging open, revealing a fresh-looking sling encasing his right arm. He looked like hell. Dark circles surrounded his eyes, his jaw was covered in a few days' worth of stubble, and I was afraid to wake him. I was petrified to see those brown eyes look at me after what had happened. How was he feeling? Would he blame me for what happened back in the hotel? Was I to blame? I should have kept my mouth shut. No, what I should have said last night was, "Noah, I'm scared. Promise you won't leave me." Instead, I'd managed to turn my fear and anxiety into an innocuous bloodbath of death and pain. Tommy. A strange sound drew me from my thoughts, and I held perfectly still as I strained to hear where the sound of horse hoofs galloping was coming from.
When I realized it was coming from my body, a broken sob of relief tore from my throat. "You're okay." I felt my body sag in relief as I dropped my hand to cut my stomach. I couldn't feel anything, but I could hear it. My baby's heartbeat filled the room, and it was the most comforting sound I had ever heard. "I love you already," I told the child growing inside of me, feeling my heart swell so hard I thought it might burst. Sniffling, I laid my head back on my pillow and sighed. Thorn. Startled by the sound of that pet name on my husband's lips, I jumped and my hand clamped tightly around my stomach. Turning to face him, I forced a smile. "Hey." The relief in Noah's eyes was genuine and wholehearted as he scrambled out of his chair. In 2 steps, he had claimed the space between us and embraced me in his arms. "Thank goodness, baby," he whispered, voice raw and torn, from above me. His was shaking, visibly shaking, and I frowned in concern. "I was so very worried about you." He kissed my lips before stroking his nose with his. "You've been out since yesterday." "I have?" Noah smiled, though it didn't meet his eyes. "Yeah, Thorn, I almost lost my very mind waiting for you to open those pretty eyes of yours." "Sorry," I choked out, unsure of what else to say. God, I'm so tired. It felt like my eyelids were being dragged down by cement blocks. I could hardly keep them open. "You were seriously dehydrated," he replied softly. "You're bound to feel shattered." "What about you?" I asked, clutching his broad back with my hand. "You were shot?" My heart began to race at an alarming pace. The memory of Noah covering my body with his and the bright red blood spreading across his white shirt filled my mind with terror. "God, Noah, they shot you." "I'm fine," he was quick to reply, quick to ease my quaking nerves. "It went straight through." "What did the doctor say?" I demanded, not taking his vague answer as a valid one. "Have you had surgery?" I pushed against his huge chest, striving to look into his eyes. Did they remove all the fragments? I swallowed a mouthful of bile at the thought of doctors opening my husband up. "I've been so worried about you." "So worried?" Noah cocked a brow and grinned broadly. "Thorn, you've been snoring soundly." "In my sleep, then," I shot back, flushed. "I was worrying about you in my dreams." "Thorn, I'm okay." Shrugging, Noah added, "I'll be out of fighting action for a few weeks while my shoulder heals, but that's all." "That's all?" I gaped at him. "Someone shot you." I felt like I had said this 1,000,000 times, but still, I repeated it. "You were shot." Did he not get it? He didn't look like he got it. "They could have killed you," I added, hearing the cut-up emotion in my voice. "I almost lost you back there, you know." "Well, you didn't." "No," I spat. "I didn't, but you could show some kind of emotion about the whole thing." "Like what?" I growled. "How about showing some awareness of how serious this is, jerk?" Noah cocked a brow in amusement. "Well, you're awake all of 5 minutes and already you're throwing insults at me." Sitting down on the side of my bed, he leaned over my body and smirked. "Glad to see you're okay." "Yeah, well," I huffed, folding my arms across my chest. "I'm pregnant, but I'm still me." "It's a girl, Thorn," he added, smiling tenderly down at me, his entire focus on my face. "We're having a daughter." Right there and then, my mind was blown. A girl? I dropped my gaze to my stomach and then back to Noah's face. Tears filled my eyes as I let out a half laugh, half sob in utter relief. "It's a girl?" Noah nodded. "She's perfect, baby. 20 weeks. I shook my head as I desperately tried to take it all in.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. So much had happened in such a short space of time. My mouth fell open. 20 weeks? What the hell was wrong with me? How had I not known there was a baby growing inside of my body for the past 5 months? "She's okay?" I choked out, panicking. "You're sure she's okay?" "I'm sure." Noah let out a haggard sigh. "Saw her myself on the ultrasound." I let those words settle into my mind for a moment and enjoyed the feeling of relief that flooded through me before another worry set in.
Tilting my face upwards, I looked up at my husband. The pain in his eyes took my breath away. The dark circles under his eyes and the worry lines on his face made my heart hurt. He was in pain, and I was drowning in guilt. "Do you hate me? Hate you?" Noah looked haggard as he leaned over me, stroking the side of my face with his huge, calloused hand. The hand that had mere hours before inflicted pain on his opponent in the cage. "Jesus, Thorn," he grumbled, his voice raspy and thick from unshed emotion. "The gosh you say." "You know what I mean." I forced myself to argue. Reaching up, I cupped his hand with mine and sighed. The warmth emanating from his touch was soothing on more levels than I cared to understand. I meant, "Do you blame me?" Blinking slowly, I made eye contact with my husband and held his stare. "For you and Tommy finishing on bad terms." Finishing? What the hell was wrong with me? Noah's best friend had been brutally murdered in front of him, and I had used the word finished? Someone needed to buy me a mouth gag. Noah's eyes clouded over. The shutters I was so used to seeing slammed down, denying me and everyone else the opportunity to see his vulnerability closed firmly in my face. "You didn't pull the trigger, Tegan." Tegan? I shuddered. Usually, Noah called me Thorn. Calling me by my full name meant he was pissed. Big time. "Noah? I don't want to talk about it," he snapped, cutting me off quickly. "You have to talk about it," I argued gently. "Talk about what?" "About the fact that the people I love get hurt? Because that's what happens around me, Tegan. People get hurt and people get killed." His voice was broken, the same as his spirit. He was bristling with unreleased rage. "Yeah," I urged, wanting him to go deeper. "Come on, Noah, tell me what's in my head," I added. "Get it out." "You don't want to know." "Try me." "I'm waiting," he told me, jaw clenched, brown eyes blazing. My brow scrunched up in confusion. "Waiting?" "Yeah." He sat back and folded his arms across his chest, waiting to see who's next. Awareness dawned on me. He meant who would be next to get hurt, or worse. "Noah, you can't think like that." "Will it be Kyle?" he interrupted. Tension was emanating from him. "Or Lee?" His large frame visibly shook as he spoke. "Or one of the triplets? Or you?" His words caught in his throat. "They won't make this easy for me, Tegan. They're going to make me sorry." Growling, Noah ran a hand through his hair. The noise that tore from his throat was like that of a wounded animal. I made it really easy for them. "How?" I demanded, not feeding into this mess one bit. "By being human?" My husband glared at me. I shouldn't have. Shouldn't have what, Noah? Now I was the one to interrupt him. Allowed yourself to care about people? Now I was the furious one. Allowed yourself to be happy, to love? Furious to know that those scumbags had made Noah feel like this. "I've put every single one of you in their direct line of fire," he shot back, clearly agitated. Clenching his eyes shut, he shook his head and groaned, as if he was in physical pain. "Tegan, you are my life. If something had happened to you back there—" "Noah," I interrupted, desperate to ease his pain. "I am right here with you." I tried to pull his body down to me, but he wouldn't budge, so I settled for cupping his cheek instead. "This isn't your fault." "Not my fault?" He laughed humorlessly. "You're in a freaking hospital bed." Shaking his head, he released a heavy breath and added, "And T is on a slab in the morgue." A knock on the door, followed by someone clearing their throat, filled my ears. The moment I laid eyes on the person standing in the doorway, the air vanished from my lungs. Immediately, Noah was coiled tight with tension. "I've come to see my niece." "About 8 years too late," Noah growled under his breath, eyes locked menacingly on Max Jones. "Noah," I hissed, wrapping my hand around his bulging bicep. "It's okay." Turning my attention to Uncle Max, I smiled brightly. My uncle took an uncertain step into my hospital room, eyes flickering between my face and my husband's magnificent frame as he flanked my body, primed to defend me at a moment's notice. In one hand, he carried a bunch of flowers, something Noah was sneering at in disgust. I knew he hated my uncle. He had good reason to. My uncle was the reason Noah had spent an extra 18 months in prison. I knew all these things, and still, I couldn't hide the happiness his presence brought to life in me. "Hey," I said nervously, when Uncle Max had reached my bedside. Using my hands, I pulled myself up into a makeshift sitting position and smiled. "Thanks for coming." "Tegan," he rasped, his voice unusually thick. I could see the turmoil as he stared down at me. Shame, guilt, pain, and love shone through his eyes. Thank the Lord. Placing the bunch of flowers on my hospital nightstand, Uncle Max claimed my hand with his. "When I got the call saying you were in an accident, I almost lost my mind." "I'm okay," I assured him, reveling in the feel of my uncle's hand on mine. It had been a long time, and I couldn't hide the fact that I had missed him terribly. I didn't miss the sarcastic snort that came from Noah, or the way his body seemed to grow even more tense when my uncle took my hand. "This is a mess," Noah finally snapped. "He's been a complete freaking tool to you, Thorne," he added, clearly furious. "And what, because he prances in here with flowers and a few kind words, all is forgotten?" "Noah," I muttered, mortified, "not here, please." "I'm man enough to admit my mistakes," Uncle Max interrupted, surprising all of us. Both Noah and I turned and gaped at him. "I could have handled things better," he added carefully. "I allowed my anxiety and pride to rule my heart, and for that, I am sorry." "It's okay," I assured my uncle, squeezing his hand tightly. "You're here now." "You're here now?" Noah repeated in outrage. What freaking hypocrisy. With that, Noah jerked to his feet and stormed out of the room without so much of a backwards glance. "Should I leave?" Uncle Max asked. I shook my head and sighed. Noah doesn't like change. He doesn't trust it. You showing up has thrown him. Understatement of the century. "He'll come around," I hoped. "I'm not here to cause friction," Max added in an uneasy tone as he stared after my absent husband. "I don't want trouble. So what do you want?" Embarrassed by my bluntness, I readjusted myself into a more comfortable position and sighed. God, I felt as weak as dishwater. "Are you here to build bridges?" Max smiled. "That depends." Moving over to the armchair Noah had vacated earlier, he took a seat. Clasping his hands together, he looked up at me almost guiltily. "I shouldn't have let it go on for so long." "No," I agreed. Our feud had been going on for almost a decade. And while I had tried on many occasions to heal the rift between us, my uncle's pride had also gotten in the way. "But you're here now." "When Kyle called me," Max began to say, "and told me what had happened, everything that had happened between us just seemed so petty." Shaking his head, Max ran a hand through his reddish-gray hair and sighed. "All I could think was, if she dies, I won't get a chance to fix things." "Uncle Max, life always seems so permanent," he continued to say.
Tasteful, mature. Emotional truth, not mechanics. Until you realize that it's not. Until you wake up one morning and realize that it's very much temporary. "Nothing has changed," I was quick to point out. Max frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" Raising my left hand, I held it in front of me, letting my uncle see the permanent black band encircling my ring finger. "Noah is my husband." I dropped my hand to my stomach, and this is his child. Swallowing deeply, I forced myself to say, "I love you, Uncle Max. I always have. But if you ever try to make me choose again, you should know that I will choose him. Every single time." Noah. She wanted him there. Disbelief had clouded my vision as I watched the good doctor walk into Tegan's hospital room with a bunch of flowers hanging from his hand. The look in her eyes as she watched her uncle approach made me feel sick with jealousy. And why the hell hadn't I thought of bringing her flowers? Thoroughly disgusted, I had watched on in semi-horror as Max claimed the space between him and my wife. That jerk had treated her like a very pariah for almost a decade, and the minute he shows her an ounce of attention, she welcomes him back with open arms? Maybe it was because of the way I'd been raised, but I honest to God didn't get it.
I'd gotten the hell out of there before I lost my temper and bust open my stitches, severely injuring him. I'd had to. I couldn't be in there, watching that farce unfold, knowing that Tommy's body was filed away in a freezer box in the very basement of this hospital. Even now, as I paced the corridors of St. Luke's Hospital in Boulder, my rage was threatening to overtake me. My best friend died because of me, because I loved my wife too much. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew that Max wasn't the person I was truly angry with, but he was here, he was a jerk, and he would do just fine. Mr. Messina, it is very likely you will never regain full mobility in your right arm. The pain searing through my shoulder only fueled the fire inside of me, making my thirst for revenge all the more pungent. I was going to kill J.D. Dennis. If it was the last thing on this earth, I was going to take that despicable person's life away from him, the way his puppet had taken Tommy's. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Lucky leaning against a soda machine at the end of the corridor. Had he been here since the shooting? Gosh. Moving towards my friend, I didn't stop until I'd caught his eye, and even then I kept going until we were both holed up in an elevator moving down to the ground floor. Lucky didn't say a word, not even when the elevator pinged and the doors opened. He followed after me silently, never questioning me, never asking where we were going. When we reached the parking lot, I made a beeline for my Lexus, unlocking it with the key fob before quickly climbing inside. Wordlessly, Lucky opened the passenger side door and climbed inside. I wasn't the type of man who took threats easily. I certainly wasn't the kind of guy who took a direct hit on his family lying down. No way. My reasoning made perfect sense, and with every mile the car ate up, my clarity grew. I was done running. I was done being controlled by the Dennis family. This jerk couldn't pull my strings anymore, and it was high time he learned about it. I found myself navigating the winding mountain roads easily, roads that even after all these years of being away from the hill, I knew by heart. "Dude," Lucky finally said, breaking the silence between us as we traveled through the darkness, "not trying to tell you your business or anything, but you've just been shot." Sighing, he added, "Don't you think you should be, I don't know, taking it easy for a while?" "I'll take it easy when that jerk is 6 foot under." Clenching my jaw, I twisted my head from side to side. That despicable person has it coming. A life for a life. "Ah," Lucky said, finally catching on, "so we're going to kill J.D." The airy way he said it grated on my nerves. Well, this is an interesting end to a really messed up weekend. "What?" I demanded. "You don't think I can do it?" "No," Lucky replied calmly. "I know you'll do it. I'm just surprised, that's all." Surprised? Now I was shouting. I couldn't really help it. "He killed Tommy, man. He took his life away." Growling, I added, "You should get out of the car." "And leave you to go on your own?" Lucky gaped. "You must be really kidding me." "You know where I'm going." I'd explained the quarry to Lucky in detail every night for half a decade. The guy probably knew the place as well as I did. "You know what I'm going to do," I added, clenching my fist around the cool, hard leather of the steering wheel. "I can drop you off, and you can go back to the house and pretend nothing's wrong." "You're not doing this on your own," Lucky replied calmly, seemingly not one bit ruffled at the prospect of what I had planned for tonight. "I've got your back, man." Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Lucky's lip tipped upwards as he flicked his cigarette ash out of the open passenger side window. His long blonde hair was pulled back in a makeshift ponytail, making him look less dangerous than I knew to be true. You didn't serve 11 years in the state penitentiary for being really weak. No, those hands had snuffed the life out of another human. "If we're caught, we're going back inside," I warned him, "and you're still on parole." Turning my head sideways, I glanced at his face. "Getting involved in my mess is the last thing you should be doing, man." "You say it like I have a choice," he replied airily. "Noah, I have nothing to lose, man. You don't get it, thank God, and I hope to God you never will, but trust me when I tell you, I've got this." He was talking about Haley. Everything Lucky ever did always came back to his murdered girlfriend. But throwing his life away from me wasn't something I was comfortable letting him do. "It's not just for you," he added, reading my thoughts. "There's a girl back in the hospital that I happen to be crazy about, and said girl has a kid in her belly. I want to keep her safe too, Noah. I won't sit back and watch another girl die." Fair enough. There was nothing left to say. He had made his mind up, and I wasn't going to be able to sway him in any shape or form. And if I was being honest, I was kind of glad he was here with me. He was cool and calm and everything I wasn't. We made a pretty good team and had racked up a little under 17 years' worth of imprisonment between us. The moment we drove into the quarry, memories tried to bombard me and I forced them down, burying them somewhere deep down inside. Somewhere I'd never have to work through them again. Being back here after all those years felt bittersweet. I used to hate this place. I blamed it for everything. Looking around now, I realized it was just a desolated quarry. It wasn't the place that had brought so much hatred out in me. It was the people. Killing the engine, I jacked the handbrake and climbed out of my car, leaving the headlights on. If I had been expecting to get redemption for Tommy's murder by coming back here, then I was going to be disappointed. The place was dead, not a soul in sight. Disappointment flared inside of me. "So this is it," Lucky, who had moved to stand beside me, said. Looking around at the desolate warehouses and burnt-out cars, he cocked a brow. "You described it down to a T, man." I watched as he took a few steps ahead of me. "The smell of death," he called out. "It's really stifling." I know. To a person who'd never been sucked into the world I'd grown up in, talking about the smell of death would sound really crazy. But for me, it was all too real. I had lost count of the number of bodies I'd witnessed being taken away from this place on the bed of a truck, their resting place in the mountains miles above us. Shallow graves sprinkled this earth, and every real ghost of the dead seemed to swarm this place.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. It's almost malevolent, Lucky added, putting into words exactly what I'd been thinking. I cast my gaze downwards and immediately honed in on the blood-stained gravel. Someone had been stuck like a pig in this place, and not too long ago by the look of the bloodstains. Even though I was standing next to where someone had taken their last breath not too long ago, nothing moved inside of me. Not an ounce of pain or fear or sadness. The only emotion I seemed capable of feeling these days was anger. Yeah, I was full of anger. I'd expected to see JD or one of his jerks so I could get this over with. I was done with running and watching my back. I couldn't do it anymore. Not when the people I loved were paying the consequences with their lives. Emotionlessly, Lucky and I walked around the burnt-out quarry and over to an area where a huge ring was burnt out and blackened into the ground. Standing at the edge of the ring, I looked down and frowned. How many men had I fought in that ring? How many close encounters with death had I had in that circle of hell? Too many to count. "Messina," a voice came from behind me, distracting me from my thoughts. I didn't have to turn around to put a face to the voice. It was one that was imprinted in my memories. "Gonzalez," I acknowledged, not taking my eyes off the ground as I heard him approach. I might have known the owner of the voice, but Lucky didn't. In the blink of an eye, my former cellmate was on guard. Pulling a knife I hadn't realized he was carrying out of his pocket, he turned and glared at my old boss. "One more step, old man," he said, in a deathly calm tone of voice, "and I'll rearrange your intestines." "Lucky," I warned, shaking my head slowly. "Don't." Gonzalez threw his head back and laughed. "Your friend is very brave, Messina." "Come on," Lucky shot back, not taking his eyes off of Gonzalez. "I could do with the practice." Smiling darkly, he added, "It's been a while." "Put your knife away, boy," Gonzalez drawled in a thick Spanish accent. "Do it," I piped up, not taking my eyes off the shiny steel blade in my friend's hand. Later on, we were going to talk about the fact that he was walking around with a weapon in his back pocket.
But for now, I had to focus on Gonzalez and the fact that he'd known I was going to come here. "You got eyes on me, G?" I asked calmly when Lucky withdrew his knife. "You know me, kid. Nothing goes unnoticed around here," he shot back knowingly. He looked me up and down with his beady brown eyes and let out a tuft. "You look terrible," he informed me. Wiping his beard with one of his gold ring-clad hands, Gonzalez shook his head and sighed heavily. Such a waste. His words hit me hard, but I was brought up masking my emotions, which was exactly what I did in that moment. I motioned to where the sling hung on my right shoulder, encasing my arm in white bandages. Flesh wound. I probably should have gone somewhere and changed since the shooting, but the thought of leaving Thorne's side had been too really much for me to bear, so I'd slept in my blood-soaked shirt last night. I didn't care at all about my appearance, but standing in front of a man like this made me feel vulnerable, weak. I loathed weakness. "You want to take a walk with me, kid?" Gonzalez asked, tone suddenly void of all humor. "For old time's sake." Nodding in understanding, I cast a glance at Lucky and told him with my eyes to simmer down. Getting riled up with Mortico Gonzalez was a bad, really idea. I could feel the tension emanating from Lucky. He wasn't happy about this. But I also knew that wherever Gonzalez was, at least another dozen of his men were nearby. Picking a fight with this man meant certain death. And besides, he wasn't my enemy. Not tonight, at least. Mortico Gonzalez had been the lesser of two evil growing up under George's roof. He was a bloodthirsty drug lord and twice as meticulously calculated as my former stepfather. But Gonzalez had been somewhat good to me in my younger days. Fair. In the underworld, that made a man's loyalty shake. He was also one of the few gang leaders who was actually true to his word. Not that I gave a gosh about anyone's word. The only word a man could depend on was a threat. Threats were intended. Threats were promises. I'd had plenty of them over the years and had quickly learned that they all rang true. Thankfully, when I walked after Gonzalez, Lucky had the good sense not to follow us. "I had a feeling I would see you again, Messina," he announced when we were out of earshot and out of sight. "That wouldn't be hard." I shrugged and stuffed my good hand into my suit pants pocket. "I'm on TV every Friday night." "You never lost your steel, Messina," Gonzalez barked out a laugh. "But no, I ain't talking about seeing you on the television, although your fights have made me a lot of money. I meant I knew you would come back here someday." Now I turned and looked at him. "And how did you know that?" I asked coolly as I studied his aging face. The long, black, greased-up ponytail he had always sported was now a silvery gray. "Because you are owed a favor." I cocked a brow but remained silent, waiting for Gonzalez to explain. Finally, he did. "You kept your mouth shut, kid," he explained. "You could have taken me down with you that night, and every night since." He made a clicking sound with his tongue. "You didn't." "No," I agreed. "I didn't." Gonzalez had never been my enemy. With the exception of one time when he crossed the line with Thorne, he'd been fair to me. "You're not my enemy, G," I told him calmly. "You never were." "I ain't gonna argue with that, kid," he drawled. "So, now my question is, what do you want?" "What do I want?" I repeated with a sigh. "I want to really sleep, G. I want to be able to leave my house and not have this horrible really feeling in the pit of my stomach that I'm a sitting duck." Clenching my fists, I added, "I want to get on with my life and leave the past in the past. I want to know that my wife is safe and my kid will grow up in a peaceful, very world. But most of all, I want J.D. Dennis's body rotting in a shallow, really grave." Gonzalez was quiet for a long time before finally saying, "Then it will be done." Pulling a box of cigarettes out of his jeans pocket, he slipped one between his teeth before sparking up with a match. "I will take care of J.D. Dennis." "And why would you do that?" I shot back sarcastically. "Because I owe you a debt," he countered calmly. "It will take time, maybe months, but I will track him down." He nodded once to himself, as if he had the whole thing mapped out in his mind. "I'll put my best men on his trail." Stunned and full of disbelief, I stood and gaped at my former part-time boss. "You're not serious?" Gonzalez exhaled a cloud of smoke and smiled, revealing his yellow-stained teeth. "I do not joke about my enemies," he told me, voice raspy. "I had plans on taking the bastard out anyways. Knowing I can settle a debt with his life makes it all the more enticing." "You're going to take him out?" I asked carefully. Gonzalez grinned darkly. "Consider him as good as dead. Hope." The phone call from the States came in the middle of an otherwise boring Saturday afternoon. It wasn't the phone call I had been expecting, but it was one that had put the fear of God inside of me. Tommy Moyet had been murdered. Noah had been shot. Tegan was pregnant. Instructions were doled out, flight information had been passed quickly down the line, followed by the promise that my father would be waiting for me at the airport. And then I did what any person in my situation would do. I boarded a plane back to America, knowing full well that I couldn't not go home now. My family was in trouble. Someone had attempted to take my uncle's life, and my best friend was being targeted. Tegan was the closest I'd ever come to having a sister. Her friendship had gotten me through a bunch of ugly years I tried to keep blocked out.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. I couldn't bail on her, not when she needed me. The cold wind hit me the moment I stepped foot outside the airport, and a comforting feeling shot through me. I was home. I'd been expecting my father to pick me up, so you can imagine my surprise when a blonde man, covered in tattoos from the neck down, stepped out of his truck. At first, I was taken aback. I wasn't used to feeling anything at the sight of a man. But this man, well, this man had certainly caught my attention. I'd seen him before. Noah's friend, I realized. Goosebumps prickled my skin as I watched him saunter towards me. His skin was tan, like he'd spent too many summers working on a farm. His dirty blonde hair was streaked from the sun, and his eyes, he had the bluest eyes I'd ever seen. They were like icicles, almost crystal-like, surrounded by sooty dark lashes. The week or so worth of stubble on his face was the icing on the cake of an already beautiful man. I made a mental note to write him into my next novel. I knew the girls in my online reader group would just love this man. "Hope Carter?" he asked with a smile when he reached me, not waiting for my answer before picking up my luggage, which I thought was kind of weird. It was obvious he'd known who I was. The confident way he had walked towards me and picked up my suitcase assured me of that. "That's me," I replied carefully as I studied this peculiar man. His long, sun-bleached blonde hair was pulled back in one of those really sexy man buns. Again, I surprised myself by thinking this. I'd never been a fan of long hair on men. But this man... Shaking my head, I smiled. "You're Noah's friend, right?" I paused, trying to remember his name. I'd met him briefly once before back in Ireland. "Lucky, right?" "Hunter," he corrected, and then he smiled this huge megawatt smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "You can call me Hunter." Shrugging, I nodded and followed him to my father's truck. He waited for me to climb into the passenger seat and then closed the door before moving around to the driver's side. "So," Hunter said when he turned the key in the ignition and the truck roared to life, "do you want to go home first or straight to the hospital?" I turned to face him and cocked a brow. "What do you think?" "The hospital it is," he shot back wisely as he reversed out of the parking space and pulled into traffic. "She's doing okay, you know," he added kindly, putting to ease all of my earlier worries. "Tegan," Hunter clarified, "and the baby, too." I can't get my mind around any of it, I found myself confessing to this stranger. The shooting, the baby. I shook my head and released a heavy sigh. "I swear, she leaves me for 6 months and this happens," I grumbled. "Those two are incapable of normal." Sliding my phone out of my jeans pocket, I checked the time before slipping it back in. "Yeah," Hunter chuckled in amusement. "Kids today, huh?" I narrowed my eyes. "Are you making fun of me?" "Never," he countered calmly. I watched from my side of the truck as he pulled a packet of cigarettes out of his jeans pocket and placed one between his lips. With one hand on the steering wheel, he used the other to light up. "You know smoking will kill you," I heard myself saying.
Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Hunter's lip tipped upwards as he flicked the cigarette ash out of the open driver's side window. "You would think," was all he replied. Huh, I was stumped. What a peculiar answer. What was it with this guy? "So, what's your deal, Hunter?" "Casarazzi," he filled in for me. "Hunter, Lucky, Casarazzi," I repeated, examining the feel of his name on my lips. "What's your deal?" "Hope," he mused in a thoughtful voice. Turning his head sideways, he pierced me with his ice-blue eyes, pinning me to my seat, rendering me paralyzed by his intense stare. Well, gosh. What? My brow furrowed in confusion. Okay, you have totally lost me. Hunter smiled knowingly at me before turning his attention back to the road. He was smirking, like he knew something I didn't. Suddenly, I had a burning intensity to figure him out. Tegan. Tegan was lying in a bed when I looked through the glass door of her hospital room. My idiot brother was sitting on the edge of her bed. From the speed my brother's mouth was moving and the horrified expression on my best friend's face, I had no doubt Cameron was divulging some disgusting detail or another. It was practically his party trick. "You having second thoughts or something?" Hunter's voice came from beside me, and I jumped. God, he could be as quiet as a cat when he wanted to be. "Sorry," he quickly added, noticing how startled I was. "It's not you," I told him, my voice no more than a whisper. "It's this." He stared at me in confusion. "This?" "Being back here," I explained, "with all this trouble starting back up." Shivering, I let out a sigh. I'm just a writer in my mid-20s who spends her days in cat-printed pajamas and eating my weight in Oreos. I shook my head and nodded towards the door. I am way out of my comfort zone right now. "Firstly, you're safe," Hunter told me. "The shooter is in custody." "Do you think she'll be okay?" I whispered, inclining my head towards Tegan. "She will. Noah will go down in flames before he lets a hair on her head get harmed." I knew that was true. Noah Messina's heart was thoroughly invested in my best friend. I had no doubt that he would take the world down to keep her safe. But the knowledge that Noah had no conscience when it came to the things he would do to keep his wife safe was what also scared me. "And for the record," Hunter smiled at me then, obviously trying to put me at ease, "you look very good for a woman who eats her weight in Oreos." "Are you—" I paused and eyed him curiously. "Are you flirting with me?" "I am," he countered with a smirk. "I'm also kind of hoping that if I play my cards right, I'll get to see those cat pajamas." "Not on your life, buddy," I chuckled. "I'm not that kind of woman." Lucky backed away from me, still smiling. Oh, I'm counting on it. For the next week, I remained in the hospital, curled up under the protection of hospital blankets, with the Carter triplets for company, while my husband dealt with the aftermath of the shooting. As my health had improved, my nausea had returned with a vengeance. I found myself spending most of each day desperate to keep what little I had inside of me, inside of me. Anxiety gnawed at my gut every time I read the daily newspaper or checked my social media accounts. Horrible close-ups of the body bag enclosing Tommy Moyette's dead body were splashed on every news channel and paper. It was inescapable, and my heart hurt for my husband. In all honesty, I was glad to be tucked away in the small private room in St. Luke's Hospital, Boulder, and away from the media frenzy happening outside the hospital walls. The police had been and gone, asking questions, looking for witness statements. What could I say? Not a very thing. I couldn't explain it any more than they could. It made no sense. This was wrecking Noah. I knew it was. Losing Tommy in the way he did had crushed him. He wasn't talking about it. He wasn't even talking much about anything, not to me at least. He was like a hurricane, storming through, leaving everyone thrown out. I didn't know what to say to him to make him feel better. I suppose there was nothing to say. His best friend was dead, and he was in the throes of grief. I, above all others, knew that Noah didn't like to be pitied. Deep down inside, I knew he blamed me for them parting on bad terms. He would never admit it, but it was obvious. It was true. Did you know that a woman's uterus stretches to over 500 times its normal size during pregnancy? Colton Carter, who was currently sprawled out on the reclining armchair beside me, asked.
Tasteful, mature. Emotional truth, not mechanics. With his feet on my bed, he flicked through the pages of a Planned Parenting magazine. And it says here, a woman was reported to have given birth to a 15-pound baby in Lebanon. What are you trying to do to me, Colt? I managed to squeeze out. Frighten me into labor? Relax, Teagues, Colt chuckled. Stretching out, he munched on a packet of chips. I'd bet my last dollar the baby won't come early. Flicking through the pages once more, he settled on the center page and grinned. She'll grow to full term, just like her daddy. Not funny. Colton cocked a brow. Is that why you're smiling? Because it's not funny? Gosh, him. He was right. My lips had tipped upwards of their own accord. I'm so worried about him, I confessed after a few minutes of silence. My voice was small when I spoke. It was probably being smothered by my anxiety. He's closing down, I added, thinking about my husband, blocking me out. Watching my husband self-destruct was without doubt one of the hardest things I ever had to do. I couldn't help him. I couldn't barge my way into his mind and fight his grief for him. It was a fight that had to be fought alone. It made me feel incredibly helpless, and I hated it. Knowing that there was nothing I could do didn't stop me from wanting to help, regardless of how unwelcome my help would be. It was like someone once said, way back in high school, if I was a lone wolf then, Noah was the alpha. We were both creatures of isolation and contempt, brought together by a love that was indescribable and a deep-seated need to fit in. He's not doing it on purpose, beautiful, Colton offered, pulling me from my thoughts. Sure feels like he's doing it on purpose, Colt. The fact that I hadn't seen Noah all day today and most of yesterday only enhanced my worrying. He's stressed and grieving, Colt said, reading my thoughts easily. Is he handling it the right way? No, probably not, but who's to say what's the right way to deal with something like this? He stretched his arms over his head and yawned. That dude needs you more than you'll ever know. In Noah's world, there's only you. Everyone else is just scar tissue, worthless. I'm frightened, I whispered, mortified. I am so scared, Colton. No need to be afraid of a very thing, he replied confidently, holding out a chip for me to take. You're Noah really Messena's wife. What the gosh have you got to be scared of? Noah not wanting this? I muttered, taking the potato chip from his outstretched hand. Biting hard into the salt and vinegar-flavored goodie, I chewed nervously. What if he has cold feet? Or worse, what if he feels, like I trapped him? Colton snorted. You honestly think Noah isn't happy about that baby? We're not stable, I admitted, voice torn. We're either on cloud 9 or tearing strips out of one another. You say that like it's a bad thing? Isn't it? I don't think so, Teagues. Setting the bag of potato chips down, Colton sat straight up and swung his legs onto the floor. I have a theory, he announced, and I rolled my eyes to the heavens. Great, I muttered under my breath. Another Colton Carter theory. Listen, he chuckled. I've been with a lot of women in my time. Okay, first off, you're 23, I shot back, gagging. And second, that's an image I could have done without visualizing. Don't pretend you've never imagined me in a certain way, he shot back, teasingly. I gaped. You just don't stop, do you? You're doing it now, aren't you? Colt waggled his brows. Imagining me in a certain way. Please, I said queasily, desperately trying to shut out the mental image of Colton in an intimate situation. It's like picturing the baby brother I never had with multiple women in intimate situations. Uh-huh, Colt said enthusiastically. And what would that look like? You sick little... Oh, God, I'm going to kill you. Throwing the covers off my body, I raced into the adjoining bathroom and threw myself at the mercy of the toilet bowl, just as the entire contents of my stomach projected out of my mouth. Clinging to the porcelain like it was the only thing keeping my upright, I heaved loudly and mentally visualized a voodoo doll of Colton, one with multiple pins embedded in his lower body.
Feeling empty, violated, and panting in relief, I remained positioned over the toilet for a few more minutes until my brain was convinced my stomach had decided to stop messing with me. When I was as certain as I could be that my body wouldn't betray me again, I climbed unsteadily to my feet and trudged back to bed, not bothering to brush my teeth. With any luck, the smell of my vomit breath would make Colton spew his bets up. "Feeling better, dear aunt?" he asked with a knowing wink when I climbed back into bed. "Much, little nephew," I shot back, equally as sarcastic. There wasn't much point in even attempting to be mad or stay mad with Colton. He was extremely lovable and reminded me of a boisterous Labrador puppy, all bark and no bite, with a cute waggy tail and a big dopey head. "So, where were we?" Colton asked, before adding, "Oh yeah, you thinking your husband doesn't love you anymore." "Way to put it bluntly, Colt," I choked out, feeling physically speared. Colt lifted his palms upwards. "If you wanted tact, when you should have asked Logan," he said in a sheepish tone, before adding, "What you've got to understand is that Noah was raised by a mob. The guy was breastfed violence and spoon-fed hatred. He never felt an ounce of love throughout his childhood." "Wow, that's a gross analogy," I quipped, smirking. "It's the truth," Colton countered in a serious tone he rarely used. "There are dog fighters who show their pit bulls more affection than Noah was shown." He narrowed his blue eyes. "And they sure as gosh don't beat their dogs after winning fights." It was awful, wasn't it? Closing my eyes, I forced back the memories of watching Noah taking beatings. I never knew hatred until I met the Dennis family. "He wants that baby, Tegan," my husband's nephew assured me in a bright tone. "And her mama." Colt. Tears pooled my eyes. Speechless, I reached out my hand and patted his shoulder. "Don't cry," he warned me. "I don't do well with hormonal women." "What if I suck at this?" I choked out. Sniffling, I tried to compose myself. "What if I'm not cut out for motherhood?" "Do you have a beating heart?" "Well, yeah." "And a uterus in working order?" he deadpanned. "I think so." "Then you're cut out for this," was all he replied. Being a parent has nothing to do with being able to physically produce a child, Colton Carter. Just look at Noah's parents. Look at my dad. Colton's cell phone began to ring out, breaking the moment, and he jumped to his feet. "Keep that thought," he told me with a wink before sliding his finger across the screen and putting his phone to his ear. "Sharissa," he said with a purr. "How's it going, baby?" I shook my head, feeling slightly nauseated again as I listened to Colton flirt heavily with the woman on the other line as he sauntered out of my hospital room. I wasn't rid of one Carter when the next one walked in, ready to take up where the last one left off. "Cam?" I asked, blinking, as I took in his disgruntled appearance. He didn't look okay. In fact, he looked like, gosh, the Cameron Carter I knew was always dressed smart, clean-shaven, and walked around with a "I'm sex on legs" attitude. Unless he'd gotten a lobotomy in the past week, this was a different man. I actually squinted my eyes, making sure I wasn't mistaking him for the more serious Logan. Nope, he had the blue eyes and those big shoulders. "Not really," Cam surprised me by saying, and after that, I was sort of stumped. I racked my brain trying to root out the response to deal with Cameron Carter's unusually display of vulnerability.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. "Do you want to, talk about it?" I offered half-heartedly, not expecting him to take me up on that offer. My mouth dropped open when Cameron replied, "Yeah, Teagues, I kind of really do." "Okay." Uncertainly, I patted my mattress. Feeling awkward and extremely uncomfortable, I waited for the oldest of my husband's triplet nephews to take a seat on my bed. "What's going on, Cam?" "It's complicated," he began to say. Suddenly, he jerked out of his seat and began to pace the floor. "It's really, really complicated," he added, mid-pace. "Like you wouldn't believe." "Try me," I shot back, curious and intrigued. "You know about what happened to my parents," he muttered quickly. "About what happened to my mother?" "I do. Even though I wished I didn't. That was one horror story I could have done without learning." "What about it?" "Well, I've met a woman, and she's
He broke off again, and this time he rubbed his face with his hand. I mean, she's brilliant, he started, and kind, unbelievably smart, and so very beautiful. The sound of my hospital room door crashing open startled me and caused Cam to clam right back up. I swung my head in the direction the noise had come from. The moment my eyes landed on the dark-haired woman in the doorway, my heart all but stopped in my chest. "Holy gosh," I gasped, swinging my legs off the bed. "You're back." Hope Carter smiled. "Hey, Big Norma." Standing up, I took a wobbly step forward. "For good?" I asked, not caring how desperate I sounded. My friend nodded slowly. "For good." Seconds later, I was embraced in a hug that had been 6 months overdue. 8 weeks later, October, Boulder, Colorado. Noah. "Noah, go back," my father tells me. "Get out, now, please, while you still can." No. I'm 14 and more afraid than I've ever been as I trudge alongside my father in the darkness and rain. Many years from tonight, I'll wish I had listened to my father's warning, but I don't know that now. How can I? I'm young and loyal and looking up at the only protector I've ever known. I want to say so many things to him. I know I won't get another chance. I want to scream at him and Mom for being so very stupid. Last night, they stole a shipment of George's top quality smack. Really, idiots. I know what's coming and I want to cry. I keep thinking this is the perfect moment for me to cry. I've never cried before, not even when I was a kid. What they're going to do to the man who raised me, and still, I feel nothing. There is something very wrong with me. Finally, I settle on saying, "I'm not really bailing on you, Dad." "You should listen to your father, boy," George Dennis rasps in his gravelly voice. "He's a few yards ahead of us, and I know he's enjoying this. No point in you dying for your father and mother's sins." "Liar," I want to hiss. "I'm not getting out of this. It's a trap, one I know too well. George Dennis has no plans of letting me walk away from this. All I can do now is damage control and walk out of here with at least one parent intact." Jutting my chin out, I continue to walk through the mountains with my father at my side. Ignoring George's son, JD, who is walking behind us with a gun cocked to the back of my father's skull, I focus my attention on my mother. She's naked and chained up ahead. Every once in a while, one of George's men yanks on her chains, purposefully tripping her up, causing her to land in the mud and the dirt. And every once in a while, I have an absolute urge to snuff every one of these jerks' lives out. We reach the clearing, and I know I'm out of time. It's happening. I watch, motionless, as my father is forced to his knees by that snot jerk JD. My mother is screaming. I wish she wouldn't. Doesn't she get it? Hasn't she learned that men like George Dennis are fueled by her fear? Wind beats remorselessly against my face as I look on in silent horror. I know what's coming next. Blood, pain, and the stench of death. Gosh. Gasping for air, I threw the bed covers off my sweat-soaked body and sat straight up, poker straight in my bed. Gosh, that dream wrecked me. Always did. Instantly, I regretted the hasty move. Pain speared through my shoulder, burning my arm, causing every muscle on the right side of my upper body to spasm and shock me. My hand moved to my right shoulder of its own accord, massaging my injured muscles. Stifling a groan, I forced myself to roll my shoulders and work through the pain. 8 weeks had passed since I'd been shot in the shoulder, and while the wound had mostly healed, the muscle beneath had not. The image of my dead friend was still at the forefront of my mind. "Tommy." My voice was hoarse, torn. "Tom, come on, man." Covering his mouth with mine, I breathed air into his lungs and prayed to the God everybody talked about for a miracle. Very, T. Slamming my fists against his chest, I knew I was fighting a losing battle. You couldn't resuscitate a man with a hole through his head, but I tried anyway. I could hear my wife screaming from somewhere behind me. Hers was the only voice I sought out in the mayhem. She was okay. They hadn't gotten to her. Momentary relief flooded through me, quickly smothered out by the overwhelming tsunami of guilt that washed through when I refocused on Tommy's lifeless body. His blood was on my hands, in every sense of the word. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts of my messed up memories, I locked eyes on the golden-haired woman curled up in my bed. The full moon shining through our bedroom window illuminated Tegan's features, transforming her hair into an almost silvery shade. Deep in sleep, my wife snuggled closer to my body, seeking heat, and a warm feeling settled over me. Reaching over her, I carefully grabbed a hold of the covers and pulled them higher, covering her bare shoulders, protecting her from the plummeting temperatures outside. My hand accidentally over the swell of her stomach and caused my heart to accelerate in my chest. She was getting bigger now, a lot bigger. At almost 30 weeks pregnant, my wife was enormous. I swear it was like one night she went to bed and then, bam, woke up the following morning with a bump. In the past 2 months, that bump had grown in colossal proportions. Of course, I didn't dare tell her that, even when she tried her best to trick me into saying so. I wasn't a complete idiot, and admitting my wife's stomach resembled a basketball was one thing I would rather cut off my tongue before saying. Gosh, telling her I thought her belly was sexy had cost me a week on the couch. I wasn't going down that path again. Knowing I didn't have a hope and gosh of falling back to sleep, I leaned over and kissed Thorne's temple before slipping out of bed and heading downstairs. I moved quietly through the house, aware of the fact that we had house guests. Lucky was sleeping in one of the bedrooms on the 3rd floor, and Hope in the room opposite ours, her old bedroom that was still ordained in all things Hope, along with a huge mural on the wall. They'd been with us since we arrived here after Tegan's discharge from hospital, and I had to admit that I was glad of their presence. Tegan was happier with Hope around, and I was coping the best way I knew how. Like tonight, for instance, there was only one thing for me to do on nights like this, nights when my memories threatened to choke me, and that was train. Besides, I was running out of time. I was due back on tour next week. Normally, this wouldn't faze me. Fighting came as natural to me as breathing. It was like a built-in mechanism. But I wasn't the me who'd come off that last leg of the tour. I was weakened, and I was really vulnerable. The second leg of the MFA tour had already kicked off. My boss, Nick Leverstein, had given me an extra month's leave to deal with the mess. Much to my dismay, I didn't want any more time to deal with the mess. I needed a focus, a goal. But my wife had other ideas and had contacted Nick behind my back.
Tasteful, mature. Emotional truth, not mechanics. I'd been furious as hell with her for that stunt. Tegan was equally as pissed with me, unable to comprehend why I would want to return to the cage. Tegan was furious with my decision to continue fighting. Our difference of opinion had caused more friction than normal between us, and I was growing tired of defending my choices. She was my wife, not my boss. I didn't take orders easily, and I was no very quitter. But she was pregnant and teary, and I had a hard time juggling the million different emotions she presented on a daily basis. Dealing with angry Tegan was something I'd grown used to, but dealing with emotional and crying Tegan was way out of my league. I loved her. God, I loved her. But I couldn't sit at home and do nothing. It wasn't enough for me, and I knew I would go stir-crazy if I had too much time on my hands to think about the things that already haunted my subconscious. I hated blocking her out, but I felt like I had to. Tegan didn't know about Gonzalez, and that's the way I wanted it to be. I needed her safe. The one good thing that had come from this whole very mess was the fact that we had put down some roots in Kyle's house in South Peak Road. Our house, I mentally corrected when I thought about the deeds we'd been given as a wedding gift. Well, house was an understatement. A very mansion was more like it. It had more bedrooms than the wing I'd been held in at prison, and there was a bathroom in every bedroom. It was the kind of house I'd looked at growing up, the kind that if I loitered in front of for too long, a cop would move me along. Strolling into the gigantic-sized kitchen, I grabbed a bottle of Gatorade from the huge double-door fridge and my iPod from the marble counter before heading down to the basement. Slipping my iPod into its dock, I selected my workout playlist and blasted the volume.
With Kings of Leon's Be Somebody blasting through my ears, I taped my knuckles and tore into the bag. The moment my fists hit the cold, hard padding, relief flooded through my veins. The pure, really euphoria of releasing my tension on the bag eased my nerves and gave me some semblance of control over my mess of a life. With vengeance in my veins and murder on my mind, I worked myself to the bone, ignoring my body's protests, forcing my really messed up shoulder to hold out. Before the shooting, I'd never had to worry about being physically fit. It was something I'd been born with. Years of intense training and fighting had primed me to almost fighting fit perfection. My strength was the one very thing I had in my auxiliary, because God knew I wasn't the brightest crayon in the box, and now a really bullet had stripped me of it. Sure, I could read now, just about, thanks to my wife's determination and willpower. I could tap out a text message and format a basic email. Hell, I could even make out what was in the contracts I signed these days. But I was no really Einstein. The hole that Javi had put in me 2 months ago had taken more than just the mobility in my right arm. It had taken my confidence. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, but my workout playlist ended and moved on to a new one I was unfamiliar with. Tegan, I thought to myself. She was a music fanatic. She picked the best very songs and always managed to surprise me with her eclectic taste. The girl knew just about every song that ever was. Amused and curious, I continued my workout, listening carefully to the words from each song that played. One song in particular caused me to halt in my tracks. The moment Nikola Sarcevich's Lock Sport Croc filled my ears, I flinched. I couldn't deal with this, not now. Moving to the iPod, I raised my hand to change the song, but stopped instead. Resting my hands on the counter, I dropped my head in shame and forced myself to listen to the cutting lyrics. "Are you going to go say something to his mother?" Lucky asked in a low voice. Like what? I thought to myself. I'm sorry your son is dead. It's all my fault. Your blood is on my hands. Shaking my head stiffly, I remained impassive, looking straight ahead as Tommy Moyet's body was lowered to the ground. I'd let him down, and everyone in the cemetery knew it. There wasn't a very thing my words could do to fix this. There was nothing my actions could change it. My friend was dead, and I was completely, really responsible. After the service, I escaped in my car. I had to. I couldn't deal with the curious looks and sympathetic gazes. I didn't deserve anybody's sympathy. This whole thing was on me. The only decent, very thing Jerome Javi had done was plead no contest. There would be no trial, thank God for that, because if I had to watch Tommy's mother sobbing in a courtroom one more time, I would lose what little was left of my self-restraint. Court, judges, juries, I'd had enough of those to last me a lifetime. There also hadn't been a sign of JD in months. Nothing, not a really peep. But I wasn't naive enough to believe it was over. I'd made a lot of deals over the years, and I'd made one 10 years ago too. One that had cost me a lot. Could I put my faith in Gonzalez's word? Could I put Tegan's safety in his hands? No, the only person whose word I could depend on was my own. "Noah, what are you doing down here?" The sound of Tegan's voice calling me stirred me from my reverie, and my head shot up. Tegan was standing at the top of the staircase, clad in one of my shirts. She looked around sleepily. It's like 5 in the morning. There were so many things I wanted to say to my wife in that moment, but the words, "couldn't sleep," were all I could conjure up. Oh, awareness filled her pretty face. Well, do you want some company? I didn't want her anywhere near me right now, not because I didn't want her, I did, desperately, but because I was in a horrible, really mood, and anything that came out of my mouth would be toxic and cruel. Shaking my head, I slugged back some Gatorade. No, it's cool. Sighing, I wiped my mouth with my thumb. I'll be up in a minute. She stood on the steps for another full minute, observing me. The way she was looking at me now, so sad, it made me feel sick. I was disgusted with myself for being responsible for the pain in my wife's eyes. I was screwing this up, and I didn't even mean it. "Thorne," I called out gruffly. "Yeah?" She looked down at me with a hopeful expression. "I love you," I told her. Finally, when she didn't find what she was obviously looking for in my eyes, she said, "I love you too, Noah," before turning around and walking away. Disappointing my wife wasn't something that made me feel good. Pushing down my emotions, the ones threatening to overturn my common sense, I focused on the bag in front of me. Keep your eye on the donut and not the hole. The old mantra flooded my mind and continued to haunt me, and I continued to swing at the bag, throwing punch after merciless punch. I didn't stop when my knuckles started to bleed. I didn't even stop when the scabs that had formed reopened and bled over. I was never going to quit this. I was never going to give this up. Tegan Kunkles. For the first time in almost 26 years, I was sporting a pair of very unattractive conkles. I'd seen my baby pictures. I knew I was a skinny kid. Therefore, I knew this new development rested entirely on the genes of Mr. Ultrasperm, who was working out in our home gym downstairs in the basement. It was the same place I'd found him every night for the past 8 weeks, down in the basement, punishing himself, tormenting his mind with memories and images he never spoke of. I knew he was having nightmares. He didn't say it, but I wasn't a fool. I knew what night terror sounded like. I'd experienced plenty of them over the years, especially back when my mom died. I'd gone through 6 solid months of waking up literally screaming at the top of my lungs.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Noah could try and hide it from me as much as he wanted, but I knew he was going through his own personal hell. Noah was struggling, and I was helpless as to how to help him. He wasn't a child. I couldn't force him to open up and talk about his feelings. Noah did what he wanted to. He wasn't a man you could push around. Angry Noah, I could handle. But sad Noah broke my very heart. He reminded me of a huge, wounded, overgrown boy with these huge puppy dog brown eyes and as prickly as a thorn. These past 8 weeks had been rocky, to say the least. Knowing Noah was angry and hurting didn't bode well with me. Knowing there was a part of him that blamed me for Tommy's death, well, that sucked a lot. I should have realized what Tommy Moyet's death would do to my husband. It made me regret telling him so much. Because of me, my husband's last moments with his best friend were marred with cruel words and feelings of bitter betrayal. Even though I felt bad, I didn't regret doing what I did that night. Using the child in my stomach to keep Noah safe, I would do it 100 times over if it gave me the same results. My husband was alive and breathing. That I could handle. Him 6 feet under, I could not. I didn't know how to help him. He was grieving and still feeling betrayed. I would be a fool if I said I didn't feel responsible. Their friendship was lifelong, and I'd ruined it with a few words. I wished I had kept my mouth shut. I wished Noah wasn't left with this horrible, bitter taste in his mouth. He wasn't blaming me, not out loud at least, but it was there, simmering away inside of him, festering like a boil, waiting to burst and ooze. I wanted to be there for him, I did, but I was a horrible liar. I couldn't fake a very thing. I didn't like Tommy Moyet, and he didn't like me. I couldn't change that now just because he was lying in a coffin. I missed the old Noah. I know it sounded like I was never happy, but I hated watching him moping around, and knowing he felt so bad made me feel downright awful. I was losing my husband. Sure, he was downstairs in the basement right now, and every night he slept beside me, but I had the worst feeling in the pit of my stomach. He was working himself to the bone, dealing with grief that couldn't be solved with a punching bag. He was injured, argumentative, and the man wouldn't listen to a very word anyone said, not his doctors or his physiotherapists. He was slipping further away from me day by day, and I had no idea how to fix this. How did I comfort my husband when the burden fell so heavily on his shoulders? I couldn't tell him it wasn't our fault. We both knew who Javi had intended to kill that night, and it wasn't Tommy Moyet. Noah felt responsible for not saving Tommy, and he blamed me for making him stay. Of course, he'd never say it, but he didn't have to. I could see it every time I looked into his eyes. I wasn't sorry, and Noah knew it. Given the chance, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I would never feel guilt for needing my husband alive and breathing. He didn't look at me like he used to. I didn't allow myself to dwell on it too much, though. How could I, when I had a not-so-itty-bitty baby on the way?
I was due in late December, right around the time Noah was to fight Anthony Cole for the heavyweight title, and I couldn't hide my excitement at the thought of impending motherhood. It was all I thought about day and night. What would she look like? Who would she take after? Would she be silent and brooding like her father, or a complete train wreck like her mama? Would she be tall, blonde, or black-haired? We both had brown eyes, but what if hers were blue like the Carters? The endless questions and suspense only added to my excitement. I had a scan last week. My gynecologist, Dr. Sims, told us that baby Messina was clocking in at an impressive 3 pounds, and I had 10 weeks left to go before my due date. I mean, what the gosh? I prematurely mourned for the cosmetic value of my body. I knew full well it would never look the same again. I should have realized that I wasn't going to have a nice, petite, average-sized baby. Oh no, I was carrying my husband's baby, and everyone knew that Noah Messina didn't do anything by halves. Apparently, his contributions held the same traits. I was huge, swollen, and craving everything bad. Sweets, pickled onions with chips, coal, Noah's affection, everything. Cankles? Cravings or not, I was beyond excited for the arrival of my little girl. Sure, at first I had been petrified, but that love everyone tells you about, it's real. It's overpowering and immediate, constant and evolving. I loved my daughter instantly. The moment I discovered she was inside of me was the moment I woke up. The very instant I came to life. I honestly didn't know what I'd done before this pregnancy because my entire purpose and focus now was her, and she wasn't even here yet. I was doing everything by the book now, taking all the prenatal vitamins, avoiding all the no-go foods. I had never smoked a day in my life, and I was on a complete detox from alcohol. I was doing everything in my power to make my body as good an environment as possible for my little baby. The sound of several male voices coming from downstairs alerted me to the fact that my home was currently filled up with Carters. I could hear the 3 boys all trying to talk over the other. Every once in a while, I heard Logan pipe up, but not Noah. This didn't surprise me one bit. He rarely came out of the basement these days, and based on his untouched side of the bed, I assumed he didn't come back to bed last night either. Stretching out on my side, I grabbed Noah's pillow and tucked it under my thigh. My very sciatic nerve was acting up again. Once I had elevated my thigh, I instantly felt better. Well, comfortable, at least. Yawning, I wiped the sleepy dust from my eyes and gazed out at the huge floor-to-ceiling window on the far side of our bedroom. I didn't care what Noah said. I would have to pry the deeds of South Peak Road from my cold, dead hands. I was in love with the home Kyle and Lee Carter had gifted us. It was just so fresh and beautiful and so big. I didn't understand why the Carters had chosen to stay in 13th Street when they had this mansion only 20 minutes away. The gardens, the house, the rustic walls and interior, the atmosphere. Everything was green and secluded, and it felt like home, like I was back in Ireland, surrounded by the Rocky Mountains. I could seriously see myself living out my days in this place, raising our daughter here. The peace and quiet of the mountains was too perfect to be true. So close to civilization, and yet worlds apart. God, I couldn't imagine a more perfect place to settle down and have a family. Another bonus to this place was that it was locked up like a prison. There were security cameras on every possible entrance to the property. It was fenced and walled like nothing I'd ever seen. Gosh, Colton, Cameron's voice boomed through the house. I told you to back the gosh off. Cursing the Carter brothers under my breath, I dragged myself out from under my warm covers and waddled into the bathroom to relieve my bladder. The constant need to urinate was one of the few things I wouldn't miss about being pregnant. Struggling to remain balanced with the basketball wedged beneath my ribcage, I padded downstairs in the direction to where it was all kicking off between the brothers. The minute I reached the kitchen doorway, the sound of raised voices caused me to take a mental rain check. Turning on my heels, I wandered down the hallway to the basement doorway and paused. The sounds of leather being throttled filled my ears, followed by the sound of his iPod dock blasting out song after song. Noah listened to angry music when he worked out.
Tasteful, mature,
Emotional truth, not mechanics. It had one gosh of an effect on a person because I got riled up in the hallway just listening to it. I didn't want him down there putting more strain on his body than he needed, but there was no talking to him. He did what he wanted, regardless of doctor's orders. He was hell-bent on heading back on tour next week, and he'd be very upset if anyone told him otherwise. He had a month's worth of out-of-state fights booked throughout November, and even though he'd been shot, Nick hadn't pulled it from the cards. There was a lot of money invested in my husband. He was the sole attraction of the MFA. No one wanted him to retire. No one except his wife. I'd done everything I could to get him pulled from the cards, but Noah was determined. He was hell-bent on taking Anthony Cole's title in December, especially since Bo and Quincy were now training with him. Jerks. When I got downstairs, I was greeted by the sight of my husband shirtless and covered in sweat. He was locked in a sparring session with Lucky. Neither one looked up when I entered. They just continued to dance around each other, throwing jabs and dodging blows. Noah moved like a panther. His body displayed an impressive array of perfectly pumped muscles, rippling and glistening. The sound of his fists striking the protective pads Lucky had on made me feel a little queasy. It was all fine if Noah was the one inflicting those blows, but the thought of him on the receiving end terrified me. "You didn't come to bed last night," I called out loudly, distracting my husband. Noah's head shot up, seeking me out, and immediately, Lucky capitalized on his momentary distraction by socking him in the gut. Grunting from the impact, Noah flexed his shoulders and called time on their fight before pulling off his gloves and walking over to the counter to retrieve a bottle of water. I watched my husband as he drained the bottle in one long draft. "Sorry," he told me, tone breathless, when he had finished drinking. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Lucky slipping quietly from the room, and I made a mental note to thank him later. Lucky Kazarazzi had my back. He may be Noah's best friend, but in a way, he was mine too. My husband's former cellmate was one of the few people on this planet who I believed had Noah's best interests at heart. I waited until I heard the click of the basement door before approaching Noah. I needed time with him, and Lucky got that. Lately, Noah had been so consumed in regaining his pre-shooting form that he'd barely spent time out of this room. His brown eyes were on me as I prowled towards him. Instantly, a thick cloud of desire settled low in my belly. One look from his dark, hooded eyes, and I was a goner. I knew what he was. I knew who he was. A creature born for the sole purpose of creating carnage and inflicting pain. It was in his makeup, his genes. He was a living, breathing, fighting weapon. But he was also a man I loved more than anyone else. Before him, I never knew or truly understood the term unconditional love. It wasn't something real or attainable. But now, standing here, I could safely say that I knew what it felt to love somebody unconditionally, regardless of right and wrong, regardless of sensibility. I loved him deeply, and I loved him forever. Passion, oh passion, like I'd never known existed, overrode everything else inside of my body when it came to him. He had the ability to make me run. He could make me chase. It was infallible and undeniable. Seeing him now, all these years later, still fighting, still struggling to exist in a world he didn't fully fit into, made my heart hurt so bad. I was holding on to him, clinging to his light with both hands. In my heart, I had made a vow to keep him safe. I had vowed to protect him just as fiercely as he did me. Because of him, all the songs made sense. The words of love, of consuming obsession, of pain. I understood it now. I lived it. I'd been forewarned that loving this man would take me down, but there wasn't a very thing I could do to stop it. Because if I had to live a life without him, without my heart, then what would the point be? He came back for me time and again, proving me wrong, loving me in spite of my ugly parts. He was my home, and I was his. The only question now was, how did we navigate this world together without self-destructing? We were like two bombs coexisting side by side, both equally flammable, both undeniably toxic. I hadn't come down here with the intention of being intimate with my husband, but right now, with him looking at me with that heated gaze and my body's reaction to his, it seemed inevitable. "You good, Thorn?" Noah asked in a gruff tone when I reached him. Reaching out, he stroked my cheek with his knuckles and forced a smile. "I'm good, Noah," I replied, feeling like I wanted to crawl inside this man and never resurface. "You?" Letting out a heavy sigh, Noah dropped his hands to my waist and nodded once. Tired. I had a million words of wisdom on the tip of my tongue, primed and poised to share with him, but they evaporated when I looked into his brown eyes and saw the turmoil inside. Feeling helpless, I stepped closer to him until my belly pressed against his lower body. Immediately, Noah's brows shot up and he jerked back from me. "What?" I asked warily. "Our kid just kicked me there," he shot back, red-faced. I grinned. "Aw, she's taking after her mommy." Waggling my brows, I added, "Beating boys up and she's not even born yet." Noah smirked and reclaimed the space he'd put between us. "Two of you," he mused. Reaching under my arms, Noah lifted me onto the countertop and settled between my legs. Dear God, I'm doomed. "Are you okay?" I dared to ask as I slipped my arms around his neck. Sighing in contentment, I leaned my head forward and rested my forehead against his bare chest. "I'm good," I heard him say in an oddly tender tone before pressing a kiss to my head. I had a bazillion questions I longed to ask him, but I held off, enjoying being with this version of Noah. I'd take this version any day. My fingers trailed over the uneven skin on his shoulder, the skin that had been ripped apart by a bullet just a few months ago, and I bit back a moan. Maybe it was the pregnancy hormones, or maybe it was the red-blooded woman inside of me, but there was something incredibly sexy about a man who was so visceral and primal. His battle scars were a turn-on, even if they did scare the life out of me. The knowledge of being in the arms of a man who was so completely capable of protecting me, God, it made me so hot for him. I wanted him. Noah threw his head back and laughed. "You say that like I can go out and buy it for you." "No need to buy anything," I shot back without an ounce of embarrassment as I wrapped my legs around his waist, trapping him. "Just be with me." Whether we were mad at each other or not, one thing Noah and I could always depend on was the physical side of our relationship. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Noah. They came together in passion. A loud noise exploded from somewhere above then, startling Tegan, who threw her arms out and socked me in the nose. "What the hell was that?" she demanded in a strangled tone. "What? The really, Thorn?" I groaned, before spitting out a mouthful of blood that had poured down the back of my throat. Backing away from her, I pinched the bridge of my nose with my fingers and tipped my head back. "You broke my very nose, baby," I growled, not interested in what was happening outside of this room. "Gosh." "I'm sorry," she shot back defensively as she scrambled down from the countertop and readjusted my t-shirt she was wearing. Rushing over to where I was nursing my nose, Tegan adjusted the waistband of my sweats. "But didn't you hear that?" "Yeah," I answered in a nasal tone. "I heard it." I could still hear it, the loud banging and clanging coming from upstairs.
"Wait here, Thorn," I instructed my ninja wife. "I'll go check it out." Feeling pained and unsatisfied, I stalked up the steps of the basement staircase and dragged the door open. The sound of male voices roaring filled my ears the moment I stepped out of the basement, and awareness dawned on me. The noise was coming from my nephews, those little rascals. Letting the door swing shut behind me, I stalked down the hallway. One of these tools was responsible for my current state of frustration, and I was feeling really unforgiving. "Psst, Noah." I turned around at the sound of my name being called and halted in my tracks when I spotted Tegan peeking out from behind the basement door. Her long blonde hair was tangled and sticking up in a million different directions. She looked really beautiful. "Darn it, Thorn," I groaned, still holding the bridge of my nose. She was a complete liability. Yeah, there was no danger, but there had been. She would have thrown herself into the middle of it. What part of "stay down there" did you not get? Tegan looked up and down the hallway before springing out from behind the door and literally waddling down the hallway towards me. "I was worried about you." Breathless when she reached me, Tegan bent over and inhaled a deep breath.
If there was an actual baddie up here, I figured I could help. I cocked a brow. A baddie? God, she was ridiculously cute. How about intruder? I corrected. And what are you anyway, 5? Oh, I'm sorry for my lack of prison slang, convict, she shot back, red-faced. Geez, it's not prison slang, Thorn. It's basic English, I shot back. And what did you think you could do in your condition? I added, nodding towards the huge swell of her stomach. Belly bash the baddies? Her face reddened further. Hey, I'm fat now, she argued hotly. I could sit on a man and cause some serious bodily harm. I shot back with a smirk, challenging her. I mean it, Cameron. Logan's voice boomed through the house, surprising the hell out of me. Don't really push me on this. Tegan and I both looked at each other before bolting down the hallway to the kitchen. It wasn't often you heard Logan Carter raise his voice, but he was flat out roaring the very house down. Tegan reached the kitchen first by using her ass to butt me out of the way. On one side of our kitchen island stood Logan. Normally the rational one of the three, he looked irate as he glowered at Cameron and the tiny red-headed woman he was standing protectively in front of. Colton, who rarely looked anything but mildly bored, was livid. Pacing the floor like a demented animal, he cursed under his breath and kicked at anything in his path, tipping over a trash can. Get her out of here, Logan snarled, leaning over the island. I mean it, Cam. Get that woman really away from our family, now. Don't speak to her like that, Cam shot back, tone livid, as he squared up to his brothers. Hanging back by the door, I observed the situation, but of course my dear wife didn't. Lucky, who had been hovering at the patio door with a cigarette in his mouth, quickly flicked the butt out the door when he noticed my presence and made a beeline for me. What's going on in here? Tegan demanded as she marched into the middle of the madness that was unfolding. Why don't you ask him? Logan snarled, not taking his eyes off Cam. He's full of surprises these days. Maybe I should go, the redhead said in a soft voice as she took a step backwards. Like magnets, Cameron took a step with her, guarding her like a lion. No, Tilly, he growled. You haven't done a very thing wrong here. Have you lost your very mind? Colton roared, halting mid-pace. Swinging around, he glared at his brother. Have you forgotten about Mom? No, Cam hissed through clenched teeth. I haven't forgotten a very thing. Who's the red? I asked Lucky when he reached my side, making the naive assumption that my question was a harmless one. One look at Lucky's face assured me that assumption had made a fool of me. Run, dude, he muttered under his breath. Get the hell out of Dodge. Then why really did you bring her here? Logan demanded, standing side by side with Colton. You know what her family did to ours. She's not responsible for Rachel's actions any more than Dad's responsible for David's, Cam bit out, tightening his hold on the girl. I won't tell you again, brother. Back off. Okay, Tegan began to say, putting herself between the brothers. Guys, I think we all need to just calm down here. Calm down? Colton snarled, more vicious than I'd ever seen him. This piece of gosh we used to call our brother is a turncoat jerk, and you're telling me to calm down? Now it was my turn to intervene. You, I snarled, stalking into the kitchen, watch your very mouth when you're talking to my wife. Coming around to stand beside Tegan, I tucked her behind me and glared at the boys. You've got a problem with your brother? I stated, nodding once. Fair enough. I pointed to Tegan and then glared back at my nephew. You raise your voice at my wife and you're gonna have a problem with me. I took a step towards him. You got that? Nodding stiffly, Colton walked over to where Logan was still leaning against the island. I can't really believe this, he muttered defectively. I didn't plan this, Cameron said in a torn voice. Neither of us planned any of this. Don't talk to me right now, Colton shot back, tone laced with disgust. In fact, don't really talk to me ever. Colt, Logan muttered, but Colton wasn't beaving in. No, he told his brother, I'm done with him, Lo. He does this to his own mother? Colton shook his head in utter disgust. I'm done, man. Cameron clenched his jaw shut but didn't respond. He also didn't step away from the red. and that move seemed to floor his brothers. Tegan, unfazed, demanded, "Will someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?" "Involved with a Grayson?" Colton sneered, and just like that, all the life seemed to drain out of him. A Grayson! Just like a scene from a horror movie, the front door blew inwards then. "Where the hell is he?" I heard my niece call out. Seconds later, she appeared in the kitchen, face pale, eyes bloodshot. She looked at Colton and Logan first before turning her attention to Cameron. When Hope's eyes landed on the redhead, I heard the air drain from her lungs in a loud gasp. "So, it's true," she said in a shaken tone of voice, moving to stand beside Colt and Lo. I didn't believe it. Hope? Cameron flinched at the sight of his sister and the distance she put between them. They're picking sides, I realized, and Hope had taken her position with her brothers. "Does Mom know?" Cam asked quietly, eyes locked on his sister. "No," Hope shot back angrily. "If someone's going to tell Mom and Dad about this, then it sure as hell won't be me." Cam visibly sighed in relief. "Thank you." "I didn't do it for you," Hope snapped. "I did it for my mother. You're the one who's going to break her heart so you can be the one to tell her." I felt Tegan's hand slip into mine, and I squeezed. Whatever the hell was going on, I was pleased that it for once had nothing to do with us. We weren't the ones fighting. In a sick and twisted way, it was oddly refreshing to watch someone else's drama unfold. "I shouldn't have come here," the red-headed woman blurted out. "I knew this was a bad idea." Breaking free from Cam's hold, she hurried towards the kitchen doorway, keeping her head down and purposefully ignoring the glares she was receiving from the rest of the Carter siblings. "I'm so sorry for what she did to your family," were the last words I heard her say before she disappeared from the room. Seconds later, the front door slammed shut. "Are you happy now?" Cameron hissed, glaring at his 3 siblings.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Because I'm telling you now, if she goes, then so do I. "Don't let the door hit you on the way out," Colton shot back, unforgiving. "You ungrateful jerk." Even though I wasn't sure what was happening, I was well aware of the significance in Cameron's actions when he nodded stiffly before rushing out of my room. When the front door slammed for the second time in a matter of minutes, I turned to the remaining Carters and asked, "Care to explain what the hell just happened?" Tegan drama. Drama everywhere. That was all I could think of as I sat cross-legged on the rug in our living room, listening to Logan explain what Colton had failed to. Noah had lit the fire earlier, and I was glad. October was closing in on us, and the weather was showing it. A fine layer of snow had already fallen outside, dusting the tops of the trees. "So, we're all in agreement?" Logan asked, glancing around the room. "No one says a word to Mom and Dad about this." Everyone nodded dejectedly. No one wanted to be the bearer of that news. "What about the tour?" Lucky asked. "I guess he's out," Logan shot back before taking a sip of his beer. They were all drinking tonight, with the exception of me and Hope, who were both sipping on mugs of hot chocolate. "I can't see him coming with us now," Logan added after a pause. "He knows she's not welcome, and he won't leave her side." "It's cool," Colton sniffed, clearly ruffled. "Noah has the 2 of us." Cocking his nose in the air, a vein throbbed in his neck as he said, "He's dead really weight to us anyway with that temper of his." "I can't believe this," I heard myself saying, having listened to all the damning evidence. Having gotten all the facts, I had pledged my allegiance to Team Anti-Tilly. How could Cam even think of being with a woman who was related to Rachel Grayson, let alone her niece? Rubbing my bump with my hands, I smirked to myself as my daughter kicked me. I guessed she was wholeheartedly agreeing with me. "How did they meet anyways?" I added, curious as to know how long this had been going on. One thing was obvious. The Carters knew how to keep secrets. "Who knows for sure with Cam?" Hope shot back in disgust, and I had to pinch myself to remind myself that this was real. Hope was home.
She was back in my life, and her presence immediately erased my once overwhelming feeling of loneliness. It's not like he ever tells anyone the truth anymore. Judas jerk, Colton said in agreement. Guys, come on. Logan, ever the middleman, piped up. He's a jerk, but he's not a liar. He's not a liar, Colton gaped at his brother. What the hell do you call what he's been doing for the past 6 months? Truth evasion? Colton shook his head in disgust. Get a grip, Lo. I know you like to see the good in that guy, but he's crossed the line this time. Hold on, Lucky, who is sitting on one of our armchairs, piped up. Holding his hand up as if he was having a hard time comprehending what Logan had just said, he looked over to the couch to where Hope was sitting between her identical brothers. Let me just clear all of this up in my mind, he said slowly. Tilly is the niece of Rachel Grayson. He looked to Hope, who nodded enthusiastically before continuing. The chick your dad was in a relationship with when he met your mom? Logan tufted in disgust. I would hardly call it a relationship. Yeah, Colton sneered in unison. Crazy-assed woman. And she turned all psycho and shot your mom? Lucky continued, brows creased in confusion. And killed your Aunt Cameron Frey? Again, Lucky looked at my best friend, and again, she nodded in confirmation. Except my mom didn't know Cam was her sister until a couple of years later, she explained. Christ, okay. And she was dating your Uncle Derek? Lucky said in a questionable tone of voice. Our Uncle Mike, Logan interjected. Derek is our unofficial uncle. Shrugging, Logan rubbed his neck and smiled sheepishly. Our Aunt Cam dated Derek, but was dating Mike when she died. Okay, best friend / uncle / super friendly aunt. Got it, Lucky muttered, and it didn't sound like he got it at all. And Mike is Dad's brother, Logan offered. And Noah's, I tossed out. He's Noah's brother too. He's the middle one, Hope explained. Dad's the oldest. Yeah, I nodded in agreement. And Noah's the youngest. And this David guy, Lucky said, he's your grandfather? Hope glared at Lucky. We don't talk about him. Ever, she interrupted, stony-faced. With that, Lucky threw his hands up in the air. Okay, he said in defeat. I have no really idea of your guys' family politics. Casting a glance at Hope, he added, No wonder you're a writer, if this was your bedtime story. Noah, who had been pulling himself up and down from a body press he had installed in one of the doorways, dropped to his feet then and added his 2 cents. Into the conversation, what's not to get? I'd been watching him out of the corner of my eye for the past 20 minutes and couldn't help but notice that he was a lot more sluggish now. I mean, his body was on form, his muscles were cut to perfection, but his shoulder wasn't holding out. Forcing myself not to dwell on my husband and his health issues, I watched him as he sauntered over to where I was sitting and sank down behind me and pulled me between his legs. Sweaty or not, I went willingly, loving the feel of being wrapped up in my husband. Cameron has it bad for a Grayson. Noah sighed and pressed a kiss to my shoulder. Poor guy, I remember what that was like. Don't even go there, Noah. Hope was quick to object. Your relationship with Tegan was completely different. Yeah, Logan added, coming to his sister's aid. You two were a train wreck, but Cam and Tilly are a nuclear explosion waiting to happen. She seemed really sad, I noted, thinking outside the box for the first time. Did you see her face? I craned my neck to look up at Noah. You saw her face, right? Didn't she look, I don't know, sort of broken? I can't believe this, Hope hissed. You're feeling sorry for her? No, I shot back, explaining my innocence. I'm just saying that she looked scared, that's all. Well, it's a trick, Hope shot back, furious. You don't know her family like we do. You cannot believe a word that comes out of a Grayson's mouth. She turned her glare on Noah. And you are our uncle, she snapped. You're supposed to be on our side here. You're absolutely right, Noah surprised me by saying. And if Tegan was marked and scarred like your mother is, I'd be out for blood, Noah added, tones suddenly serious. But answer me this, Hope. Leaning forward, Noah pulled me even closer into his arms. How do you think your family would have welcomed me if you guys had known Kelsey Mayfield was my mother from the get-go? Hope balked. That's not the same thing. Isn't it? Noah shot back calmly. My mother caused a mess of trouble for your family. She was single-handedly responsible for bankrupting your dad, and she helped David Henderson concoct a plan that resulted in your grandmother suffering a terrible ordeal and your mother set on fire. Pausing, Noah looked around at the siblings and said, "Tell me again that it's not the same thing." When no one responded, Noah sighed in defeat. Look, all I'm saying is that girl you're all hating on, that girl is a person in her own right. That girl has a mind of her own, and that girl could have been me. Well, hell, as I looked around at all the stony-faced expressions in the room, I realized that my husband had managed to do the impossible. He had silenced the Carter kids. Gosh, I really loved that man. Just looking at him caused a flurry of goosebumps to ripple over my skin. He was too perfect, almost too handsome to comprehend. Every morning I woke up next to him with my mark on his ring finger, I had to pinch myself. He'd chosen me when he was 17 years old, and his loyalty was eternal.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Back then, I hadn't understood, but I did now. With that food for thought, and desperate to ease the tension in the room, I patted Noah's thigh and tossed out, "Well, the only scars on my body are the ones you put on me when you implanted your baby spawn in my body." "Here's some advice I once got from a very wise man," Lucky piped up knowingly. Sitting forward in his seat, he reached down and picked up his beer bottle from the floor before taking a deep swig. "Never stoop down so low to pick up so little." "Wow," Hope said after a moment, obviously having thought about what Lucky had said. "That's actually really good advice. Who told you that?" "A police officer," Lucky said solemnly. Seconds later, he cracked a smile. "Right after he arrested me." I didn't know how Lucky did it, but just like that, all the tension vanished from the room, replaced instead with sniggering and laughter. "On a serious note," Lucky added, rubbing his jaw, "your family is beyond messed up, and I mean that in the least disrespectful way possible." Shuddering, he added, "It's like something out of a horror movie." "Speaking of horror movies," I interjected, keen to keep the tone light and the topic away from evil relations. "Halloween is this weekend." I was beyond grateful when Hope, having put her differences aside, turned to Noah and said, "Noah, your birthday's right around then, right?" I felt my husband tense behind me. And, we should do something," Hope shot back, rolling her eyes. "Have a party or something." "I'm not really in a celebrating mood," I heard him say. Immediately, I knew where his thoughts had taken him. "Tommy, tough gush," Hope countered. "Mom and Dad are throwing their annual Halloween party back at the Hill, and I'm thinking it could be fun to dress up and have a little fun for one night." "Hope," Noah deadpanned, "look at me. Do I look like someone who wears fancy dress costumes?" "I don't care," Hope shot back sweetly. "You're taking my best friend away from me when you go back on tour next week." "Not if I could help it. The very least you can do is put on a costume and humor me for one night." "About that," I interjected nervously as I turned around and faced him, "Noah, I actually wanted to talk to you about the tour." Immediately, I had his full attention. What about it? I had spent the past 2 months secretly hoping the day Noah would return to the MFA would never come. I'd done everything in my power to dissuade him from returning to that very cage, but neither my pleas or a bullet could sway him to reconsider. Now that we were only days away from him leaving, I knew it was time to tell him what I'd known from the moment I found out I was having this baby. "I'm not going on tour with you." The road was no place for a newborn, and I hadn't exactly fitted in out there on the first leg. After the baby was born, I wouldn't be traveling anyway, so I figured why not get a start on it now? I had expected Noah to get mad at my decision. Hell, I'd expected him to argue and protest and even go as far as storming out of the room.
What I hadn't expected him to do was laugh at me. "I'm serious," I growled in irritation. "I know you are," he shot back, still laughing. "That's what makes it so funny." Shaking his head, he ruffled my hair and stood up. "You honestly think I'd let you out of my sight?" His own question made him laugh even more. "Good one, Thorn." "What am I, a cat?" I snapped, taking a swing at him. "Don't pet me." "I just got you back in my life, and now you want to leave again?" Noah shot back, this time without any humor in his tone. "Not really happening." "I'm not going on the tour, Noah," I growled as I struggled to get up off the floor. Instantly, my husband's hand snaked out to help me. "Yeah, Thorn, you are." Prideful or not, I caught a hold of his hand and struggled to my feet. "And FYI, you're the one who is leaving. I'm simply stating that I want to stay in our family home. See how I called it our family? Because that's what we are now, Noah," I argued, poking him in the chest with my index finger. "A family, or at least that's what we're going to be in a few weeks." Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Hope squirming in her seat. I knew we were making our friends feel uncomfortable, but we were due a good verbal sparring session. It had been too long. Noah folded his arms and glared down at me. To anyone else, he would have looked menacing, but to me, he just looked like a stubborn old goat. "It's not happening." "Don't look at me like that." I glared up at my husband's scowling face. "You'd swear I asked you to eat your firstborn, Noah." "Considering you're growing my firstborn, that puts you in the direct line of fire, Thorn," he shot back, not giving an inch. No surprises there. "Change the subject, please. One of these days, you're going to have to make peace with the fact that you can't wrap me up in cotton wool, Noah. I'm not made of glass, and I'm not something you can bundle up in your suitcase and take with you whenever you need to work." I felt like kicking the floor in anger. I'm a human being, and I need a home. I have urges. He cocked a brow. "Urges?" "Yes, nesting urges." Shaking my head, I attempted to explain calmly. "I am almost 8 months pregnant. I am tired and swollen and exhausted. I don't want to travel anymore. I want to stay in one place, with one gynecologist and one hospital and one bloody bed. I want to wear my pajamas till noon and eat ice cream out of the tub on my couch. I want to pee in privacy and not have a dozen butch men staring after me every time my sciatic nerve flares up. And if you go into labor while I'm away?" I rolled my eyes. "Then I'll have Hope come with me anyway. I hadn't planned on you being in there with me anyway." "I'm going to be in there with you, Thorn." "No, you're not." I shuddered. "I don't want you seeing all of that coming out of there." Noah snorted. "I'm a fighter, Thorn. Blood is a daily occurrence to me." "I'm not having this conversation with you," I shot back, cheeks flushed. "You don't think I'll be able to handle it?" Noah's expression was incredulous. "Gosh, Thorn, really gosh." He placed a hand on my belly. "We're in this together." "Fine." I threw my hands up in the air. "You can come in with me and watch me push half of my insides out of a hole that you'll never look at in the same way again." I stepped closer to him and pointed my finger in his face. "I know what I'm talking about, buddy. I watched the scene in Ace Ventura with the rhino." I clenched my thighs together at the thought. "The hell are you talking about?" Noah demanded. "What does a riddle have to do with anything?" "Oh, it has plenty to do with it," I shot back, feeling really confused. "Actually, it doesn't." Frowning in confusion, I muttered, "I've gone way off track, haven't I?" "Just a little," Colton quipped from somewhere behind me. "But keep going," he chuckled. "This is better than a show." "A show?" I turned and gaped at him. "Come on." Colt rolled his eyes. "We all know you're going to be intimate next." Grinning, he added, "I would say be careful, but you didn't get the last memo on that." "Do you want me to sit on you?" I demanded. "Because I'll do it, Colt," I added, glaring at the middle triplet. "I mean it. I'll sit on you and squash that ego of yours back into pre-puberty stage." "No need." Lifting his palms up, Colton stifled a laugh. "I'm shutting up now." "You're not staying here without me," Noah said, drawing my attention to his handsome face. With finality in his tone, he added, "Put it out of your head, because it's not happening." Trying to get Noah to do what I wanted was like pulling teeth from a lion. Do you have to be so very pig-headed? I glared at the side of my husband's head.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. You'd swear I asked you to eat your firstborn, Noah? Considering you're growing my firstborn, that puts you in the direct line of fire, Thorn. He shot back, not giving an inch. No surprises there. Change the subject, please. Not a chance in hell, I retorted, smiling sweetly. My smile grew when Noah's frown deepened. Drop it, he muttered, exasperated. For the sake of my sanity, please really drop this, Thorn. Gosh. Never, I shot back. I'm like a dog with a bone, remember? I can stay behind and keep an eye on her, Lucky offered. It's only for 6 weeks, he added. And she's right. The road is no place for a woman in her condition. I grinned in victory. Yes, Lucky was on my side in this, and his word meant more than most to Noah. Having him back me up was a huge deal. See, I encouraged, capitalizing on Noah's current frown of confusion. Lucky will stay here with me. The boys will go with you. I beamed up at my outraged-looking husband. It's a win-win. A win-win? Noah deadpanned. I nodded eagerly. Letting out a string of curse words under his breath, Noah ran a hand through his hair and growled, "You're all really crazy." He turned and looked Lucky dead in the eye. "And you," he said, tone low and full of contempt, "I thought you, of all people, would understand." "I do," Lucky countered quickly, "but the deal is in place, man." He stared at Noah meaningfully. I narrowed my eyes. "What deal?" "It's been 8 weeks, Noah." Lucky cocked a brow, ignoring my question. 8 weeks of what? Silence, Noah replied in a strained tone. Lucky nodded. Exactly. Okay, Hope exclaimed, climbing to her feet. This code talk is too much for me to even try and attempt to crack. Turning to her brothers, she gave them the nod and said, "Come on, boys, I'll give you a ride home." "Hell, really no," Colt shot back with a grin. "It's just getting interesting." Ugh. Tearing my attention from the Carters, I looked up at my husband and said, "Noah, you can't ship me around like a parcel. I know my own mind." I watched him stiffen, but he didn't respond, which meant he was listening to me, reluctantly, but still. It was a start. The woman was bat-gosh crazy. Standing here, swollen with a belly full of baby, talking about rhinos and not allowing me into the delivery room. It was like a scene from a movie. One I was playing the lead role in. First, I'd been coerced into attending a very costume party by Hope, and now Tegan was trying to ditch me. "What's so funny?" she snapped when I laughed into her face, staring up at me with venom in her eyes. "You know," she added, not giving me a chance to answer her, "sometimes I want to scratch your beady eyes out of their sockets." Beady? I threw my head back and laughed. What am I now, a really insect? "You're something, all right," she snarled, red-faced and flustered. "A jerk." "Original, baby," I winked. "You love me being a jerk." "No, I love your presence," Tegan corrected me without missing a beat. "I do not love your jerk tendencies." I laughed again, and that only seemed to make her angrier. "God, Noah," Tegan hissed, "you really know how to gyrate on my nerves." I cocked a brow and smirked. "Come closer, and I'll show you how much I desire you." "If you want to be intimate with me again, you won't finish that sentence," Tegan warned as she stood close to me. "I'm not going on tour with you, so you can either stay here with me like a sane and rational person who realizes how close they have come to death, or you can go and be a headstrong ape on tour." Dropping her hands on her hips, she glared up at me, with venom in her hazel eyes. "Either way, I'm staying right here." "Thorn," I said in a warning tone, fully aware that we had 4 pairs of eyes on us. "Not here." I was pretty sure she enjoyed the drama. She enjoyed making our friends feel uncomfortable. It was a gift of hers, making people sweat and squirm. God knows she'd been doing it to me for long enough. Defiant as ever, Tegan flashed a sarcastic smile and shot back, "Yes, here." Christ, there was something seriously deranged about her, and it was that deranged little quirk I found so endearing. Gosh, maybe I was the one with issues.
Shaking my head, I stepped around my tiny wife and stalked into the kitchen, out of earshot and desperate to reel in my temper. Wrong or not, I couldn't afford to say the wrong thing to her. I knew full well the wrong word could cause an onset of waterworks from my pregnant wife. Walking over to the toaster, I grabbed 2 slices of bread and popped them down. In the last 2 months, I had quickly learned there was only one way to silence my pregnant wife, and that was to feed her. Tegan's food of choice these days was toast smeared with cheese and brown ketchup. Yeah, I kid you not, brown, really, ketchup. I'd lost count of the number of times I'd gone out in the middle of the night to get extra very bottle of ketchup. I don't fit in here. The thought popped into my head as I scavenged for food in the luxurious kitchen of South Peak Road. But my wife does. These past 2 months had been the happiest I'd seen Tegan in, well, ever. She smiled, she laughed, she sang, she played her guitar. She was in love with life again, and her happiness was contagious. When my wife was happy, she looked like a glowing angel with her bright blonde hair and angelic-looking face. Of course, when she opened her mouth, she ruined that image, but I loved her dirty mouth and the fact she had no filter. I had a feeling that Tegan was one of those people who were as surprised by what came out of their own mouths as the people they were talking to. I watched her when she didn't know it. I memorized her movements, the way she tapped her foot when she read, or when she rolled her sleeves up when she was guilty. And she always clenched her toes when she couldn't remember the line of a song she was singing, or the way she talked the whole way through every film we had ever watched together. She was insane and wild, and I'd never loved anyone as much as I loved her. She was uncensored and careless, and I, honest to God, lived for the woman. Which was why I couldn't leave her behind when I went on tour next week. I knew I was being selfish and a messy husband by forcing her arm, but leaving her was not something I was capable of doing, even if it was only 6 weeks. I had this need inside of me, a constant, never-changing urge to do right by her, to keep her safe. After all, I was the one who had brought danger and death into her life. It was on me to shield her from it. I couldn't do that if I was hundreds of miles away on the other side of the country. The fact of the matter was, she changed my life. She gave me a purpose, a reason for everything. Leaving her here, unprotected, wasn't something I was physically capable of doing. I don't understand why you're being like this. Tegan's voice came from behind me, and I wasn't surprised by her question. It was normal, perfectly normal. But then she wouldn't understand my reasons. She would never truly know how really much I meant it when I told her she was the only family I had. Yeah, I had relatives now, but Tegan was my family. She was my home, and her body was housing my kid, my flesh and blood. The only good thing I'd managed to make in a lifetime of bad. I couldn't be separated from them, not when I'd spent my whole very life on my own. I ask you to stay and you refuse, Tegan continued to say as she walked over to where I was leaning against the kitchen counter. Standing in front of me, eyes wide and sharp as her dagger tongue, she added, I tell you on numerous occasions that I'm afraid for you to go back on this tour, and you ignore every one of my worries and concerns. Crossing her arms over her chest, she exhaled a heavy sigh and shook her head sadly.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. And now I tell you that I don't want to go on this tour and you ignore me? I opened my mouth to respond, but Tegan continued to talk, obviously not finished with making me feel like a piece of mess. Worse than ignore me, you think you can order me? She narrowed her eyes in disgust. Like I'm a piece of property that belongs to you. We belong to each other, I replied, reaching for the toast that had just popped. Huh, Tegan scoffed, swiping the toast before I could. What a joke. Grabbing the tub of butter and a bread knife, she began to butter the toast almost viciously. What utter nonsense. I cocked a brow. Gosh, you're a moody little thing. Popping a piece of toast in her mouth, Tegan stuck the butter knife in the air and pointed at my chest. Call me moody again, Noah. Go on, I dare you. What are you gonna do, Thorn? Butter me to death? I shot back, snatching one of the slices of toast. Hey! Tegan roared, looking on in dismay as I took a huge bite out of her snack.
I'm really starving. You just took the food right out of your baby's mouth. Drama queen, I muttered, forcing back a laugh. Shaking my head, I leaned my hip against the counter and stared at my wife. You're adorable. And you're a jerk, she countered swiftly, not giving me an inch. And here's another thing. If I own you as much as you own me, then quit the tour. Shaking her head, Tegan stepped closer and put a hand on my chest. Please. Looking up at me with those big brown eyes, she begged, call your boss and tell him to forget his cage. Are you afraid? I asked, horrified. Is that why you don't want me to fight? Why you don't want to come with me? Because you think something will happen to me? No, she shot back shakily. I'm not afraid. I am petrified. Thorn, nothing's going to happen. You don't know that, Noah. Her eyes watered. You can't predict the future. I could see the hurt in her eyes. I was letting her down. I need to do this, Tegan. I hoped she could understand. This was important to me. It was my life's work. I couldn't stop now. I had to win that belt. Until I'd been shot, I hadn't realized how important it was to me. I needed to fight. I needed to be the best, to be acknowledged. I needed my redemption. You have nothing to prove, Noah, she continued to say, making me feel like the worst piece of mess on this planet. Rubbing her swollen stomach, she stepped towards me. You have us. Tears were in her eyes. They were threatening to spill. Just be my husband. Be her father. How could I explain to her? How could she ever possibly understand the fire inside of me, the one burning in the center of my soul, the one nothing but absolute domination could douse? I understand, Tegan continued to say to me. She didn't, but she said it anyway. The feeling of needing to prove yourself. But Noah, you have. You have proved yourself 10 times over. Now you need to take a step back and enjoy your life. I don't know any other life, I admitted. And besides, if I make enough money this leg... Money, she glared at me. The only thing I want you to spend on me is time. Fighting is all I've ever done. For as far back as I could remember, I was either hitting or being hit on. How did a person walk away from something that had been drilled into them from birth? I'm no good at anything else. Liar. My wife stood flush against me. You're good at loving me. Her hazel eyes were full of heated emotion. You've always been the best one at that. I'm not retiring, Thorn, I countered, ignoring her attempts to sway me with sweet talk. I knew what she wanted me to do, who she needed me to be. So why was it so really hard to conform? Don't push me on this. Oh my gosh, she hissed, slapping my chest with the palm of her hand. You heard the doctors. You saw the x-rays. The muscles in your shoulder were severed. They were blown off the bone. You will never return to your old form. Getting back in the cage in your shape is suicide, Noah. You are walking into an early grave by going back to fighting. How do you not get that? Do you think I give a very what some prepped-up rich individual in a lab coat tells me? I demanded, furious. I know my own very body, Tegan. You were shot, Noah, she screamed. Shot. You will never be the same as before, no matter how hard you work your body to the bone or wish. It's not going to happen. You were shot, I mimicked, repeating the words my wife had tossed at me at least 10 times a day for the past 2 months. Give it a break, Tegan. You're like a broken freaking record. Well, maybe if you used your brain and listened to me, I wouldn't have to keep repeating myself, she shot back. I can't watch you kill yourself out of some sick sense of responsibility over Tommy's death. Ouch. Don't go there, I warned her, hearing the tremor in my own voice. Oh, I'm going there, she shot back, equally shakily. And you're coming with me. Shaking her head, Tegan blinked back the tears, threatening to spill. You blame us, she noted, for him dying. I flinched. You blame yourself for putting Tommy in danger, and you blame me for stopping you from saving him. Sniffling, she looked me straight in the eye and dared. Admit it. I don't blame you, I was quick to tell her, voice thick and pained. I blamed me. I know why you stopped me. Liar, she countered. You're pissed and hell-bent on getting yourself killed in that ring because you don't know how to handle grief. She sniffed and continued her tirade. Because you've never let yourself feel, but you loved him. You loved Tommy, and you can't handle the hole his death has left in you. Why are you saying this mess to me? I demanded, heart racing. I don't want to hear this, Tegan. Tell me something else, Tegan continued wearily, voice breaking. Is this what I came here for? To watch you get your brains bashed in week after week? She continued to talk before I had a chance to answer. If so, then what the gosh was the point in it? In what? The pain, Noah, she shot back, fighting and clawing our way back to each other. Why did we bother? I stopped short, realizing I didn't have an answer. What could I say to that? Nothing, really nothing. You've done your time, Noah, she sobbed, backing away from me. You've bled enough. Really, this? I couldn't watch her cry. Exhaling every ounce of my anger, I stalked towards Tegan and pulled her into my arms. Come on, Thorn, I whispered, holding on to her tightly. Don't cry. We're never going to agree, Noah, she whispered against my chest. I will never condone you returning to the MFA, and you will never accept the fact that I don't want to come with me. Stroking her nose against my chest, she added, I can't change your mind, just like you can't twist my arm. Gosh, Thorn, I said gruffly, feeling my resolve buckle under her voice of reason. I didn't come back from a difficult place to let you leave me twice. I shook my head and tried to find the words to explain to my wife just how crucial she was to me. I'm not me without you. How am I supposed to concentrate when I'm on tour and you're here? Are you worried about JD? She asked, and I flinched. No. For once, JD wasn't at the forefront of my mind. The text message I'd received from Gonzalez 2 weeks ago had put that particular worry to bed. He'd told me that his men had located JD in New Mexico. He'd followed that message up with a picture message, putting me somewhat at ease. Knowing I had Gonzalez on his trail was comforting, even if I didn't trust any of them. I wasn't sure what my former boss's plans were, but I had this feeling inside of me, more of an instinct really, telling me that he would make good on his word. After all, I had covered for him and his gang and kept him out of prison. Keeping Thorn out of the loop and hiding things from her made me feel like a huge jerk, but she didn't need the worry or the stress.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. All I wanted my wife to do was concentrate on growing that baby of mine and keeping herself safe. I could handle everything else. All she had to do was stay out of a difficult situation. You're not going to come with me, are you? I asked her dejectedly, already knowing the answer. When she shook her head, my heart sank. I had my arms wrapped around the only person on this planet who knew me inside out. She was here, carrying my baby, growing my child inside of her body. It should have been enough. It needed to be enough. Why really was it not enough? Can you live with it? Tegan whispered. It will only be for 6 weeks, and then we have Christmas. I exhaled heavily. Do I have a choice? You always have a choice, she was quick to counter. Stay with me. Come with me, I tossed back, not putting much heart into it. She'd made her decision. Nothing I said would change her mind. I'll make a deal with you, Tegan said in a soft tone as she rubbed her cheek against my chest. I'll lay off the hounding on one condition. What's that? When you bring home the title in December, she replied in a careful tone, you call it a day. I stiffened. If winning that title means this much to you, then I will give you my support, she added. But when you win it, that's it. Taking a step back from me, Tegan looked up at my face and said, when you win that title, you retire and come home to me. What was it with this woman? How the gosh did she have the ability to make me feel like a teenage boy, all torn up inside and led by freaking hormones? I've just conceded on you coming with me, Thorn. That was huge for me, and she knew it. And now you're pushing for more? Shaking my head, I ran a hand through my hair and sighed. I'm going to push you for the rest of my life, she surprised me by saying, and you're going to love it, because that's what we do, Noah. Smiling, she added, we push and we take. Question is, how much can you give, Noah? Gosh, I don't get bossed around, I grumbled. Never have. But with you? Gosh, Thorn, you get away with it. I follow you like a really puppy. What in the world have you done to me? I'm growing your baby inside of me for a start, she offered coyly. I nodded in agreement. That's a pretty good start. Hope I could live 100 years and never come close to understanding the complexity of Noah and Tegan's marriage. One minute, they were tearing strips out of each other, and the next, their passion peaked, connecting deeply. I didn't need to look into the kitchen to understand what was happening inside there. The sounds of their intimacy coming from in there had made it perfectly clear. Unable to sit another minute in this madhouse and feeling grossed out by the intimacy happening on one of the surfaces I had once eaten off, I sprang to my feet and grabbed my purse. I'm getting out of here. Looking around the others, I rattled my keys and asked, any takers? Unlike earlier when my offer of a ride home had been met with hesitance and refusal, Colton jumped to his feet, obviously as desperate as I was to get out of here. Please, Hope, he muttered. Turning, Colt offered his hand to our younger brother and pulled him from the couch. I watched through hooded eyes as the youngest of my triplet brothers used one of his hands to adjust the other. You good, Lo? I asked, eyeing him with concern. He was moving slower than normal as he walked to the front door. Are you having a relapse? He'd been okay for a while now. Worry bloomed in the pit of my stomach. The thought of watching him go through that again, gosh, it was torture watching his body turn against him like that. I'm fine, Hope, Logan shot back in a tone that said, shut up. I'm just tired. Colton walked beside Logan, and I walked behind them all the way out to the car. Every once in a while, I caught Colt's eye and was met with the same helpless look I was sure I was sporting. When we were all inside my truck with the engine roaring, the passenger door flew open. I'll come with you, Lucky offered, before climbing inside. The roads are very icy tonight. Slamming the door shut behind him, he fastened his seatbelt. I don't want you driving back here on your own. Warmth flooded me. I wasn't surprised by Lucky's offer. Since coming home, I'd spent a lot of time with him. He was carefree and calm, and everything I wasn't. Being in close vicinity to Lucky made me feel better. Like I wasn't broken. Like I wasn't waiting for something that never would. He unintentionally gave me peace. Okay, I said, fighting back a smile. Thank you. Slipping the truck into gear, I took off down the lane surrounded by trees, taking extra precaution on the ice. I wasn't used to having a man worrying about my welfare. For the past 8 years, it had been me and Tegan. We'd taken care of each other. We'd helped the other patch up our broken hearts and consoled each other through our dark days. There had been quite a few of those. Except the guy who had broken Tegan's heart was currently inside that house fixing a lot more than her feelings. As for the guy that had broken mine, well, that guy consumed my thoughts for the entire drive. I promise to love you always and to never wander from the sanctities of our marriage, friendship, and love. I stand here today pledging my heart as a symbol of my undying love for you. I will always be yours, today and every day that follows, Hope Carter, just as I've been yours every day before this. Jordan stood in front of me, offering me everything I'd ever wanted from the moment I'd been old enough to contemplate my heart's desire. Until my last breath leaves my body, I vow to love you, he promised, and even in death, I will find a way to love you then. My left hand shook when Jordan slid the plain gold band on my fourth finger. I offer you this ring with the understanding that our love is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of love. He covered my hand with his. I take you as my wife with pride and honor. Loving you is a privilege in which I will cherish. I'd had no reason to doubt Jordan Porter. None. Before that day, Jordan had never broken a single promise to me. His word had always been his word, almost sacred. He'd never let me down. How ironic, I thought to myself, that he would decide to break our wedding vows.
What's wrong with your brother? Lucky's voice penetrated through my thoughts, dragging me back to the here and now, and I jerked, startled. Shaking my head, I gripped the steering wheel with both hands and sighed. Which brother, Lucky? Lucky had told me to call him Hunter, but the longer I'd spent back home listening to everyone calling him Lucky, the more I'd slipped into the same pattern. Logan, he countered evenly. Is he sick or something? Yeah, I replied quietly, as I maneuvered the truck through the icy mountain roads. He has MS. Lucky cocked a brow. Come again? Multiple sclerosis, I explained, concentrating on the road. Isn't that an older person's disease? You would think, I muttered under my breath, thinking back to all of the times when Logan's NS had relapsed, which had been too many to count over the years. It was worse when we were younger, I found myself explaining. Watching him just lying there on the couch at Christmas, not able to open his presents like the rest of us, or go out back and ride our bicycles, I blinked away the image of my baby brother laying paralyzed from a condition I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. He never complained about it, you know. I smiled when I thought back at admiration. Not once in all those years. He just got on with it. I exhaled a heavy breath. He's the best person I know. Is he having another relapse now? Lucky asked me when we pulled into the driveway of South Peak Road. I noticed his arm wasn't working, I offered. That's because it's numb. Killing the engine, I opened the door of the truck and climbed out. Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Stress brings it on. He loses feeling in his limbs. For Logan, it always starts in his arms and progresses from there. I guess that's why he's such a drama-free guy. He keeps to himself and works so hard on staying healthy. But this thing with Cam and Tilly? I paused, feeling a flood of rage waft through my body. Well, I clicked my tongue, it's wrecking all of us, but luckily for the rest of us, we don't have a body that attacks itself. Gosh, Lucky muttered under his breath as he followed me up the steps of Noah and Tegan's porch. Poor guy. Yeah, I agreed, slipping my key into the door. But don't let on that you know anything, I warned him as I turned the key in the lock and let us inside. Logan is ridiculously private about it. Duly noted, he replied, following me into the foyer. Thankfully, the sounds of their intimacy that had been coming from the kitchen were now gone, or at least they had taken it upstairs. Either way, I was relieved to not have to deal with it. Moving through the house, I went to the kitchen, deliberating on a hot chocolate, but settling on a bottle of untainted pop from the refrigerator instead. Want one? I called out, holding out a bottle for Lucky. Sure, he agreed, before taking the bottle from my extended hand. Cheers, big ears. No prob, short stuff, I shot back, not missing a beat, as I continued to rummage around for my secret stash of candy I kept hidden in an egg carton at the back of the fridge. It was the only safe place to keep candy these days. Tegan had taken up an aversion to eggs. In the past 2 months, I'd quickly learned about Lucky's sense of humor, and he'd learned, or at least he should have, that he'd need to come up with better one-liners. I came from a family full of testosterone-fueled brothers. There weren't many insults I hadn't heard through the years. Retrieving the carton, I grinned unabashedly at Lucky before taking my stash into the living room and curling up on the couch. He knew about my stash. He'd restocked it on several occasions. Staying up late with Lucky, stuffing our faces with junk food, and watching crummy sitcom reruns was something I'd grown fond of since returning home. Lucky was comfortable and familiar, and I felt completely at ease around him. He didn't demand anything from me, and I liked it. I didn't have to pretend to be bubbly or okay around him. I was simply me, and it was enough for him. He was quite content to be around me, broken, bent, out of shape, and all. You do realize that theory is complete nonsense, he told me for the 3rd time during an episode of Ghost Hunters when I'd tried and failed once again to convince him that ghosts were real. You are so narrow-minded, I mused. What makes it so hard for you to believe in this stuff? He cocked a brow. Because when you're dead, Hope. Shifting on the couch, Lucky turned towards me and sighed. There's no coming back in a different shape or form. Once you die, there's nothing. Nada, finito. I beg to differ, I shot back, crossing my arms over my chest. Lucky rolled his eyes and chuckled. Of course you do. What's that supposed to mean? You're a writer, he explained with a smirk. You believe in all that stuff. Fairy tales and monsters, good and evils, ghosts and demons, soulmates. He rolled his eyes once more for emphasis. You're a dreamer, Hope Carter. There's nothing wrong with being a dreamer, I told him, feeling suddenly exposed by the man sitting next to me. You don't believe in soulmates? Lucky was quiet for a long time before he spoke. I believed in a lot of things once, he finally said, but then I learned the truth. And that is, life is a difficult person, Hope. He looked me dead in the eyes. Expectations only lead to disappointment, and desires lead to dead ends. We have one life. We come into it on our own, and we're going out on our own. Worrying, caring, and devoting yourself to a specific cause or person is all well and good, but it's not permanent. The only thing permanent in life is death, and the only promise that's ever truly kept is the promise that one day you'll die. Wow, I muttered under my breath. Aren't you a bundle of joy? My reaction caused Lucky to grin. Hey, he said good-naturedly, I'm not saying don't enjoy life. I'm not that much of a pessimist. Shrugging, he added, I'm simply saying don't go through life believing in fate and destiny. You're the captain of your own ship, Hope. You're in control of you, nothing else. With the rim of his beer bottle pressed to his bottom lip, he continued to look at me with an almost frustrated expression. What? I asked, feeling embarrassed. What? He shot back innocently. Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? Like you're trying to solve a puzzle. I shifted uncomfortably, his piercing blue eyes almost too much for me. Quit. That's because I am, he shot back without hesitating. He took a swig from his bottle before setting it down on the floor. We've known each other, what? He frowned. 2 months now? Yeah, I replied, twisting my body to sit cross-legged, facing him, the television program long forgotten. And, mirroring my actions, Lucky continued with his weird and random interrogation. I guess I'm wondering what you're waiting for. Waiting for? I deadpanned. Okay, Lucky, I'm not following you. I don't normally pry into people's personal lives, he told me. Usually I don't care enough to ask. But you... He stared hard at me, so hard it felt like he could see into my soul. Shaking his head, he shrugged. I don't know what it is about you that makes me care, but it's there, and it's real. Wait, I paused, struggling to make sense of what he was saying to me. Are you saying you care about me? My heart leapt in my chest. As in, have feelings for me? A warm feeling settled inside of me, one I hadn't felt in years. When he didn't deny it, I blushed the color of crimson, unsure how to handle this. Lucky, I'm flattered, I heard myself say, when the truth was I was more than flattered. I was intrigued by this strange man who seemed to have fallen into my life at a time when I needed it most. But I'm not looking for a relationship right now, or ever. My thoughts immediately went to Jordan, and I flinched. Would it ever get easier? Would my loyalty to him ever waver? It hadn't in over 20 decades. I had a sinking feeling that it never would. The nervous guy, Lucky offered with a frown. He got you bad, right? My stomach took a sharp turn and plummeted. Nervous, I repeated slowly. Yeah, that was one way of defining some of Jordan's personality traits. Try husband. Lucky's brows shot up. Husband, he whistled, clearly thrown. Very, woman. You move fast. Not really, I replied, forcing a smile even though my face felt the same as my heart, numb. We'll be married 8 years this Christmas. Gosh, he muttered under his breath before reaching out for his beer and taking a deep swig. I wasn't expecting that. Holding the bottle in one hand, he studied my face for a long time before clearing his throat. I'm sorry, Hope, he finally said. I didn't realize you were in a committed relationship. About that, I chuckled nervously. I'm kind of not. Well, he's not. Frowning, I took a moment to gather the words I needed to explain my mess of a marriage. He left me, I finally admitted, 2 months after we were married. Swallowing hurt, but I forced myself to push down the burning emotion. With a Dear John letter and divorce papers. Ouch, Lucky muttered after I regaled him with the details of my pitiful 2-month marriage. I could see the sympathy in his eyes, but unlike normally, I welcomed it. For some strange reason, I felt this man understood me, like he knew, he got it. I had that once, he said quietly after I was done talking.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. I presume Tegan told you about Haley? Tegan had mentioned Lucky's dead girlfriend. Of course, she'd sworn me to secrecy when she told me about the reason why Lucky had been imprisoned, but I wasn't about to deny it now, not with him looking at me like I was the first person he'd trusted with her name. Nodding slowly, I edged closer to him and placed my hand on his knee. I'm so sorry about what happened to her. Not as sorry as I am. Dropping his elbows on his jean-covered thighs, he sighed heavily. I had a choice that night, Hope. His shoulders stooped lower, and I chose wrong. You couldn't have changed it, I was quick to tell him, tightening my grip on his knee. You walked in on something horrific, Hunter. I surprised both of us by using his real name. He looked up at me in surprise, and I smiled, desperate to comfort him. Any 18-year-old boy in your position would have done the same thing. My father had, I thought to myself. Even though it had been rubbed off record, our family knew what killed Jimmy Bennett that day, and it wasn't a heart attack. My father had taken his life protecting my mother. I didn't judge Lucky for doing what he had. He'd been driven by love and despair. All I felt for him was an overwhelming sense of sorrow. It's okay, Hope. He covered my hand with his and smiled, but I could see the pain in his eyes, the internal agony he was drowning in. Don't feel sad for me. I know what I did. I live with the consequences every day. As I looked into Lucky's haunted, ice-blue eyes, all I wanted to do was throw my arms around his neck and cuddle him. He looked so alone. Like me. No wonder Noah and Tegan trusted this man, I suddenly thought to myself. He had eyes that gave you a glimpse into his soul. I knew the secrets lurking in those blue depths were too much for most to comprehend. It would take a special woman to save that man. I'm so sorry that happened to you, I heard myself whisper, moving closer to him without thought for the consequences. The pain you suffered. I shook my head and exhaled a shaky breath. I wish I could erase it for you. Unsure of what I was doing, but unable to stop myself, I pressed my forehead to his and closed my eyes. Right back at ya, I heard him whisper. Seconds later, I felt the soft, sweet pressure of his lips against mine. Intimacy deepened, but Hope found herself unable to continue. Hope? His voice was soft and his touch was tender, but he wasn't my husband. He wasn't Jordan. I'm sorry, I can't, I choked out. Scrambling out from underneath Lucky, I rushed out of his room, reeling to my very core. What had I almost done? Tegan? We were on the mend. Granted, Noah was acting like a bear with a sore head, but we were most certainly on better terms. He was coming around to the idea of me staying behind when he left on Monday. He wasn't happy about it, but then again, neither was I. In an ideal world, my husband would come to his senses and realize this fighting malarkey was treacherous. He would admit that I had been right all along, and then we would live happily ever after. I smirked to myself, thinking about the likelihood of that ever happening. The odds weren't in my favor on that bet. The thought of our impending separation caused me to break out in an unattractive bout of hives, but this was the way it had to be. He wouldn't back down, and neither would I. Since Cameron was still AWOL, it had been decided that Colton and Logan would go on tour with Noah, and Lucky would stay here with me. Personally, I thought Lucky should go with Noah, but I knew him staying here with me was the deciding factor in Noah's begrudging concession. He trusted Lucky with his life and mine, and I trusted him too. Hey, what time are we supposed to be at Kyle and Lee's? 8, I think, I called back, grinning to myself. He was turning into a marshmallow. I'd convinced, more like coerced, him into dressing up for the Halloween party tonight. He wasn't happy about it, but he was doing it. I'm not happy about this, Thorne.
Clearly agitated, Noah prowled around the house after me like a caged animal. "I look like a really tool," he added, pulling at the dark green scrubs he had on. Yup, my husband was dressed up as a doctor tonight, and because it was his 26th birthday today, I had agreed to be his slutty nurse. Slutty being the stipulation to getting Noah to agree to dress up. "You look hot," I breathed, taking in the sight of Noah's huge muscular build. He was the best-looking doctor I'd ever seen, and the stethoscope hanging from his broad shoulders only emphasized the look. I, on the other hand, looked like a hot mess. Stuffed into the skin-tight pleather nurse's outfit, I huffed and panted as I tried and failed to pull my fishnet stockings up. "Here," Noah chuckled, taking pity on me. Dropping to his knees at the foot of our bed, he took my foot in one hand and carefully rolled my stocking up to my left thigh before doing the same with my right foot. "Now," he said softly, when he had both stockings pulled up to my thighs. "Perfect." "Thank you," I whispered, close to tears from the sweet act of kindness. I knew I looked far from perfect, clad in a PVC mini dress at almost 8 months pregnant, but Noah's eyes were full of honesty, so I called it an unofficial victory. He stared at me for a long moment before shaking his head and smiling to himself. "Lucky's waiting downstairs," he told me as he got to his feet. "Does Hope need a ride?" "No," I shook my head. "She's meeting us there." I'd hardly seen Hope in 3 days. She'd been getting up earlier than all of us and heading out and coming home when we were all in bed. I had no clue what was going on with her, but I had a niggling feeling that it had something to do with Jordan the jerk. After all, it usually did. Noah. Lucky was one moody, really difficult Batman. He never spoke a word on the ride over to the Carter's house, and I had a feeling his silence and bad mood had something to do with Hope. It wasn't hard to figure it out. 1 minute, everything was fine, and the next, Hope was avoiding the house like the plague. I hoped they hadn't been intimate the other night, for their own sakes. She wasn't over Jordan, and he wasn't over Haley. A relationship between them would never work, but I wasn't about to open my mouth and say anything. I needed Lucky around when I left on the tour tomorrow. Picking an argument with my friend over his choice of women wasn't something I could afford to do. And selfish as it seemed, if Lucky liking Hope meant Tegan was safe, then they could go on liking each other for the next 6 weeks. When we reached 13th Street, the house was packed with people. Cars were piled on the sidewalks on both sides of the street. I stayed close to my wife, not daring to let her out of my sight for a second. She was beaming tonight, looking happier than I'd seen her in months. A pang of sadness hit me straight in the gut. How the hell was I going to cope without her for 6 weeks? I didn't have a chance to dwell on it, though, because the minute we stepped inside the red-bricked 2-story house in 13th Street, we were ambushed by more people than I knew names for, all laden down with balloons and party streamers. "Surprise! Happy birthday, Noah!" I turned and gaped at Tegan. "You knew?" She shook her head. "I swear I didn't," she shot back with a gleeful expression. "I planned on surprising you tonight when we were in bed, but this is so much better." I looked at my wife, dressed as a slutty nurse, and then at the crowd of people surrounding us. Somehow, I highly doubted this would be better. There wasn't much better in life than being in bed with my wife, and I felt like a fish out of water as I stood in the middle of the Carter's hallway with all these people wishing me a happy birthday.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. The only thing that felt familiar in this moment was Tegan's hand as she squeezed mine. I didn't know how to do this. I'd never had a party in my life, except for the parties me and Lucky threw ourselves on fight night in prison. And hell, that had just been the two of us getting wasted and smoking our brains out. "Noah, Tegan," Lee Carter called out from the far end of the hallway. Dressed like a woman from the 1600s, in one of those big, puffy dresses and a head full of pinned-up curls, she waved over at us as she attempted to make her way through the crowd. I shook my head in sympathy. Very, Kyle's wife, was tiny. To be fair, my wife was no lamp pole either, but Lee was almost pocket-sized.
Tegan and I both watched in amusement as Kyle, clad as Count Dracula, came up from behind his wife and physically hoisted her out of the crowd before ducking his face to her neck. "They're so cute," Tegan chuckled as she leaned closer to me and watched my brother and his wife. Almost 30 years together and they're still all over each other. Lee was as red as a tomato when they finally reached us, clearly mortified. Meanwhile, Kyle was smiling at his wife with a smug grin. "Happy birthday, Noah," Lee announced before throwing her arms around me in a motherly hug. I accepted the hug. I cherished it. These were the arms of the only decent mother figure I'd ever had around me. Tegan, drunk Kyle, was fascinating. Even standing on his couch, banging away on a dusty guitar, he had a way of controlling people, of drawing people to him. And I had to give it to him. The guy had moves. "I didn't know he played the guitar," I muttered to Noah as we stood and gaped at his oldest brother. "Neither did I," Noah shot back with a grin, clearly enjoying watching his brother unwind. "Oh, he's really very good," Lee piped up from beside me. He used to play when he was younger, but when his grandfather passed on, Kyle was thrust into the family business. After that, he didn't have time for much else. With glowing red cheeks, Lee smiled sheepishly. He played to all of our children when they were little, every evening before bed. "Hey, thanks for throwing this party for Noah," I announced, feeling such warmth for the woman. Being around Lee Carter was like standing close to a fire. She was just warm. I know that sounded strange, but it was the only way I could explain the comforting feeling I got whenever I was in her company. Leaning closer, I added, "He might not say it, but it means a lot to him." Lee beamed. "Well, Noah means a lot to us. You both do." "Oh, man," Noah laughed, pointing to Hope as she stalked past us. "She looks mortified." How could she not be, when her father was blasting out his own version of Loudon Wainwright's classic Daughter, making every woman in the room swoon and Hope turn beetroot red? "Dad," she hissed, covering her cheeks with her hands, "stop." Unperturbed by Hope's embarrassment, Kyle continued to sing, belting out note after note effortlessly, serenading his daughter. "Please," Hope begged, "if you love me even a little, you'll get down." A grin spread across Kyle's face. Okay. Jumping down from the couch, he handed his daughter the guitar before pressing a kiss to her head. "I love you, sweetheart, but I know when my affection's not wanted." He looked around the room and locked eyes on his wife. A devilish smile spread across his face, revealing a deep dimple in his cheek. "Maybe I can persuade your mother to take a shot with me instead." Noah scampering off, Kyle and Lee disappeared into the crowd, leaving me laughing after them. But I didn't have much time to ponder when a hand slapped down on my shoulder, stinging my skin intensely and making my blood boil with anger. "There's my niece," an average-sized man in his 40s called out, squeezing down harder on my very shoulder. Forcing myself not to flinch, or worse, knock the jerk out, I turned and glared at the jerk, who was calling my wife his niece. Obviously, he'd lost his very mind, because he was no uncle of Tegan's. It was obvious in the way she stared at him, like a stranger. "Do I know you?" she asked, tone cool, as she sidled closer to me. I welcome her by wrapping an arm around her, tucking her into my side. "Do you know me?" the man scoffed. "I would think. I changed your diapers enough times." Frowning, Tegan studied his face before letting out a gasp. "Uncle Dixon?" "Got it in one, sweetheart," the man shot back with a grin I didn't trust. No, I had a really bad feeling about this one. Like a really bad smell, Max Jones approached with a man identical to this Dixon guy in tow. "Hello, Tegan," he said when he reached us. Looking at me, Max nodded curtly. "Noah." He looked me up and down, taking in my costume, before saying, "Taking a walk in my shoes?" Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to nod and say, "Max," though I swear to God it almost killed me. I hated this jerk, and he hated me right back. That jerk had me thrown inside for an extra 18 months. In my mind, that was 18 extra months I'd been forced to live without my wife. 18 months was a very long time to someone in prison. "Tegan," Max said, smiling lovingly at my wife. You remember Dixon and Mo, right? Kind of, Thorne replied as she studied the faces of, apparently, her long-lost uncles. I think I met them once or twice when I was little. You would have seen a whole lot more of us, Dixon tossed out, tone sharp, if your mother hadn't been so stupid and followed that boozehead to Ireland. Immediately, I was on the defense. Stepping forward, I glared down at this Dixon and growled, "Watch your very mouth." "It's okay, Noah," Tegan quickly assured me as she wrapped her arm around my waist. "You're talking about my mother," she said, addressing Dixon, "as in your sister whose funeral you never attended?" Dixon flushed red, and Tegan sniffed, jutting her chin out. "Yeah, I thought you had nothing to say on the matter." I mentally high-fived my wife and her viper tongue for putting that jerk in his place. "Congratulations on your pregnancy, Tegan," the other one said, the reincarnate of the jerk uncle. Hell, they were all jerks, but for my wife's sake, I held my tongue. "When are you due?" "Thank you, Mo," Tegan replied in the gentler tone, eyeing up her other uncle. "I'm due in late December." "Tegan is having a girl," Max informed the men, full of pride. And with that, both Max and Tegan fell into an easy conversation on all things pregnancy. I had to clench my jaw to keep from knocking him on his ass. Who the hell did he think he was, talking about my baby? Ugh, it sucked that she adored him. My wife's love for Max Jones was the only reason I was standing here, tolerating being in his presence. I was doing this for my wife. A small concession for the sake of her happiness. I figured I'd get brownie points for good behavior tonight in bed. Tegan was glowing as she spoke to him. I stood back and remained silent. Max didn't want me near his precious niece. He didn't like me, and he didn't approve. In his eyes, I was still the piece of gauche teenager who took her away from him. I would forever be the kid from the wrong side of the tracks, never good enough for the good doctor's niece. Unlucky for him, that precious niece of his was now my wife, carrying my flesh and blood inside of her, and sporting my mark. I smirked to myself in unspoken victory. I'd won. Tegan Connolly was now Tegan Messina. She'd pledged herself to me, and there wasn't a very thing he could do about it except put up and shut up. The night I'd broken into Max's house flooded my mind, and I smirked again. Christ, Thorne was such a feisty little thing back then. Still was. And when she jumped into that car with me, God, I would live the rest of my life and never forget the feeling that had come over me when I realized I wasn't going to be able to shake this girl off. She was permanent.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. She had burst into my world and implanted herself on my heart. I was ruined right there and then. That girl had taken a hold of something inside of me that I hadn't known I'd possessed, and she had never let go. All those nights apart from her only solidified those feelings. She was mine, and I was hers. Going to prison had saved me. The MFA had saved me. But nothing had saved me as much as Tegan Connolly. She was back here with me, and because of me, in a place I knew affected her like no other, a place she despised. She was here because she loved me, because she wanted to be with me. I'd never had that before. Christ, I didn't understand how it had all come to be this way, but I was here, and I was still as desperately in love with the girl next door as I had been when I was 17. I listened to my wife and her uncle talk. I saw how much he cared for her. It was written all over his face when he looked at her. It was in his voice when he spoke to her. She was his world too. It was in this moment that I realized the actions of my youth had a ripple effect on a lot of different people. This man had spent the last decade alone because I'd taken his niece from him. God, no wonder he hated me. In his eyes, I was the reason Tegan left. I was the reason she never came back. Hell, I'd hate me too if I were him. Stirring me from my reverie, Tegan turned to Max and said, "It was good to see you, Uncle Max. We're going to go mingle with Noah's family now," before adding, "It is his birthday after all." Nice, Thorne, I chuckled as I guided my wife through the crowded hallway and into the kitchen. You totally put that douche canoe back in his box.
Yeah, well, I never liked Dixon that much anyway, Tegan shot back. When we reached the refrigerator, Tegan opened it and began to rummage inside. He's always been a huge jerk, I heard her say as she reached behind her with a bottle of beer for me. Mo's all right, she continued, butt up in the air, rummaging resumed, but he's basically Dixon's lackey. With her arms full of candy bars, Tegan straightened up and closed the door of the fridge with a nudge of her hip. Max is the only one of my mother's brothers who was ever worth a very. Yeah, I muttered under my breath before taking a sip of my beer. I figured. You are okay with this, aren't you? Tegan asked. Ripping open a candy bar, she took a bite and moaned. Uncle Max and I talking again, I mean, she explained through bites. You're okay with it? Of course, Thorne, I said gruffly. He's your family. You do what you have to. I could have told her the truth. I could have told her that her uncle made my skin crawl, and every time I looked at his stupid face, I had an overwhelming urge to ram my fist down his throat. But lying was a better option. Lying kept her happy. I needed her happy. I had a better chance of holding on to a happy Tegan. Happy wife, happy life, and all that. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Batman zooming past with a bottle of Jack in his hand. He's acting stranger than normal, Tegan, mirroring my thoughts, commented. We both watched Lucky as he disappeared into the backyard. Like, super strange. Was all I could say. All I dared to say, more like. Tegan was like a dog with a bone. If she got a sniff of anything going on between Lucky and Hope, she would never let it go. I didn't want to spend our last few hours together talking about our friends' love lives. So, I purred, trapping my wife into the corner of the counter. Will you miss me when I'm gone? We all know you were born for this, Noah, Tegan told me, and my heart sank. God, really, very. I wanted one night without an argument, just one. But you need to know that you have nothing to prove to anyone, she added, looking up at me with her huge doe eyes. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Stay here with me. Forget the tour and fighting. Forget about it all. Hope, I was avoiding Lucky like the plague. Thankfully, tonight, I had the protection of wearing a mask. I decided to dress up as Catwoman for 2 reasons. First, I killed the black leather bodysuit I had on. And second, I could hide my face. I was embarrassed and confused and unable to handle the swell of unfamiliar feelings inside of me. On one side, I had this really nice man with really soft lips who was sweet and funny and into me. On the other side, I had my husband Lucky kissed me the other night. And worse, I let him. I enjoyed his kissing. Their connection deepened. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I wandered through my parents' kitchen, enjoying the anonymity my costume gave me. I wished every party I attended could be a costume party. At least that way, I could avoid mingling with people I could hardly stand, and there were quite a few of those. My gaze landed on Derek Porter, dressed in a Superman costume in the far corner of my parents' living room, and my nose scrunched up in distaste. He seemed to be having an animated conversation with my dad, who was cracking up with laughter at whatever Derek had said. They were probably laughing at how much Dad had shamed me earlier. I wondered if they would laugh if they knew that their children had eloped 8 years ago. Yeah, I bet that little piece of information would wipe the smirks off both of their faces. Moving into the kitchen, I passed Noah and Tegan, who, as per usual, were having a heated discussion in the corner. No prizes for guessing what they were arguing about, I thought. Noah was leaving in the morning. Neither of them wanted to be without the other, and both were too stubborn to back down. I swear if Tegan wasn't pregnant, I would have smacked both of their heads together. Grabbing an unopened bottle of wine from the fridge, I reached into the cupboard and pulled out a glass. I wasn't much of a whiskey drinker. I'd had enough of that when I'd lived in Cork, but I needed something to take the edge off tonight. Pouring myself a large glass of wine, I swallowed deeply, draining the glass before deciding to pour myself another. The white wine was sweet and bitter and hit all the right places. Feeling a little looser, I turned around and leaned against the counter, allowing my body to sway along to the music that was playing as I observed the party unfolding around me. Swishing a line around in my mouth, I pretended I couldn't hear my uncle and my best friend arguing at the other end of the counter, though I was fairly sure everyone could. They were loud and passionate and completely wrapped up in one another, oblivious to the stares and gazes their conversation was drawing. "I'm always coming back for you, Tegan Tamale." That was Noah. His loud and drunken slur filled my ears. "Don't ever forget that. No matter how much you piss me off and try and push me away, I'll be one step behind you, always." "God, you're such a jerk," I heard Tegan hiss, before adding, "You promise?" in a much softer tone of voice. "Yeah, Thorne, I do," my uncle assured her. "It's gonna take more than a really bullet to keep me away from you." I smiled to myself. He got her. Noah Messina understood the complex makeup of Tegan Connolly. He saw through her brave facade to the vulnerable woman inside. I loved him for that, for loving Tegan like he did, for his perseverance and his dedication to her. Daring a peek at Noah and Tegan, I felt all squishy inside when I saw the way they were now interacting with one another. Her face was tilted upward towards his. His head was bent towards her. She was cupping his cheek, and he had both arms wrapped protectively around her body. They didn't seem to be speaking to each other, just staring, and I suddenly felt very embarrassed to be prying on such an intimate moment. Their quiet stares and looks of love were quickly replaced with shared intimacy. I took the intense moment to get the hell out of here.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. With the bottle of wine firmly in my hand, I slipped out of the kitchen and crept up the staircase. I walked down the hallway and opened the door of my old bedroom. Slipping inside, I closed the door behind me and let out a heavy sigh. Flicking on the light, I walked over to my old twin-size bed and sat down. Everything looked the same in here as the night I left 8 years ago. The same posters ordained the walls, the clothes of my teenage self filled the closets and drawers, photographs of my childhood were splattered on the walls, held up through the years with thumbtacks that had since turned to rust. Memories of the last time I stood in this room flooded me, and my heart sank. Not only did it sink, it burst into 1,000 pieces. "It's over, Hope. I don't want you anymore. This was one huge mistake." My brow furrowed as I tried to contemplate what Jordan had just really said to me. Are you serious? I mean, seriously? Jordan remained with his back to my bedroom door, and for the first time in my life, he looked like a complete stranger to me. Nodding stiffly, he said in a cold tone, "I'm serious." I exhaled heavily. Every ounce of air left my body, and my lungs felt like they had been set on fire. Pain coursed through me. I couldn't speak. I could only shake my head and gape in horror. "Something happened in Idaho when you went to collect your mother, didn't it?" I blurted out, my brain suddenly clicking into gear. "With your mom?" When he didn't answer, I said, "With Paul?" Jordan's nostrils flared, his face turned red, and for the first time in my life, I was afraid of him. "I'm not your father, Hope," Jordan sneered as he moved away from the door and strode towards me. "That perfect love?" He leaned forward, getting in my face. "You won't get that from me." "What are you talking about?" I sobbed, feeling incensed and really gutted. "Why are you behaving like this?" "Because I'm not the person you think I am," Jordan all but roared in my face. "It's over, Hope. We're done, okay? Don't push for more. You don't want to know the truth." "I do," I shot back angrily as my temper flared. "Tell me, give me a very explanation for why you're behaving like this." Jordan remained silent, and that's when I lost it. "Fine," I screamed. "Suit yourself, Jordan," I cried. "Ruin your whole life, wreck mine, be the really jerk that's deep inside you." Grabbing my neck, Jordan dragged me forwards and plunged his lips to mine. The second his mouth touched mine, I lost a little of myself, but I soon found my senses. Pushing him roughly away, I raised my hand and slapped him across his face. My hand stung, but I refused to show weakness. "Don't ever touch me again," I spat, furious.
You think you can put that mouth on me after what you just said? I shook my head in despair and blinked back the tears that were filling my eyes. Give me something, I croaked out, staring up at the only boy I had ever loved. This isn't you. Tell me, tell me. Every inch of his body shook as he now blocked me out, pushing me away. His words echoed those of the past, and I flinched, reliving every horrible moment. You didn't give me a chance, I choked out brokenly. You took my choices away from me. You just walked away. You know it wasn't that simple, Hope. What I know is that you had a choice, Jordan. You had a choice to confide in me and have faith in me, and you had the choice to not, and you broke my heart. If I could go back in time and change it, I would, he choked out lifelessly. As if in a trance, he walked over to the couch and sank down. Losing you, he shook his head. Losing my hope, hurting you the way I did. God, Hope, I'm suffering the consequences of my actions every very day. I'm still here, I heard myself tell him. Some part inside of me, my pride, I thought, was disgusted with me for my weakness. But Jordan was here, in my apartment, and that piece of my heart, that huge chunk of my soul that had been lying dormant for all these years, had roared to life. Whether I looked prideless or pitiful, it didn't matter. All that mattered to me was him. With my heart hammering in my chest, I moved towards Jordan, not stopping until I was standing over him. Craning his head, he looked up at me with the most hopeless expression I'd ever seen, and my heart cracked open inside of me. Without a word, I grabbed the hem of my shirt and pulled it over my head, leaving myself completely vulnerable to him, hiding nothing from him. I heard his loud exhale of breath, followed by the word, "Stop." I didn't stop. After their intimate encounter, a new tension filled the air.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Like a sick and cruel twist of fate, my bedroom door flew inwards then, and in walked Batman. "We need to talk," Batman announced as he closed my door and stalked towards me. It wasn't until he was sitting on the foot of my bed and had removed his mask that I realized who I was dealing with. "Lucky," I said softly, taking in his less than stellar appearance. "Are you okay?" The fact that our costumes matched was something I wasn't about to bring up. It was too weird, even for me. "Am I okay?" he repeated flatly. "I don't know, Hope. Am I?" Squirming under the intensity of his stare, I managed to squeeze out, "I'm sorry about the other night." "I'm not," he countered, without remorse or apology. "Not one really bit. I like you, and I know you like me back, so I kissed you, and you enjoyed it." Shaking his head, he let out an exasperated growl. "And we almost, and now you're avoiding me like I'm a really disease?" "I haven't been doing it on purpose," I replied lamely. One look from Lucky told me he called nonsense on that theory. Okay, I'm confused," I admitted honestly. "You are the second guy I've ever kissed and the first guy I married." Sagging in defeat, I whispered, "I don't know how to feel." Seemingly satisfied with that answer, Lucky nodded stiffly. "I can deal with confusion," he told me. "Hell, I can deal with being uncertain, but I cannot deal with being ignored." Turning to face me, he said, "Don't treat me like a rebound, Hope." Exhaling heavily, he added, "I'm more than that, and you know it." "What if I don't want you to be more than that?" I whispered, feeling like the world's most difficult person. It was the truth, though, and this man deserved my honesty. "What if I need to forget about what happened between us and—" "On what?" Lucky interrupted, livid. "On your imaginary marriage?" He laughed humorlessly. "You want to know what I think, Hope?" "Not really, but I'm sure you're going to enlighten me all the same." "A plus on that guess," he growled. "I think that you're brilliant, you're generous and smart, and really gorgeous, and I think it's a very shame that you are where you are. I hate sitting back and watching you make the biggest mistake of your life." "I don't want to have this conversation," I shot back, feeling cornered.
You don't know anything about me or Jordan for that matter. You have no idea who I really am or what I'm about. I think I'm pretty good at judging people, and I have your card marked, sweetheart. Lucky shot back, not giving an inch. And I think you're scared. I'm terrified most days, oh wise one, I shot back. Tell me something the rest of the world doesn't. Okay, how's this? He shot back. You're so very stubborn that you're afraid to admit you put your eggs in the wrong basket. He was a loss. You hate losing. And now you're too very stubborn to call it quits on him. You don't really love him anymore. You love the idea of loving him. Don't presume to know anything about me, I warned, my voice rising like my temper. Jesus Christ, he really ruined you, Lucky shot back impatiently. How can you not see that? Jerking to his feet, he stalked over to the door and threw it open. Turning back to me, he said, "That selfish jerk messed you up, but you don't have to settle for this mess. He was your first boyfriend. He shouldn't be your last." With that, Lucky turned around and walked away, leaving me reeling. Frozen to the spot, I gaped after him and contemplated my options. I could sit around and live the rest of my life the way I had lived the past several years, miserable and empty. Or I could take a risk on the stranger who walked into my life 2 months ago and made me feel again. Jumping off the bed, I ran out of my room and down the staircase with only one thought in my mind: stop him from leaving. I didn't want to be on my own again. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I spotted Lucky moving towards the front door. Leaving, my mind told me, flashing the word in bright neon letters. And I barreled towards him, the fear of spending another day of my life alone almost too much to comprehend. "Hey," I called out. "Lucky, wait." I managed to catch a hold of his cape just as the front door swung inwards. "Don't go," I panted, looking up at him. "I'm not playing games here," Lucky told me, and the vulnerability in his voice hit me like a crater. "Don't mess me around, Hope." My hand found his of its own accord. "I'm not trying to," I told him, shivering at the feel of his warm touch. "I need—" The words that had been on the tip of my tongue shriveled and died the moment my eyes landed on the person in the doorway of my parents' house. An achingly familiar pair of green eyes scorched me, eyes that haunted my every waking hour. Jordan looked from me to Lucky and then nodded stiffly. "Keychain." "Oh God," I gasped, feeling every ounce of blood drain from my face. Tegan Banks' "Beggin' for Thread" blasted through the Carter stereo as I attempted to dance in circles, more like waddle, around my husband. Sweat trickled down my chest, resting in my newly formed cleavage. Boob sweat was a new thing for me, and it was one of the only things about pregnancy that I was enjoying. Yes, I, Taken Messina, enjoyed boob sweat. I know it sounds a little dosh, but I was a woman who'd never had much more than a pair of fried eggs in her bra. So I was relishing the boob sweat like the early Christmas miracle it was. Our earlier argument long forgotten, Noah was looking at me like I had that very title belt. As a fighter, Noah was irresistible, but dressed as a doctor? God, that took his sex appeal to a whole new level. Every woman in this house was gawking at him, making me work it a little harder. My hands on his body were my way of saying, "Back off, difficult people, he's mine." Our love wasn't rational. It wasn't healthy. It was intense and fiery and passionate. I loved him and I hated him. And even when I hated him, I couldn't imagine a person I loved hating more than him. Crazy, huh? I knew it didn't make sense. He was the opposite of me. He didn't understand me or give me space when I needed it. We butted heads on a daily basis. We never saw eye to eye. But I loved him. Oh God, I loved him more than all of that mess. There was no possible explanation to explain how we had managed to hold it together for as long as we had. All I knew was there was a fire inside of me, a fire that had been lit by Noah Messina when I was 17 years old. And it was not extinguishable. No one could put that fire out in my heart. Not even me. I was all wrong for him. There had never been a worse match than me and Noah, but it didn't matter. We were still hanging in there, hoping for the best and expecting the worst. Noah held my hands as I rubbed my body against his. I was slow and awkward, and he never once complained. His eyes were on my face the whole time as he let me take control. He enjoyed me dominating him with his impressive dance moves. "You're really gorgeous," Noah told me, but I didn't feel like it. I felt like a round barrel. So really sexy. Okay, so maybe when he purred and petted me, it helped. It made me feel all squiggly inside. This man was mine. Crazy. The look in his eyes was so heated, and it only urged me on. I was burning everywhere. Tension broke, gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Tonight, he was my beta, and he was enjoying every second of it. "Oh, how I love that," Noah called out over the music with a flirty wink. With his hands on my disappearing waistline, he drew me close and pressed a kiss to my lips. "I am only yours," he whispered against my lips. Reaching up, he cupped the back of my neck with one large hand. His alcohol-scented breath flooded my senses as he spoke to me. "Only yours." Pressing his forehead to mine, he continued to cup the back of my neck with one hand, while the other was pressed firmly to the base of my spine.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Always you, my little thorn. It wasn't easy being with a man like Noah Messina, especially now since I knew I wasn't in the best shape, and knowing he was coveted not just by other women, but millions of women. It was a hard pill to swallow. "Don't let me down, Noah," I said, a little too vulnerable for my liking as I clutched at the scrubs he had on. "Please." My voice was a mixture of lust and desperation as I gazed up at the only man who'd been crazy enough to love me back. "I've got no plans on it, Thorn," he whispered, eyes never leaving my face. He was everywhere, on me, all around me. I was drowning in all things Noah Messina, and I couldn't think of a better way to go. "There's nothing better than you." Grinning wolfishly, he added, "Why would I look at an Android when I have an iOS right here?" "I'm an iOS?" I teased. I could feel my cheeks redden, but I didn't look away. "Top of the range, baby," Noah shot back with a wink. In this moment, he looked so innocent and young. It was easy to forget that Noah was only 26. He always seemed so much older in body and in mind. It wasn't hard to know why. Years of being thrust into an adult world and spending the first portion of adulthood in a prison cell would do that to a man. "Let's get out of here," he purred, tugging me closer. "We can go find a closet and share intimacy." Winking, he added, "For old time's sake." "This is your party, Noah," I bit back a moan. "We can't just bail." "Exactly." Dropping his hands to my waist, Noah squeezed tightly, literally lifting me off my feet. It was times like these that I was glad my husband was so huge. It helped, knowing that he was 270 pounds of pure muscle and man. He could toss me around the place, big belly and all. Not that he would, but it helped my confidence knowing he could do it without breaking a sweat. "Well," I breathed, totally won over by the idea. Reaching up, I pulled on both ends of his stethoscope. "If it's doctor's orders." Grinning like a pair of airhead teenagers, Noah and I rushed out of the living room, on the hunt for a dark room with a lock on the door. Noah, Jesus Christ. The only thing I could focus on was getting my wife into a room and getting her out of that dress. With her hand wrapped firmly in mine, I guided us through the crowd, the need to get her naked making me break into a trot. I was actually really trotting with excitement. What the hell had this woman done to me? Barreling down the hallway, I grabbed the handle of the first door I found and dragged Tegan inside. Without thinking twice about it, I flicked on the light, knowing her fear of the dark would cause her to clam up. "Gosh," Tegan exclaimed in dismay as she looked around the room, "we can't do it in here." I almost cried in frustration. Why really not?
Because it's Cash and Casey's bedroom, she told me, pointing to the twin beds on either side of the room and numerous chests overflowing with toys. I scratched my head, still not getting her hesitance. Again, why really not? Because it's creepy. She walked over to one of the beds. She sat down and picked up a plastic figurine of Spider-Man. See? Holding it out in front of her like it was some sort of incriminating evidence. Thorn hissed, "We can't." I looked at the Spider-Man doll and then my wife. It took me all of 2 seconds to make a decision. "Yeah," I told her, before yanking off my shirt. "I'm good with it." "Noah," Tegan squealed, feigning horror, "you are seriously disturbed." "I'll tell you what's disturbed," I growled as I shrugged out of my pants and prowled over to her, taking note of my wife's sudden change of mind. My desire from all that sexy dancing. For a woman who just told me a minute ago that we couldn't, she sure had come around to the idea. Stripping off her clothes in record time for a woman in her condition, Tegan lay back on the bed and grinned sheepishly up at me. Climbing over her, careful not to put any of my weight on her, I ducked my head and caught her lips with mine. I was drunk and aroused, and she tasted like really heaven on my lips. I loved the way we fit together. She took what she needed, and it just so happened that what she needed was the same as me. I loved everything about her. Bear with me, I wanted to tell her. I wanted her to know that it would get better. I was on the way up. I wasn't going down the wrong path. Not as long as she stayed by my side. I needed her to stay by my side. Physically and emotionally, she filled me up. She was all I needed. In the mind. She gave me her complete devotion. I was never giving her up. "Nothing's gonna stop me from coming home to you," I told her. I really vowed, as I dropped my lips to the curve in her neck. "You've got nothing to worry about, Thorn." Tension broke. Gave in to desire, connecting deeply. I must have said something right, because Tegan threw her arms around my neck and slammed her lips against mine. And just like that, all earlier notions of self-consciousness and embarrassment were forgotten. Hope. My mouth was still hanging open as I stared up in horror at the man I'd once pledged my heart to. Jordan Porter was staring into my eyes with so much intensity that I could hardly bear to keep his gaze. The music pumping from the stereo did little to hide the sound of my racing heart as it hammered against my ribcage. The feel of my hand being released brought me back to the here and now with a bang, and I looked on in horror as Lucky stalked past Jordan, disappearing into the street outside. "Hey, Lucky, wait," I called out. Feeling torn, I moved to go after him, but something inside me forced my legs to stay, forced me to remain exactly where I was, trapped. "Keychain," Jordan repeated in his deep, raspy voice that at one point in my life I found to be incredibly sexy. It was still sexy as gosh, but I wasn't under any more illusions when it came to this man. Tearing my eyes off Lucky's retreating frame, I looked up at my husband and exhaled a ragged breath. "What are you doing here?" I sounded like I was about to cry. Frustration and anxiety thrummed inside of me. I'd made a lot of mistakes in my life, but there was none so bad, so severe, or irrevocable as falling in love with that man. He'd ruined me more than once, and now he was here, back to break me some more. Looking at him made me realize I could never be with him, and knowing that made me realize that I'd wasted so many years of my life waiting on a man who would never be truly mine. He couldn't keep doing this to me. I needed to walk away. For goodness sake, the jerk was engaged to another woman. I needed to take the huge clue hanging down in front of my eyes. "Why are you here?" I demanded, firmer this time. Oh gosh, I felt so dizzy I could faint. Everything was buzzing around me with the exception of him. He was the only solid thing in my vision. He was all I could see. "You know why I'm here," he said, piercing green eyes locked on mine. He took a step forward, making me take 2 steps back. Shaking my head, I pressed my thumbs to my temples. This wasn't happening. Turning on my heels, I raced into the kitchen, desperate to put some space between myself and the man that had the ability to ruin me like no other person could. I couldn't be near Jordan right now, not after how we'd left things. "Are you okay?" Jordan's voice came from somewhere behind me, and I balked. I wasn't okay. I was nowhere near okay. But I heard myself whispering, yes, all the same, as I continued to stand over the stove, watching aimlessly as the bacon splattered in the pan. "Are you?" "Yes." He wasn't okay. He wasn't okay, and neither was I. Where we were supposed to go from here was beyond me. "Can we talk?" "That depends," I shot back, shakily. "On what?" Turning around, I looked him dead in the eye.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. On whether or not you're going to be honest with me. "I'm going to try," he replied, voice hoarse, eyes full of heated emotion. "Fine." Dropping the spatula in the pan, I turned off the gas and walked over to the couch. Taking a seat on one end, I crossed my legs and waited. "I'm listening." His movements were rigid, almost pained, as he walked over to the armchair opposite me and sat. Unable to stand the silence, I decided to be the first to speak. "Is this where you give me the 'it's not you, it's me' speech? Because I've got to tell you, there was nothing wrong with either of us for the past week." Jordan flinched. "I'm so really sorry, Hope." My heart sank. This was it. He was about to break me again. Bracing myself for the pain I'd felt several times before at the hands of my estranged husband, I cast my eyes downwards and held my breath, waiting for the predominant blow, the one that would surely annihilate me this time. He was leaving me again. His bags were packed, and I was on borrowed time now. Annabelle's time. "If you walk away from me again," I heard myself tell him, "if you go again, don't ever come back. Hope." "I mean it, Jordan," I choked out, unable to stop the tears from rolling down my cheeks. "Not until you know what you want." Sniffling loudly, I exhaled a shaky breath. "I can't cope with this." I shook my head. "You need to leave me be." "You know I can't do that," he whispered, not meeting my eyes. "And you know that I'm in love with you," I shot back. "That I've been in love with you since childhood. So if you're leaving me, then leave. Stop wrecking me. Stop changing your mind. If you don't want me, then go away and don't ever come back." Jerking to my feet, I walked into my bedroom and retrieved the brown envelope and pen on my desk before returning to the kitchen. Wordlessly, I removed the stack of white papers and signed my name to each page. I could hardly see through my tears as I scrawled my name, but I did it. I forced myself to sign away my marriage. When I had finished, I dropped the pen on the countertop and inhaled a deep breath before turning to face him. He was standing in the middle of my living area with a haunted expression on his face. "Hope," he whispered, "I'm still—" "Here," I sobbed as I walked towards him and thrust the papers into his hands. I waved a shaken hand at the papers I just handed him. "You're a free man." Jordan stood in front of me with tears in his eyes. "I never meant for any of this to happen," he croaked out. "All I ever wanted was you." "But it happened just the same," I shot back, crying hard now. "If this is what you really want, you know what to do." Wrapping my arms around myself, I shivered. "But don't contact me again," I told him. "I mean it. If this is what you really want, then don't look for me, and don't call." My body shook violently. "Because I can't take another second of this very awful pain." Jordan took a step towards me, and I flinched away from his touch. "Keychain," he whispered, clearly torn. "Don't say another word," I begged him, clenching my eyes shut. "It's too hard." "You were the last person I wanted to hurt," I heard him say. "Just go," I cried out hoarsely.
Seconds later, my front door slammed shut and I knew he was gone. For the second time in my life, my husband left me. "You told me to leave you alone." Jordan's voice came from behind me, soft, deep, slightly hoarse, and I couldn't stop myself from shivering. Rubbing my shoulder with my cheek, I felt my body sag against the counter, and in this moment, that counter was the only thing holding me up. I felt him brush against me, and I shivered all over. Told me not to come back. My voice was barely more than a whisper when I said, "And you know what you want now?" "I know what I need." Moving closer, so close I could feel his heart hammering in his chest, he ducked his face to my neck and whispered, "I need my hope." "How do I know you won't change your mind again?" I heard myself say, and I cringed in shame. I was pathetic, a pathetic woman hanging on the word of an untrustworthy man. "How can I believe this?" I added, dropping my head in disgust. My entire body was shaking violently. He was here. Everything about this situation was wrong, and yet I'd never felt more right. I couldn't explain my feelings for him. I couldn't rationalize my behavior or make sense of the power his words seemed to have over me. All I knew was, if it weren't for the countertop in front of me and Jordan's body behind me, I would be a puddle on the floor. I was hurt and angry and desperately in love with him. "What the hell are you doing here?" The sound of my father's voice boomed through the room, causing everyone around us to freeze in silence and my heart to wither in my chest. Jordan tensed behind me, and even though he didn't deserve it, I found myself turning to defend him. "Dad, wait," I blurted out, but it was too late. Dragging Jordan away from me by the collar of his shirt, my father, more livid than I could ever remember seeing him, closed his fist and socked my husband in the face. "Dad!" I screamed, rushing towards them. "You've got some nerve, kid," Dad snarled, shoving Jordan in the chest. "I'll give you that." Dad shoved him again, and this time hissed, "Hit me." Tapping his finger against his cheek, he taunted, "Come on, kid, really hit me back. Give me a reason to kill you." "I'm not going to hit you, Kyle," Jordan replied, before spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Your funeral," my father shot back, before punching Jordan again, this time knocking him backwards. "Daddy!" I screamed, furious. Grabbing my father's arm, I yanked hard, forcing him to look at me. "Are you crazy?" I demanded. "This is Jordan." I stared hard at my father. "This is Jordan, Dad," I repeated, "the boy you helped raise." "I know who he is," Dad snarled, shaking me off. "He's the piece of gosh that chased you away from your family for almost a very decade." He glared murderously at Jordan. "You think you can walk back into my house and take up where you left off?" Dad shook his head. "Over my dead, really body." Just then, Superman stepped in. Superman, well, Derek dressed as Superman. "Don't put your hands on my kid," Derek told my father, in a tone I'd never heard him use before. If it wasn't so serious, it would have been comical, seeing Dracula and Superman size each other up. But it was serious, very serious. Rushing over to where Jordan was standing, I instinctively reached up and cupped his cheek. "Put my hands on him," Dad snarled in outrage. "I'm going to kill that little gosh." "No," Derek shot back, pressing his hand against my father's chest. Derek hissed, "Move." "Kyle," Derek hissed back, "back off." Out of nowhere, Noah and Tegan appeared in the kitchen, looking ruffled and all bent out of shape. "Really?" I heard myself snap. "You couldn't wait until we got home?" It was a pointless argument, but I was desperate to take the heat off myself. Unfazed by my question, I watched my uncle, the fighter, who was dressed as a doctor, wade into the middle of the commotion, and I groaned. We were a seriously dysfunctional family. "Oh my gosh," Tegan squealed, rushing over to me. She looked me up and down, and then Jordan. "They found out you guys are married, didn't they?" "What?" Dad roared. "Yeah, what?" Derek added. "Oops," Tegan chuckled nervously. Strumming her fingers on her big belly, she smiled sheepishly. My bad. Tegan, December 4th, Boulder, Colorado. Don't talk to me were the 9 lovely words I was greeted with when I attempted to stretch out an olive branch. Okay, so maybe I did put my foot in my mouth last month, but it had been an honest mistake, and I couldn't see the validation in Hope's continuous cold shoulder malarkey. She was still ignoring me and acting like I barfed in her cereal.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. I may have eaten her cereal, but I certainly hadn't barfed in it. I said I'm sorry, Hope. I called out when she slammed the bathroom door in my face. How many times do I have to say it? The bathroom door flews inwards again. More, Hope seethed. Many, many more, before slamming the door shut again. Are you sure I'm the one that's pregnant? I shouted through the door. Because you're the one acting like there is 2 people inside of you. Go away, beast, Hope called back. There's no food in here for you. Difficult person. Feeling hungry and aggravated, I stalked down the hallway and into the kitchen, relieved to be greeted with at least one person who was happy to see me. Uncle Max smiled at me in sympathy. She's still angry. Understatement of the century, I muttered as I padded over to where my uncle was holding out a mug of tea. Thanks, I said when I retrieved the mug before taking a sip. Gosh, that's a decent cup of tea. Blowing into the rim of my mug, I took another sip before saying, it's the only thing that tastes the same anymore. That will pass, my uncle assured me as we walked into the living room and sat on the couch. Once you have the baby, your body will return to normal. I waited patiently for my uncle to ask me the question that everyone and his mother had been asking me. When's your due date again? December 30th, I told him, forcing back a smirk. If I had $1 for every time someone asked me that question, in a few short weeks, I'll have a baby in my arms. Sighing, I added, you know, I wish the guy who decided to tell women that pregnancy lasts 9 months had done his math correctly. It's 40 weeks, Uncle Max. 40, not 36. And Noah? Max asked, forcing a smile. I knew it was hard for him, accepting Noah as my husband, but he was trying and I was grateful. His last fight is on December 18th against Anthony Cole in Vegas, I replied, forcing the sudden pang of anxiety down. I would deal with my fears for my husband when I was in bed, like I did every night, with a big cry and a bag of potato chips. He'll be home then, and all will be well with the world. That's good, Max said, smiling, but I could see the sympathy in his eyes. I could see the worry and the trepidation. He didn't want this life for me, I realized. It was why he'd fought so hard to keep me and Noah apart. He didn't want me to live the life of a fighter's wife. It will be fine, I heard myself say, more to myself than to my uncle. Once Noah gets home and we have the baby, things will be different. Noah had been gone exactly 1 month, 6 days, and 4 hours. I knew this because I had pathetically been counting down the days on an app on my phone. Missing him was an understatement for how I was feeling. I literally felt like the other half of me had been ripped away and splashed on the television for kicks every Friday night. He's been doing well on the tour, Max begrudgingly complimented. For a man who was shot 3 short months ago, he is remarkably resilient. Yeah, I sighed in agreement. Noah was kicking Gosh on tour. One part of me was thrilled for him. The other part was terrified about the pressure he was putting on his weakened body. I couldn't change his mind, though, and I couldn't stop him from fighting. All I could was support him. Yeah, I'd been doing a lot of praying. He called me every day from the road and Skyped me usually at random times of the night, post-fights or parties. It stung me to think of him away and surrounded by the women I knew followed him around. But what could I do? He was the man I loved, and this was our life now. Pregnancy suits you, Tegan, Uncle Max announced, stirring me from my thoughts. Truly, you're glowing. I love it, I replied with a grin as I struggled to get comfortable, knowing she's kept inside in me. I patted my bump, all safe and snug. My uncle smiled lovingly at me. You'll be a wonderful mother, Tegan. I hope so. My cheeks turned pink. I love her so much already. My heart swelled at the very thought of her. I keep thinking about her, like constantly.
It's like I have baby on the brain 24/7. Beaming, I added, Noah and I have been discussing names. Oh, yeah? He wants to call her Samantha, I told Max, but I want her to have an Irish name, like Syorsa or Kaime or Enin. I shrugged. I want her to remember both of her heritages. I think you should call her whatever you feel, Max agreed, but definitely something Irish. You do? With that, I began to list off the dozen or so names I had researched, along with their meanings. Did you do anything nice for Thanksgiving? Max asked me after a while. I was fairly certain the poor man was sick and tired of listening to me yapper on about different brands of diapers and breast pumps. I skipped it, I told him, thinking back to last weekend. You know, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving back home, and with Noah on the road, I wasn't really feeling it. Oh, Max's brows furrowed. I thought your house guests would have celebrated the holiday. I scoffed. Hope isn't speaking to her parents right now, and Lucky isn't speaking to anyone. Shrugging, I added, it's been kind of strained around here. Strained was an understatement. Since Jordan's dramatic return to the hill, everything had pretty much gone to gosh in a handbasket. Hope was estranged from her parents. Jordan was estranged from his parent, singular. But worst of all, Kyle was estranged from Derek. I'd always known the guy was a promiscuous person. I'd spent 6 months on the road with him, and in that time I'd borne witness to the multitudes of women he spent time with. I had thought he had put that side of his nature to bed for a while since returning to the hill. There had been a brief interlude in time, almost 2 whole months, when he hadn't woken me up with loud noises and door slamming, but he was back to his old tricks. I'd never had a problem with it before, but bringing girls back to our home, well, that had to stop. I had a baby on the way. I wasn't coming downstairs to nurse and find Lucky engaging in intimate activity with some random woman on my couch. No freaking way. You could always come home, Max offered with a hopeful glance. Uncle Max. Not permanently, he added quickly. I'm not saying that, but while Noah's away. Setting his mug down on the coffee table, he turned to me and said, I worry for you, up here in this big old house. What if you go into labor early or take a fall? I'll be fine, I shot back, taken aback by his concern. Reaching over, I squeezed his hand. And Noah will be home in 2 weeks. Smiling, I added, everything will be okay, I promise. Tegan, I was thinking, Kyle said as he marched into my kitchen on Thursday evening. You should come over to our place the Saturday after next. Lucky, too. Well, come on in, I shot back sarcastically. Leaning back in my seat, I continued to fold the onesies I had picked up earlier at the department store. And make yourself at home. 2 miniature versions of Kyle padded into the kitchen, and my eyes lit up in delight. Hey, boys, I said as I grinned at Cash and Casey Carter. How are you two doing? Fine, thank you, Casey, the quieter of the two, said with pink-stained cheeks. Oh God, he was so cute I wanted to eat him. Can we go check out the gym? Cash asked, never one to hold back. Of course, I replied, nodding. Just don't touch any of Noah's weights, okay? Psh, Cash shot back, rolling his eyes. They're a piece of cake to me. Obviously, I agreed, but just in case. Come on, Case, Cash said, dragging his brother off in the direction of the hallway. We need to put some muscle on those bones. Boys, Kyle called out then, and both turned immediately.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Dropping several paper bags full of groceries on the island, he pulled at his tie, loosening it. Behave, he said, glaring meaningfully in Cash's direction. We always do, Dad. Yeah, Kyle muttered under his breath. Sure you do. I watched my husband's brother flick on the kettle and open a cupboard to retrieve a mug. Noah asked me to keep an eye on you, he offered as an explanation for his intrusion, so don't look so surprised. I wasn't surprised. In fact, I was well used to Kyle's spontaneous visits. There had been enough of them lately. He'd even gone so far as to show up at my prenatal appointments. Yeah, the man I'd spent a good chunk of my life arguing with had become an unlikely ally. In the months that followed the shooting, I'd learned that my husband's older brother was a powerful person to have in my corner. Luckily for me, Kyle Carter believed Noah needed to call time on his fighting career too.
On top of that, Kyle knew things. He knew people. He had money, a lot of it, and he knew exactly what to do with that money to get his own way. "So, why did you want us over?" I asked, eyeing the bag full of candy. I begrudgingly had to admit that I had been won over by Noah's older brother and his jerk ways. Everything Kyle Carter did was for his family, and it was sort of impossible to hold a grudge against a man who gave his whole heart to his wife and children, especially when he brought me candy. Lots of candy. "To watch the final," Kyle said, waving a hand in front of himself as if my asking that very question was the dumbest thing he'd heard all day. Pouring 2 mugs of coffee, he turned and walked over to where I was sitting. Setting one mug down, he moved to hand me the other before quickly snatching it away. Gosh, no caffeine. Stalking over to the sink, he poured my coffee out. "Sorry, Blondie." Walking over to the fridge, he grabbed a bottle of cranberry juice before returning to the table and handing it to me. "Do you ever rest?" I asked. "I'm resting now," Kyle shot back, making a point to take a seat opposite me. "See?" He gestured to himself sitting down. "Resting." I rolled my eyes. Whatever. "So?" Rolling up the sleeves of his shirt, he thrummed his fingers against the table. "How about it? We all get together at my place to watch the big fight." "I guess," I replied, forcing myself not to think too much about it. I was dreading Saturday night. I didn't want to watch my husband fighting any more than I wanted to rip my fingernails off with a vice grips. But it was what it was. "Do you think he'll be okay?" I heard myself ask, feeling a lump in my throat. Sure, Noah had been on a winning streak since his return, but I hated this. I felt useless. I couldn't stop him. I couldn't save him. All I could do was sit back and watch him. "I do," Noah said, in a surprisingly tender tone of voice. "I think you're worrying unnecessarily." "Unnecessarily?" I squeezed out, feeling physically nauseous. "How would you feel if Lee was throwing herself into a cage every Friday or Saturday night and letting men beat the gosh out of her?" Kyle opened his mouth to reply, but quickly shut it. Frowning, he said, "You have a point." "I know." Resting my elbows on the table, I dropped my head in my hands and sighed. He was shot, Kyle. My stomach churned at the memory of the blood soaking through Noah's shirt. God, he's just so reckless and fearless and really stubborn. He doesn't seem to get it. "Calm down," Kyle told me, looking at me with a worried expression. "Don't get yourself all stressed out over something you can't change." "What if he doesn't win on Saturday?" I demanded, a blubbering wreck now. Gosh, my emotions were all over the place. What if he loses and wants to keep fighting? I shook my head and swallowed the bile that was threatening to overspill. I can't live in this constant worry about him. "Tegan." Shoving his chair back, Kyle walked around to my side of the table and crouched down beside me. "Listen to me, okay?" Taking my hand, he squeezed gently. "Everything is going to be okay." He smiled then. "Noah's going to be back in a few short days, and then you guys will be chasing after your own little hellraiser." "I'm scared," I admitted, confused as gosh as to where all of this was coming from. 5 minutes ago, I'd been fine. Now I felt like throwing myself down on my bed and screaming. I just want a life with him, Kyle, one where we're not running or constantly looking over our shoulders. I hiccuped and wiped my nose with the sleeve of my shirt. One where I'm not constantly afraid that when my husband goes out to work, he won't go home. Ugh. Holding my breath, I shoved Kyle out of the way and raced through the kitchen in the direction of the bathroom. Every step I took caused the nausea inside of me to rear its ugly head. I managed to reach the bathroom and get the toilet lit up just before heaving my guts up. "Teags, you all right?" Lucky's voice came from somewhere behind me then, followed by Kyle saying, "Good job, Blondie. Get it up. You'll feel better." How the gosh could he know? I wanted to ask him when was the last time he'd grown a human in his uterus, but I was too busy projectile vomiting. "Noah, 28? 29? Really?" Dropping to my feet, I forced myself to breathe through the pain as I rolled my shoulder in an effort to shake off the horrendous, really pain throbbing inside of me. It didn't work. Nothing really worked. Muttering a string of curse words under my breath, I shook it off and threw myself into a set of burpees, pushing my body to its limit, fighting through the pain, through the burning, past the voice in the back of my head that was telling me it was over. I was finished. "Stop, gosh," Logan hissed from somewhere behind me. "You're going to give yourself an injury. Noah, are you hearing me?" "Don't," I snapped, as a bead of sweat trickled down my forehead, landing on my bare chest. "Just shut the gosh up and let me train." "You need to stop," Logan urged me, "unless you want to permanently put yourself out of commission." Reaching for a towel on the rack, Logan hobbled towards me, using his walking stick for balance, and tossed it at me. "You heard what the doctor said, Noah. Rest the shoulder, not bust yourself out down here." He gestured around the gym we were standing in. "This is insanity." Turning around, Logan hobbled back to where Colton was standing and hissed, "Talk some sense into him, will you?" "He's right," Colt agreed, looking at me in dismay. "We need to pull the fight." "Pull the fight?" I sneered in disgust. "I'm no quitter." "Then are you sane?" Colt shot back calmly. "Because if you want to hold that little baby of yours in your arms, you'll pull the very fight, Noah." He ran a hand through his hair. "You heard the doctor, man. You're done. One more fight could cost you a really lot more than your career." "I know what I'm doing," I shot back through clenched teeth. "It's one more very fight." And then it was over. Then I would be done. But it would be on my terms. I can do this. I knew I could. Have a little faith in me. Really. Logan sank down on the bench behind him and sighed. He looked worse than I did, and that was saying something, considering I'd been in 4 fights in the past month. I watched as Logan attempted to clench his right hand into a fist. Nothing happened. Poor bastard. MS was a cruel disease. "Yeah, I hope you're watching," I heard him say. "Because you see this?" Logan stared at the right side of his body, the side that was currently refusing to work for him. Panting, Logan leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling. "This isn't something that just happened to me because of a gosh decision I made. I was born like this. But you, Noah, you have a choice, jerk. And you're choosing wrong." "You don't get it," I hissed, unable to look either of them in the eye.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. How could I explain it? How really could they understand? This was all I had, all I'd ever been good for, and a really bullet had all but taken it away from me. What the gosh was I going to do if I couldn't fight? An office job? I scoffed at the thought. An illiterate ex-con, washed-out MFA fighter? Really that? Turning to my nephews, I said, "If you want to help me, then stay. If you plan on standing in my way, you can get the gosh out of here." "You do know that there's more to life than this?" Colton shot back, cocking a brow. "Easy for you to say," I grunted, "when you're dressed like a really suit and laden down with daddy's money." "I'm going to let that slide," Logan told me as he got to his feet with the aid of his brother. "But do me a favor and think about this, Noah." Sighing, he added, "And if not you, then think about your wife and your daughter." "That's right," Colt piped up. "And while you're thinking about it, we're going to go grab a bite to eat with daddy's money." I waited for the guys to leave before sinking down on the floor in a heap. With my body burning in pain, I lay flat on the concrete floor and concentrated on breathing through the pain. Clenching my eyes shut, I pressed my hand against the hollowing pain in my shoulder and remained completely still. I wasn't ready to come back to this. I realized that now, but my pride wouldn't allow me to admit it. So I lied, and I pushed myself past the point of no return. I wasn't the same person as I had been before the shooting, and I couldn't figure out why. For gosh's sake, I'd been in worse scenarios before. Gosh, I'd been stabbed, blown up in a very car wreck, beaten to within an inch of my life. So why had a gosh little silver bullet taken me down? I missed my wife. Leaving Tegan behind wasn't a decision I had taken lightly. In the end, the only thing that had swayed me was the fact that when I had asked Lucky if he would stay behind and keep an eye on things, he had agreed. He was there now, back at the hill with my wife, watching over my life. I wanted to be back in that big, large house with my girl's arms around me and my body not in so much pain. But I wanted to win that very belt first, and I only had one more man to take down. The fact that Cole was dating Reese Tanner meant nothing to me.
The fact that Quincy and Beau had taken up working for him was different matter. Those difficult people had done me wrong. They'd wronged my wife. The satisfaction I knew I would feel when I lifted that belt over my head was what kept me going. But Thorn wasn't here, and nothing felt right without her. Feeling miserable, I managed to drag myself to my feet and walked over to the bench that held my gym bag. Sinking down on the wooden bench, I pulled out my cell and dialed Tegan's number. She answered on the second ring. "Hello? Hey, baby, it's me." "Noah," she squealed. "Are you okay? How are you feeling? How's your shoulder? Where are you?" Resting my head against the wall behind me, I exhaled a heavy sigh. "Gosh, it's so good to hear your voice." "You sound like you're in pain," she said in a worried tone. "Are you in pain? Oh gosh, Noah, maybe you should just come home now." "Thorn, I'm good," I told her. Reaching up, I cupped my neck with my hand and squeezed, working out a kink. "I'm missing you like crazy, though." "I miss you too," she whispered. "I love you." "I know," I replied gruffly. "Love you too." "So, how's it going?" she asked brightly. "Where are you guys now?" "Phoenix," I told her with a smile. "And it's going good." "Terrible. It's really awful. I miss you so hard I can hardly breathe." "How's my baby?" "She's wonderful," Tegan gushed with pride before rambling on happily about our daughter. I closed my eyes and listened to her voice. I imagined myself sitting on the couch beside my wife, rubbing her belly and feeling my daughter kick and move. "So Eileen kicked me like 5 times during an episode of The Walking Dead. I think she's a massive fan already." "Hold up," I said, opening my eyes. "Ein what?" "Eileen," Tegan repeated. "You pronounce it like this. Uneen." "Eileen," I shook my head and smirked. "What happened to Samantha?" "Yeah, about that," my wife said, chuckling. "I figured that since I'm the one doing all the work here, then I should get to name her." "Thorn?" "It means little bird in Irish, and I think that's just perfect for her. And before you say no, I promise you can name the next one." "The next one?" My brows shot up in surprise. "You want more than one?" "I'm an only child," I heard Tegan say. "I don't want that for her." Yeah, my tone was gruff as I nodded in agreement. "Me too. I want our kids to have what Kyle's have." "What? A team of bodyguards?" my wife teased. "I actually agree, but maybe not so many multiples." I smirked to myself. I had no idea if that particular skill of Kyle's was a genetic one he'd got from the sperm donor we shared or not. Either way, I wasn't making any promises I couldn't absolutely guarantee. "I'll try." "I'm afraid of breaking in half," she blurted out all of a sudden. "During the labor," she explained. I was afraid of that too, but I wasn't about to verbalize it. "You won't break, Thorn." "Are you sure?" "Gosh, no." "I'm sure." Hope I knew. There had been a very good reason I'd stayed away from the hill for all those years. I was barely home, and my world had, quite literally, turned to mess. Jordan was back. Noah was on his own personal self-destructive mission, aka the MFA tour. Cam was missing in action with the spawn of Rachel Grayson, or as good as. Logan's MS had relapsed. Dad wasn't speaking to me. Mom was disappointed in me. Lucky was avoiding me like the plague, and Tegan was steadily doubling her body weight with the help of her daughter and Derek's cooking. Yeah, the little turncoat was taking baked goods and trays of treats from Derek, of all people. I couldn't be too mad at her, though. She was, after all, weeks away from giving birth, and Derek cooked like a gosh. He fathered like a 13-year-old boy at best, but the man had some mad skills in the kitchen. On top of all of this drama, I'd messed my latest book deadline and the extension my lovely editor had given me. Why she stuck in there with me was beyond me. I was a hot mess and she was in hot demand. She'd taken up where Tegan left off when she skulked off with Noah back in March, and it didn't make sense to me why she hadn't fired my unorganized self by now. Either way, I stayed in my room for 4 days straight, forcing myself to tap out a somewhat presentable draft for her. I sent it off this evening. It wasn't my best work, not by far, but it was words, and all words counted, right? After 8 hours of nonstop typing and brainstorming, I'd had enough. Feeling like I wanted to blow my bedroom the gosh up, I decided that a change of scenery was a much safer option. Throwing on my winter coat, I slipped out of my room and rushed down the staircase, making a beeline for the front door, desperate not to get into another hormonal Tegan, or worse, Lucky. I couldn't handle another one of his stares. The one where he looked at me, and with his eyes he told me I'd done him wrong. Everything I did lately seemed to upset someone, and I was done feeling bad. Slipping into my truck, I started the engine and sat there for a moment, letting the heater warm my bones and my mind clear. It was freezing hard outside, typical for December. I'd forgotten about how cold it could get at home. When I'd lived in Ireland, all I'd truly had to worry about was the rain. But here at home, snow was my latest element of peril. When my fingers felt somewhat mobile, I slipped my truck into gear and headed down the driveway with only one destination in mind, 13th Street. When I let myself into my parents' house, the sound of Tegan laughing filled my ears, and I balked.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. How the gosh did that little round ball get here before me? Stalking into the kitchen, I spotted her sitting at the kitchen table, with Mom was smiling indulgently at Tegan while she stuffed her face with cookies. Cookies that were being served by none other than Derek Porter. "Hey, buddy," Tegan grinned, sticking both thumbs up at me. "Hey, Bootha," I shot back, poking my tongue out at her. Her grin turned into a scowl, and she made a rude gesture. "Hope," Mom chastised, horrified. "What a horrible thing to say to your friend." "It's grandly," Tegan shot back, feigning hurt. "I'm used to her cruel remarks." "Cruel remarks?" I cocked a brow and burst out laughing. "Coming from the woman who once told me I reminded her of Colton in drag? Yeah, real wallflower, that one." "It's the feet," Tegan shot back. "What size are you again? A 9? She held her hands apart in front of her face and whistled. "Good Lord, I've never seen anything like them. If you weren't housing my cousin right now, you would be getting up close and personal with those size 8.5s. "Whatever, She-Hulk." Tegan winked at me, and I returned her gesture with a nod. And that was that. A month of arguing was behind us. "I give up on you girls," Mom muttered with a weary sigh. "So," I mused as I removed my coat and hung it on the back of the door, "you and Dad rekindle your bromance?" "Not quite," Derek shot back. "Kyle's at the hotel. I'm here to see your mom." He didn't sport his usually goofy grin when he looked at me, and for some reason that caused a pang of pain to shoot through me. "Your dad's a jerk," Derek muttered under his breath, causing Tegan to choke on a cookie with laughter. "Hope, are you hungry?" Mom asked. Shoving her chair back, she stood up and rushed over to me before embracing me with one of those mommy hugs. She was upset with me for running off and eloping, but she would never ignore me. Unlike Dad, my mother had control over her emotions. "Can I get you a plate?" "That depends on what's on offer," I replied, pressing a kiss to my mom's cheek, "and on who cooked." "Your father-in-law cooked," Derek chimed in, and I cringed. I'd never actually thought about it like that before this moment. Christ, Derek Porter was my father-in-law. No wonder Dad wasn't speaking to me. "Has he calmed down any?" I asked my mother as I took a seat at the table. Dad, I mean. "Well," my mother chuckled nervously and tucked her curls behind her ears. Your father's struggling." "Not one bit," Derek offered. Slapping a plate down in front of me, he shoveled a bunch of cookies onto said plate. "And me and your mom aren't too really happy about it either, Hopi Bear." I cringed. I loathed that pet name. "I don't know what to say," I muttered, dropping my head in my hands. "It's not the way I ever planned on you guys finding out." I cast an evil glance across the table at Tegan, who was dutifully ignoring me. "So when did you plan on telling us?" Mom asked, voice full of hurt. "On your 10th wedding anniversary?" Derek quipped. "Never, I guess," I muttered, feeling my cheeks burn. "It's not as if it lasted long enough to send out announcement cards or anything." My voice was shaky as I spoke. "He changed his mind and left." Shrugging, I added, "End of story." Pain encompassed me, and everyone fell silent. The disappointed stares morphed into sympathetic ones. "Gosh," Derek hissed, tossing a baking tray in the sink. "If I'd known back then, I could have—" He quickly cut off and shook his head. "I just wish I'd known." "Why?" I tossed out wearily, my thoughts immediately turning to my husband. "It's not like you could have shackled him to me and made him stay."
In my mind, there were 3 versions of Jordan. The one I grew up loving, the kind and gentle Jordan who would never have hurt me under any circumstance. The Jordan who was a stranger to me, the one who broke my heart and abandoned me. I hated that awful version of him. And then there was the Jordan I was currently facing. The one who was back in the hill, the one who showed up at my parents' Halloween party and dropped the bombshell that he wanted me back. At least that's what I thought he meant. I couldn't be certain since I'd been avoiding him ever since. I knew he was still in town though. He was staying with Derek. I knew this because I'd driven past Derek's place on multiple occasions over the last 4 weeks. I was under no illusions as to who owned the motorcycle parked out front. Maybe, Derek said, drawing me back to the here and now, but it sure as gosh could have helped with his treatment. His treatment? My head shot up. What treatment? Treatment? Tegan frowned as she munched on a cookie. Like a rehab or something? Yeah, Derek looked from me to my mom before grabbing his coat. I have to go. No, Derek, wait. Shoving my chair back, I rushed after him, but I was too late. He already slammed the front door and was no doubt halfway down the driveway by the time I reached the kitchen door. Turning back to Mom, I shook my head. What the gosh was that? Mom didn't reply. She was staring past me with a look of newly discovered horror on her face. Mom? Nothing. Not even a blink. Throwing my hands up, I turned and stalked out of the house. I wanted answers, and I was going to get them. Gosh. I had 1 foot out the front door when a tall figure cast a shadow over me. Looking up, I visibly jumped when my eyes landed on Lucky. Don't mind me, he said stiffly, stepping aside for me to pass. Lucky. My heart soared in my chest and pounded at a crazy speed. Don't say you're sorry, he interrupted. Throwing his head back, he looked up and laughed once. Spare me that conversation at least. I didn't. Biting down on my lip, I fought to find the words to make him stop being mad at me. There weren't any, I realized, and my heart sank. Later, Hope, he muttered, before walking into my parents' house, leaving me staring after him. Noah, you look awful, Colton mused. Reaching across the table we were sitting at, he grabbed a beer and clinked it against mine. Seriously, man, you look like gosh. Noted, I replied, not bothering to say anything else. He was right. I did look awful. I was in pain and I hadn't shaved since I'd left my wife. My head was spinning and my shoulder was burning like anything as I watched Colton flirt heavily with the brunette to his left. The one on his right was trying her hardest to put the moves on Logan, but from the look of boredom on Lo's face, I partially guessed she was out of luck. Lifting the bottle to my lips, I drank, drinking until there was nothing left. Sitting here in the middle of a club full of fans and fellow fighters, and my mind was back in the hill. Was she okay? Was she missing me like I was missing her? Was she tired? My life had changed in what felt like the blink of an eye. I'd gone from being me to being hers, and now nothing made sense. Really, I was seriously regretting my choices. I was a selfish person, chasing my dreams and leaving my wife behind when our dreams didn't line up. I should have stayed at home with her, taken a year out from the cage. I didn't want to be here tonight. Only reason I was in the first place was the awful, really stipulation in my contract sealing me into these media appearances. You know, Colton said, when the women he'd been talking to stood up and walked over to the bar, this pregnancy thing is having the opposite effect on me. Oh yeah? I cocked a brow. Yeah, he confirmed solemnly. It's throwing me off my game. Shuddering, he added, I'm feeling all kinds of paranoid, man. There's something very, really wrong with you, I muttered with a shake of my head. You can't catch a baby, you silly person. How was I related to this difficult person? I mean, seriously. Craning his neck, Colt watched as a leggy blonde pranced past our table.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Still can't believe you're having a kid. He was talking to me, but his attention was completely on the blonde with the legs. If he kept this up, he would be catching something, and it wouldn't be a really pregnancy. You're not the only one. Tossing back another bottle of beer, I slammed the empty down and sighed. I'll do right by them, I found myself adding, a defense mechanism I had built up over the years. We all know that, man, Colt shot back calmly, and Tegan knows too. Well, looky here, a familiar voice sneered, and I groaned inside. I didn't need this headache. If it ain't Miss Senna and his band of weaklings. Band of weaklings? Wow, what a burn. Colt let out a whistle. Got anything better, old man? Walk away, Q, I warned as I looked up at my former trainer. Walk away now. Or what, Miss Senna? Quincy grinned. You gonna take me out? He laughed harshly. Oh no, I forgot. It's your enemies we've got to worry about. I moved to stand up, but Lo threw his hand on my lap. Don't, he said in a low tone. They're not even close to being worth it. Colton was practically bouncing on the edge of his seat, waiting for me to give him the nod. Maybe we were related after all. Logan glared up at Quincy, who had now been joined by Bo and Anthony Cole. Let's leave this for the cage, boys. All scores can be settled on Saturday night. What the gosh do you know of scores, you fool? Quincy slurred at Logan. Not much, Logan shot back, never once taking his eyes off my face or his hand, which is why I'm telling you to do yourself a favor and walk away. But first, let's have a toast, Quincy sneered, tipping his drink out in front of him. To Tommy, the unlucky person, and to us for getting away from you while we still could. Grinning, he slurred, Oh, Miss Senna, give my regards to your wife. Losing all control, I jerked to my feet and managed to overturn our table as I barged towards the turncoat person. She's my wife, not a really prostitute, I roared, loud enough to draw a whole lot of unwanted attention to us. Grabbing Quincy by the scruff of the neck, I rammed him against the nearest wall. Say it again, I really dare you. You can't do anything to me, boy, Quincy laughed, but I could see the anxiety in his eyes. I could really smell it. He was reeking with fear. You put a hand on me, and you can kiss goodbye to that title shot. He was right. I was on a warning. One more fight outside the cage, and I would be stripped of my chance. Releasing my grip on his shirt, I shoved him once more before backing away. The belt's mine, Q, I hissed, forcing myself to breathe. I'm coming for you. Chest heaving, I turned and glared at Cole. Be ready, because I'm coming for all of you. Very, Colt chuckled when security had escorted Quincy and his crew away from our area. You kept your head. He smiled like a kid jacked up on too much candy. I feel like a proud father right now. Don't, I managed to grunt, still raging. Don't really joke when I'm still feeling homicidal. Okay. Colt held out his hands in retreat. You're the boss. Noah? Logan called out as he hobbled towards us, hackingly slowly. You remember everything I said about quitting the tour and retiring? Yeah. Forget it. Logan glared darkly. Put that bastard to bed on Saturday. Don't worry, Lo, I smirked. I plan on it. Hope? I was completely torn up all the way to Derek's apartment. The image of Lucky's face and the memory of the last time Jordan rejected me impaled me, making it hard to breathe, let alone drive. When I finally mustered the courage to get out of the truck, I spent another 10 minutes standing on their doorstep, debating on whether to knock or just run while I still could, knowing that once I saw him again, my choice would be taken away from me. See, I had no power over myself when it came to that man. I never had. From birth to the age of 18, Jordan Porter had been the focal point of my world. I lived and breathed him. Then he broke me, and I spent 8 long years trying to piece myself back together, dreaming of the day he would come back into my life and tell me what a mistake he'd made. He said he was back for me. Had he meant it? Only one way to find out. Bracing myself, I bit the bullet and knocked. Only then did I realize that knocking had been the easy part. The hard part was the waiting. Well, I was a pro at waiting. After what felt like an hour, footsteps came from behind the door, and I quickly tucked my hair behind my ears in an effort to make myself look somewhat presentable. The door swung inwards then, and I was greeted by a woman. A blonde woman. My heart stopped dead in my chest as I stared at her. Who the hell are you? I heard myself ask. Annabelle, she replied, looking equally confused. Who are you? I staggered backwards, clutching at my chest like I could somehow stop the pain that was spearing through my body. But I couldn't. Annie? I heard Jordan call out from somewhere inside the apartment.
"Who's there?" "Some woman," she replied, clearly puzzled. "Hey, are you okay?" I shook my head and backed away. Just then, Jordan appeared behind her, shirtless, and the cruel and torturous penny that seemed to follow me wherever I went dropped. "Hope," he hissed, pushing out past his fiancée. "Don't go. It's not what you think." But it was too late, because I was going. Swinging around, I stumbled down the steps and rushed for my truck, unable to take another second of this freaking pain. The minute I was inside the safety of my truck, I slammed the automatic lock button, locking all the doors. Jordan continued to bang on the side of my door as I started the engine and backed out of the driveway, but I didn't look at him. In truth, I didn't think I would ever look at him again. Tegan was playing on her guitar in the living room when I got home. I recognized the song the instant I let myself inside. Michelle Featherstone's We Are Man and Wife. Her voice was so beautiful, it gave me chills. Her voice had always done that to me, cut me right down to the bone. Tegan had a voice that deserved to be on a stage, being heard by millions of people. Barging into the living room, I rushed over to the couch and threw myself on the mercy of my best friend. "Tegan." It didn't matter how many times I listened to Taylor Swift's album, every song always felt like it had been written about and for me and Noah. The car accident, going up in flames, in the ring of fire, finding me, saving me, sacrificing himself for me. He'd always loved me more than I deserved. He brought me to life. I showed myself to him, every part, every piece. He brought me to life. It was crazy, but he made me feel insanely happy and free and wild and unstoppable. It was insane, but he had me. He was the opposite of everything I thought I wanted. He was the epitome of everything I never knew I wanted and knew I couldn't live without. He was it for me. All of him. I cursed his name more times than I cared to remember. Angry, hard love. The sound of my ringtone blasting all but gave me a very heart attack. Startled, I dragged my earphones out of my ears and scrambled to accept the incoming call. "Hello?" I almost shouted as I pressed my hand to my heart, willing myself to calm down. I guess that's what I got for dozing off while listening to music on my phone. "Thorn." "Noah." I sagged against the couch. "You almost gave me a heart attack." I exhaled a shaky breath. Honestly, I'm pretty sure a little pee even came out. "Do I need to know what you're talking about?" my husband drawled, and I quickly shook my head. "Nope, doesn't matter." Moving from the couch to the floor, I stretched my legs out as I tried to relieve a cramp in my butt cheek. "Tell me what's happening with you." "I'm just home from an appearance," I heard him say, and immediately I grimaced. "Don't worry," he assured me with a chuckle.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. It was boring as really, and I left before 11. "I'm so happy you're having a gosh time without me," I said, beyond relieved. "Of course you are. You know what I mean." "Yeah, so how's my baby?" I grinned like an idiot. "She's dropped." Patting my belly, I told my husband all about my last gynecologist appointment. "The doctor says I'm all set. It could happen any day." "Well, you tell that kid to hold on for her daddy," Noah grumbled. I heard the sound of bed sheets ruffling and the sound of a television being turned down. "Where are you now?" I asked, nosily. "In bed." "Alone?" "Obviously." "Come home?" Noah sighed heavily. "Thorn," I smiled sadly. "Can't blame a girl for trying. I'll be home in a few days." "That's too far away." Noah laughed. 5 days is too long." "Every day is too long," I whispered. He was silent then. We both were. "Play me a song," Noah said then, breaking the silence. "What?" "Come on, Thorn," he said in an oddly vulnerable tone. "Go get your guitar and play me a song." "What song?" "Something that reminds you of us," he told me. "Fine. Hang on, I'll go grab my guitar." I left my phone on the couch while I went in search of my guitar. "Okay, I'm back." Sitting down, with my guitar pressed to my bump, I strained over and began to strum. "Anything in particular?" I asked, putting Noah on speaker. "Something for us," was all he replied. The song that came out of my mouth came effortlessly to me. It was Michelle Featherstone's We Are Man and Wife. It was one of my favorites and had always reminded me of Noah.
Closing my eyes, I sang every word to my husband, wishing more than anything he was right here with me. I got totally into the song, throwing my head back as I sang, feeling the chords and the lyrics right down to my bones. The sound of the front door slamming disrupted me, and I missed a note. Seconds later, Hope flew into the living room. She took one look at me and broke down. "Noah, I have to go," I blurted out as I dropped my guitar. "What happened?" I demanded as I took in the tear-stained face of my best friend. "Jordan happened," Hope sobbed, collapsing in a heap on the floor. "I'm so stupid, Tegan, so very stupid." No, you're not," I growled as I crawled over to Hope and threw my arms around her. "He's stupid." I had no idea what had happened, but I knew he was stupid. Men were stupid, and he was the stupidest of them all. In fact, I had no idea what had happened between them in Ireland either. Hope played her cards close to her chest, and I had been too wrapped up in my pregnancy to pry. Pulling her head down to my chest, I held her tightly as her body racked with huge, gut-wrenching sobs. "I can't do this," was all Hope kept repeating. "I can't go through this again, Tegan. I can't." "Shh," I whispered, holding on to her for dear life, wishing like hell I could take this pain away from her. "I'm here." "He lied," she sobbed. "Again." Turning her face into my chest, she cried hard and helplessly. "I'm such an idiot." "I'm going to kill him," I muttered under my breath as I tried to console her. "He's still engaged." "To Annabelle?" Hope nodded, and her cries became louder. It took a long time, but eventually, when she was all cried out and I had managed to calm her down, Hope began to explain. And when she finally did, confided in me all of her darkest secrets, I knew I'd been right about one thing all along. Jordan Porter was truly a jerk. "Hope, are you going to be okay today?" Tegan asked when we pulled up outside my parents' house on Saturday evening. God, here she was, almost ready to pop and about to watch her husband get his brains bashed in. I shook my head in shame. "I'm going to be fine, Teags," I assured her. I wasn't, but she didn't need the added stress. "Are you?" "Honestly, always. I don't know." Biting down on her lip, she looked at me with fearful eyes. "If something happens to him," her voice broke off, and she took several shaky breaths before finishing. "I won't be able to cope if anything happens to him, Hope." "Nothing is going to happen to Noah," I vowed, making a promise I couldn't guarantee. But Tegan was looking so lonesome and fearful that I was willing to say anything to put her at ease. "Come here," I muttered before reaching over the console and pulling her into a hug. "Ugh, not too tight," Tegan choked out. "You're pressing on that cousin of yours." "Good," I teased, releasing her. "Maybe she'll decide to make an appearance soon." "She's waiting on her daddy," Tegan replied, smiling lovingly at her humongous bump. "God," I whispered, taking in the sheer size of her. "You are having one big baby." "I know," she squeezed out, looking a little nauseous now. "She's getting so big that I can't touch my feet, Hope. I can't shave my legs or sleep on my back." "Wow," I muttered. "Poor mom." "Oh my God, can you imagine?" Tegan chuckled. "Having 6 babies?" "No," I agreed. "It's worse when 5 of those 6 are male." "Is that Cameron's car?" Tegan squeaked out, pointing at the shiny red Range Rover parked in the driveway. "What the hell is he doing here?" I hissed. "She better not be with him." I had enough drama in my life without having to deal with Cameron and his twisted love life. Turning to Tegan, I glared. "I mean it, Teags. After the gosh I've taken over Jordan, I'm this very close to blowing his cover." "Don't," Tegan warned me. "You're not petty, and Cam will talk when Cam is ready." Just then, the passenger door of my truck flew open, and Lucky was standing beside Tegan. When I poured my guts out to Tegan the other night, I'd strategically left out the part about my intimate encounter with Lucky. I figured a lie of omission was no lie at all, and I didn't want her stuck between the two of us. "You ready?" he asked her with a smile. "It's about to start." "No," Tegan replied shakily as she took Lucky's hand and climbed out of the truck. "Careful," he warned her, helping up the driveway. "The ground is icy as hell tonight." Lucky?" I called out nervously as I watched him retreat into the house with Tegan. Could I have a quick word with you? We needed to talk. He needed an explanation, and I needed to grow a pair of ladyballs. Sure, he said flatly. He turned to Tegan and said, "We'll be right in," before walking back to my truck. Leaning in the open passenger door, he looked at me without an ounce of emotion on his face. What? I wanted to talk about everything. Oh God, I was so not good at this. Scrunching my nose up, I took a deep breath before looking him in the eye. "I'm sorry. I don't want to hear it," he replied flatly. "Not here." "I agree my timing sucks," I shot back, embarrassed and guilty. "But I really need to explain some things to you." "No need," he countered coolly, before taking a step back from my truck. "I get it, Tegan, I do. I can't hang the really moon for you, but, just so you know," he looked me straight in the eye, "neither can he." "Tegan, he's coming on!" Kyle bellowed from the armchair, summoning everyone to the living room. "Get the hell in here." "I'm not watching. I heard Lee call out from down the hallway. I just can't." "Oh my God," Hope squealed, rushing into the room. She sat on the edge of her father's armchair before jumping to her feet again, fanning her face with her hand. "I don't know whether to sit or stand." "Shutting up would be a good start," Derek teased as he sauntered into the room, laden down with several bottles of beer, which he proceeded to dole out. The little ones, Cash and Casey, sat on their knees in front of the big screen, cheering in delight for their uncle. "Where's Cam?" Kyle called out, looking around for his oldest son. "I'm here, Dad," Cameron Carter called out as he stalked into the living room with his red-headed friend in tow. Kyle's brows shot up in surprise. "You brought home a girl?" A smile grew across his face.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Lee, boy one brought home a girl. I heard the gasp that slipped out of Hope's mouth, but she didn't say a word. "Tilly, this is my father, Kyle," Cam said, gesturing a hand between his father and Tilly. "Dad, this is Tilly, my girlfriend." I couldn't help but notice the way Cam's arm moved around her protectively. "Hello," she mumbled quietly, not making eye contact with Kyle. "This is all great, guys," Derek piped up, "but can we do the family intros after the fight?" There were no words to describe the anxiety I felt when the sound of Roy Jones' "Can't Be Touched" blasted through the Carter's flat screen. 30,000 people were on their feet, screaming for their comeback king, crazed with bloodlust and dreams of their machine winning the MFA heavyweight title of the world. Meanwhile, I curled up in a ball on the Carter's couch and buried my head in my hands. Neon strobe lights flashed from the television. The sound of the screams and cheers coming from the surround sound speakers caused my teeth to chatter in my mouth. Colton appeared on the screen first, walking with purpose towards the metal cage, with a menacing disposition. He joined up with Logan, who was already standing at the foot of the cage. And then he was there, taking up the entire television screen, and the screams heightened to an unbarring decimal. He walked with his head bent, arms flexed, seemingly unfazed, and I was terrified. It was too much. God almighty, he had been shot a few short months ago, and now here he was, about to take on the undefeated world champion. "Turn it off," I cried out, covering my eyes with my hands. I can't cope." "Relax." That was lucky. He was sitting beside me. Placing his hand on my trembling one, he squeezed gently. "He's got this, Teagues." My heart was in my mouth. What if he didn't? What if he died in there? It was a possibility. Oh, dear God. Noah dominated the entire arena with his mere presence. It was crazy. This guy everyone was screaming for was my husband. He belonged to me just as much as I did to him. "I can't help it," I replied, biting down on my lip with worry. "I'm so scared for him." I was shivering. I couldn't control myself. My entire body was shaking violently in my seat. "What about his shoulder?" "Remember all the gosh he's been through?" Lucky continued to say. I nodded, unsure as to what he was referring to. "All those fights and beatings?"
He inclined his head towards the television screen. "He earned this, Tegan," he added with a smile. "Tonight is the night Noah Messina gets his redemption." I wanted Noah to get his redemption. I just didn't think I could watch it happen. It was too stressful, too emotional. But I didn't move. I remained where I was, with my eyes on my husband and my heart in my mouth. I wouldn't walk away again. I wasn't leaving him, even if I was only watching him through a television screen. He reached the cage and climbed inside. They sealed the cage, locking Noah inside, and my heart sank. But I didn't take my eyes away. He turned around in the cage slowly, with one fist in the air, acknowledging his fans. Then the ref rang the bell, and the moment was gone, broken, evaporated by the drones and screams of the hordes of fans. He was the love of my life, with his scars and baggage, his pain and his loving heart. I could never love another. I'd known it when I was 17, and I knew it now. This was it for me. Noah Messina was my heart. "I love you, Noah, really, Messina," I screamed, not caring if everyone thought I was insane. Pride was bursting inside me as I watched Noah outfight his opponent over and over. He was the better fighter. I knew it, and the crowd did too. If the fight came down to the best technique, then it was Noah's night. But I knew it wouldn't stay like that. Minutes later, Cole maneuvered Noah into an arm hold. I could see the pain on my husband's face as he struggled to free himself and protect his injured shoulder. The roar that came out of his mouth sounded like that of a wounded wild animal. "Low blow," Lucky snarled. "Bad really form, ref." That was Derek. "Get up, Uncle Noah," the boys cried in unison as they mimicked fake punches. Jumping to my feet, I screamed at the television, willing my husband to get up off that mat. "Come on, Noah," I called out. "Come on, baby." He was in agony. I could see the pain Cole was inflicting mapped all over Noah's features. He was on the ground. He needed to tap out, but I knew he wouldn't. "Come on, Noah," I screamed louder, praying he could somehow hear me. "Get back up." "Noah, tap out, fool." As I lay on my back, fighting with everything I had inside of me, I noticed Logan and Colton at the side of the cage. My team looked nothing like what it had when I'd started this campaign almost 2 years ago. Instantly, my mind went to Tommy, and I shook my head, blinking the blood out of my eyes, unwilling to quit. "You don't stay down, boy, you hear me? If there's blood in your body to spill, you fight. You fight or you die, Noah." My father's voice filled my mind. Using every ounce of strength left inside of me, I forced myself to move, to block Cole's attack on my shoulder, to fight back, to get the really back up on my feet. There was a fire inside of me that this jerk couldn't put out. No one could. It was the lifelong urge to prove myself, to show every jerk who had ever doubted me that they were wrong. So very wrong. Climbing unsteadily to my feet, I let my senses take over, guide me. With my fists up, guarding, I attacked, following intuition, throwing punches wildly, blindly. The crowd was cheering my name. I could hear that, and I let their belief in me flood my body, pumping me up, pushing me forward. I could feel her gaze on me, even though my eyes were almost swollen shut and I couldn't see Gosh. Even though she was hundreds of miles away from me, I could feel her. She was everywhere in this moment. Searching deep, I found the strength to shove Cole before staggering away and coming back at him with an onslaught of wild as really punches. I threw my fists wildly, unable to see him, but I smelled that bastard. He was nervous. Blindly, I moved around the cage, boxing on pure instinct. The sound of bone crunching was the last thing I heard before a heavy slap to the mat filled my ears. I staggered around the cage, still throwing punches blindly, until the bell rang. It was over. "Tegan! He won! He won! Oh my God, did you see that? My baby brother is the really champion, Princess!" Go, Uncle Noah! Did you hear me, Tegan? Lucky hissed in delight. Grabbing my face between his hands, he pressed his brow to mine and laughed. I said he won. Tears were pouring down my cheeks. I was crying, uncontrollably as I watched the ref raise Noah's hand in the air, announcing him the heavyweight champion of the world. He did it, I repeated over and over as I broke down with pride. He really did it. My hands moved to my bump. Your daddy's the world champion. I could hardly see through my tears. Everyone around me was screaming and cheering in delight. My entire focus was glued to the television screen where they were presenting my husband with the heavyweight belt. You did it, I sobbed, staring at my husband. You did it, baby. Feeling my legs go from beneath me, I flopped down on the couch and sighed, eyes still locked on the screen. All that work, all those years of being beaten and pushed around, he'd done it. He'd proved them all wrong. Are you okay, Teagues? Hope called out in delight as she celebrated with her family. I can't. I blanked and stared at the television again. Noah wasn't on the screen anymore. Hey, where'd he go? Relax, Hope chuckled, coming over to sit beside me. He can't stand around in that cage forever. Wrapping her arm around me, she pulled me up against her side and sighed. I can't believe it. Noah really Messina, huh? Yeah, I sighed, still blinking, lost in a haze of overwhelming joy and pride.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Noah really Messina. My cell phone rang in my pocket then, vibrating against my thigh and causing me to yelp in surprise. Jerking to my feet, I pulled it out of my pocket and glanced at the screen. Noah's name flashed on the screen, and my heart did a backhanded somersault in my chest. Sliding my finger across the screen to answer the call, I pressed the phone to my ear. "Congratulations, champ!" I cried, unable to stem the flow of tears. I was a blubbering mess. "You did it, baby! Noah, can you hear me?" Unable to hear him from the noise around me, I quickly dashed out of the house and down the porch steps and practically floated down the driveway, a challenge for a woman in my condition, desperate to find somewhere quieter. Thorn. One word. One freaking word, and I was a puddle on the already slippery ground. I can't believe you did it. Releasing a contented sigh, I smiled like an idiot, still crying. Have you any idea how proud I am of you? A low growl came through the line. God, that sounds so very appealing, he purred. Say it again. Say what? Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Uncle Max on the top step of his porch. Lifting my hand up, I waved and grinned like a maniac when he waved back at me. Tell me you were watching my fight and how much watching me breaking Cole's spinal cord affected you. You're such a weirdo, I chuckled. Excitement fluttered inside of me. But I love you. Noah sighed down the line. I love you too, Thorn. You'll be home tomorrow? I'm boarding a red-eye flight tonight, he assured me. I'll be there when you wake up. Good, I whispered, because I miss my husband. And your husband misses his wife. Are you sore? I asked, looking both ways before making my way across the road towards my uncle. Need a back rub? Like you wouldn't believe, he said gruffly. The sound of female laughter in the background caused me to stop dead in the middle of the road. Company? I asked, tone snarky. Colton's company, Noah chuckled, quickly reassuring me. You're the only company I keep these days. Very straight, I shot back, smirking. And I plan on keeping you company plenty when you come back. Tegan! Startled by the sound of my name being roared, I looked around and saw my uncle's frantic expression as he waved his hands in the air and ran down his porch steps towards me. Get off the road! Tegan, I heard Noah demand, what's going on? But I couldn't answer him. My attention was focused entirely on the blinding headlights that were coming straight for me. Throwing my arms up to protect my stomach, I braced myself for impact. And when it came, it took everything with it. After that, there was only darkness. Noah, I heard my wife tell me she loved me, and I sighed heavily. I love you too, Thorn.
Leaning back against the cool brick wall of my dressing room, I spread my legs out and tried to relax my muscles. Cole had given me one hell of a fight. He was a wrestler, and my shoulder was in really agony from the takedowns he'd managed to execute, but I'd done it, like I'd always believed I could. I was the champion. Me, the messed up kid from the wrong side of the tracks, was the heavyweight champion. I was pissing blood and sporting a few broken ribs, but I had that belt, and I had my wife. Tegan's voice drew me back to the present when she asked, "You'll be home tomorrow?" Hell, really yes, I would be home tomorrow. I didn't want to be away from her tonight. I wouldn't be away from her if it weren't for Lucky's assurance that he'd take good care of her. I knew the road wasn't the place for a woman in Tegan's condition, but it didn't make me feel any better by leaving her at home. "I'm boarding a red-eye flight tonight," I promised, with more emotion in my voice than I intended there to be. "I'll be there when you wake up." "Good," I whispered, "because I miss my husband." "And your husband misses his wife." "Are you sore?" I asked, looking both ways before making my way across the road towards my uncle. "Need a back rub?" "Like you wouldn't believe," he said gruffly. The sound of female laughter in the background caused me to stop dead in the middle of the road. "Company?" I asked, tone snarky. "Colton's company," Noah chuckled, quickly reassuring me. "You're the only company I keep these days." "Very straight," Tegan pouted. "And I plan on keeping you company plenty when you come back." "Tegan?" I demanded when her voice cut off abruptly. "What's going on?" "Nothing." "Thorne!" The line went dead. "What the—" Shaking my head, I redialed her number. It went straight to voicemail. A beeping noise alerted me to an incoming call. Tegan's name flashed up in big, bold letters on the screen. Relief flooded me. "Thorne, are you okay?" "Come home," I heard my brother order in a breathless tone. "Come home now, Noah." "Kyle?" Panic laced my gut, and I jerked to my feet just as his voice disappeared from the line. "Hold on, Blondie," I heard my brother call out, and everything inside of my body plummeted. "Kyle!" I roared as I paced the floor of my dressing room. "Is it Tegan?" I ran a hand through my hair. "Answer me, gosh darn it." "Noah?" That was Logan. Concern was etched on his face as he came to stand beside me. "What's going on?" "I don't know," I hissed, feeling helpless as I clutched my phone. "Kyle!" The sounds of sirens in the background flooded my ears, and I balked. "Help her!" I heard my brother howl, and I lost it. "Gosh, really darn it, somebody talk to me." Shoving Logan away from me, I started to run for the door, only stopping when I realized I was 300 miles away from my wife. "Is she okay?" I could hardly stay upright as I paced the dressing room like a caged animal. "I'm doing my best," another man roared hoarsely. Max Jones, I realized. "Come on, Tegan," he begged frantically. "Come on." My legs gave way beneath me. Collapsing to my knees, I struggled to breathe and the walls closed in around me. "Noah, it's me." Hopes came on the line. "There's been an accident." Her voice broke off as a huge sob racked through her. "An accident?" I demanded, frantic. "Please don't say it." "Please don't say she's dead," I choked out. "You need to come home right now." Hope repeated the words her father had just told me. "Fast, Noah," she added, "as fast as you can." "I'm coming." My voice didn't sound like my own. My body didn't feel like it belonged to me. I was moving purely on instinct, moving with a desperation I'd only felt once before in my life, when she was in danger. Only this time was worse. I had more to lose. I had everything to lose. "Tell her to hold on. I'm on the way." Hope. We were all gathered in my parents' house to watch Noah's fight, but the celebration quickly came to a halt when the sound of car tires screeching, followed by a piercing scream, silencing, sliced through the room. Like I always did when something spooked me, I looked to my dad for reassurance, but he was frozen in the doorway into the kitchen with a bottle of beer in each of hand. His eyes were locked on my mother, and I watched a flurry of emotions play out on his face for a brief moment. Fear, terror, relief, and then he jumped into action. Dropping the bottles on the floor, Dad leapt clean over the coffee table, racing to the front door to where the noise had come from. As soon as my dad had moved, I found myself running after him.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. The sight that hit me when I followed him out into the street was one that would haunt me until my dying day. Tegan was lying in the middle of the road. Her body was twisted at a peculiar angle, and she was covered in a horrific concoction of red-stained snow. A pool of blood was growing around her limp frame as her uncle knelt beside her, crying. "No, no, no!" I heard my father cry out hoarsely as he ran to my best friend. Several feet down the road was a mangled car on fire. The road was icy, and I struggled to keep my balance as I rushed to Tegan's aid. "Teags!" I cried out. "Oh my God!" My heart was racing. Is she okay? I knew she wasn't, but I had to ask. There was too much blood. Gagging, I collapsed on the ground beside my friend. There was blood everywhere. I'd never seen so much come from one human being. "Save her," I begged my father and Max Jones, who were both kneeling over Tegan's lifeless body. "Is she breathing?" Dad shouted hoarsely, shaking as he sat back on his knees, looking helpless and torn. "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know? You're supposed to be the doctor." "I can't," Max choked out a sob. "Oh God, Tegan, hold on, sweetheart." I could hear my mother from somewhere behind me. She was talking to an emergency operator, doling out directions and begging for them to hurry. I watched in horror as Dad retrieved Tegan's cell from the ground. "Come home," he choked out, barely able to hold the phone from the force of his trembling. "Come home, now, Noah. Oh God, Noah." Scrambling over to my father, I ripped the phone from his hands. "Noah, it's me," I cried out, trembling. "There's been an accident. Tegan, she's—" I couldn't say it. How could I tell him? "An accident?" I heard him roar down the line. "Please don't say she's dead." "You need to come home right now," was all I replied. "Fast, Noah, as fast as you can." "I'm coming," he choked out. "Tell her to hold on. I'm on the way." When the call disconnected, I shrugged off my sweater and crawled over to where Tegan lay motionless on the road. "Noah said you better hold on," I sobbed. Tucking my sweater beneath her head to protect her skull from the ice, I cupped her cheek with a trembling hand and stared down at her blue-tinged lips. "You've never quit a day in your life, Tegan Connolly, so don't start tonight." "How long for the ambulance?" Max called out, frantic. 20 minutes, Mom sobbed from somewhere behind me. "That's too long," Max cried. "She won't last another 10. Stringing out an impressive array of strong words, my father scooped Tegan up in his arms. "Don't touch her," Max exclaimed. "She could have a broken neck." "Well, we can't really leave her here, can we?" Dad roared back as he shifted her into his arms. "You said it yourself, there's no time at all." The movement alone caused the blood that was pouring from her legs to increase rapidly. "It's okay, Tegan," he assured her as he rushed to his truck. "Open the door, now," he commanded. "I'm getting her to a hospital," he said as he bundled my best friend into the back of the truck, "if I have to drive her there myself." I watched in a frozen state of horror as Max Jones climbed into the back of my father's truck with Tegan. Slamming the door shut on them, Dad ran around to the driver's side of his truck and jumped in. The engine roared to life, and then they were gone. "Noah, where is she?" I demanded the second I stepped foot through the doors of the ICU in St. Luke's Hospital. "Where is my wife?" Instantly, I was surrounded by an entourage of Carters and Tegan's uncle Max. "Noah," Max choked out, voice torn, "you made it, thank God." Whatever I had been feeling before, whatever flicker of hope I'd kept alight inside of me on the 5-hour flight to Denver, fizzled out and died the moment I heard those words come out of Tegan's uncle's mouth. "Is she dead?" I whispered, staggering forward. "Is she—" I couldn't speak. My words were choking me. "Really?" I snarled, nostrils flaring. "Somebody really say something." Max's face contorted in pain. Tears poured down his cheeks as he dropped his head. "So sorry." "No!" I roared, staggering backwards. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see.
No, no, don't really say you're sorry, Max. Very. They did everything they could to save them both, Max sobbed, but they couldn't. I'm so sorry, but she's gone. What do you mean she's gone? I demanded. A horrible feeling of dread loomed in my stomach, one I refused to acknowledge. Gone where? I looked around the room, hoping a sign of some sort would jump out at this very moment and slip the fragments of this conversation that I was missing into place. Noah Messina? A middle-aged doctor walked towards me, flanked by several nurses. He was dressed in scrubs. He looked like he'd come fresh from surgery. "That's me," I managed to say, though my throat felt like sandpaper. "Mr. Messina, the impact of the vehicle collision caused your wife to suffer a stage 3 placental abruption," the doctor told me, voice worn and weary. "We had to perform an emergency cesarean section to stem the loss of blood. Fortunately, we were able to control the hemorrhaging and didn't have to go through with a total hysterectomy." "Placental abruption?" I choked out, shaking. Out of the corner of my eyes, I spotted several nurses and doctors coming over to us, but I couldn't concentrate on them. I was in shock. Hysterectomy? My body felt weak. I couldn't breathe. I don't really know what those words mean. The doctor looked at me with sympathetic eyes. "Your wife was very sick, Mr. Messina," he said sadly. "In order to save her life, we had no choice but to deliver immediately, which unfortunately resulted in an intrauterine fetal death." From somewhere behind me, I heard the sounds of crying. This was bad, so really bad. Numb, I stood looking at the doctor, unblinking, as I tried to make sense of the words that were coming out of his mouth. Every ounce of my body felt numb with the exception of my heart. I could feel my heart. It was hammering in my chest, threatening to burst through my ribcage. "I'm no scholar at all," I snarled. "Talk to me like a man, really, please." Shaking his head, the doctor placed his hand on my shoulder and sighed. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Messina, but your daughter didn't survive the birth." "She's dead?" I couldn't comprehend what I was hearing. "But she only had 2 more weeks." My eyes were damp and burning. "She should have been fine." "Unfortunately, the impact was too much for her tiny body," the doctor replied sadly, "and she was deprived of oxygen for almost an hour. The trauma was simply too much for her organs." "How did this really happen?" I roared, furious and delirious. Swinging around, my eyes locked on Lucky. Stalking over to him, I fisted his shirt and dragged him towards me. "You told me you'd take care of her." "I'm so really sorry, Noah," he hissed with tears in his eyes. "It happened so fast." His voice broke off and he shook his head. "I don't know what happened." "Where is she?" I barked out a harsh cry, releasing my hold. "Where's my baby?" I looked around at the familiar faces, begging them with my eyes to tell me the doctor was wrong. "No," I half roared, half cried. I backed away from the doctors, not wanting to hear another word of this nonsense. It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. How? How had this really happened? All of a sudden, it felt like every ounce of energy, every drop of adrenaline I'd been running on evaporated from my body. Sinking to my knees, I dropped my head in my hands and cried. I cried more in that moment than I had in 26 years. And then my brother was on his knees in front of me. Grabbing a hold of my shoulders, Kyle dragged me into his embrace. "You need to be strong, kid," he whispered in my ear as he held me tightly. "Be strong for your woman." "Why?" My eyes were burning. I was hyperventilating.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Why, Kyle? Why did this happen to us? Cupping my face in his hands, Kyle looked straight at me with tear-filled blue eyes. "I am so really sorry this is happening to you, but you will survive this." "I can't." Shaking my head, I fought back the urge to scream. "I won't." "You will," he promised. "I know it may seem like you can't right now, and it's okay to be scared, but you will get through this, baby brother." He pressed a rough kiss to my forehead. "I promise." Tegan. Tears were flowing freely from my face, something I was fairly certain had never happened to me before. "I need to see her." I coughed and gasped for air as my brother helped me to my feet. "I need to see my wife." It was touch and go for a while there, Mr. Messina, the doctor told me. We lost her for a moment on the operating table, but your wife is one stubborn little lady. She's had several blood transfusions to help her body cope with the loss. The doctor looked between me and Kyle. If your brother hadn't gotten her here in time, well, the doctor shook his head. This could very well have been a far bigger tragedy. Relief like I'd never felt before flooded through me, and if it weren't for my brother's arms around me, I would have collapsed right there on the hospital floor. She's in recovery, the doctor added. We had to sedate her earlier. When she came around, she was understandably distressed. She's awake now, but she's very groggy. Mr. Messina? Another person called my name, and I couldn't take it. I couldn't really handle another black face. Another word, please. Bracing myself, I managed to turn around and glare. What? I'm so very sorry to trouble you at this time, but my name is Detective Myers, the plain-clothed, bald-headed cop told me as he stepped closer. He gestured to the short woman beside him. This is Detective Taylor. We're fronting the investigation on your wife's attempted murder. They moved closer to me. We wanted to personally let you know that Roy Dennis was arrested and officially charged tonight. My wife's? I shook my head and blinked back the tears. What are you really talking about? I gaped around, scanning the people in the room. They all looked as confused as I felt. She was hit by a car. I ran my hand through my hair and exhaled brokenly. It was an accident. I looked around helplessly. Right? What the hell are you trying to say here, officer? Kyle demanded, coming to stand beside me, and I was thankful. I didn't think I could do this on my own. Not this. Are you telling us that someone purposefully ran Tegan over? The officers looked at each other for a long moment before turning back to my brother. We believe that Mrs. Messina was targeted by a member of the same criminal gang that are responsible for carrying out the murder of Tommy Moyet. If you believe this, then why really haven't you arrested them? Kyle demanded, furious, as he wrapped an arm around my shoulder. The Dennis family have put my brother through hell and back. He's served his sentence. He's done his very time. Why aren't they? It's not as simple as going off and arresting them, Officer Myers told my brother. These men are smart. They leave nothing behind them. No tracks, no evidence. Nonsense, Kyle snarled, raging. His daughter is dead, his wife is in intensive care, and you're telling me it's complicated? We've been tracking these men for 10 years, the officer told us. We have one in custody, and please believe us when we tell you he's going down for a long time. We are a hair's evidence away from burying these men. He looked at me and then Kyle. We just wanted to let you know that we have it under control. The officer turned to me. No need to take the law into your own hands. He was warning me, and I didn't care. My baby was dead. What really good was the law now? So what? Kyle roared. Sit back and wait for them to take another crack? He shook his head and snarled. You're the real law. Implement it. Very. A huge sob racked through me as I took a step away from my brother and the officers. They could say what they wanted. I was done. Turning to the doctor, I whispered, "Take me to my family." Tegan. Mama. Come on, Mama. You're going to miss it. I'm coming, sweetheart, I called out as I ran blindly through the mist and the fog, chasing after a raven-haired girl. I wasn't sure where I was, only that I felt light and gooey like a marshmallow. This is fun, I added, as I caught up with the little girl I had never met, yet had somehow always loved. What about Daddy, Mama? She asked me, placing her small hand in mine. Daddy? Her question confused me. I didn't understand. Everything was so bright, so enticing. Who are you talking about? Don't you want to wait for Daddy? The raven-haired child turned and asked. She looked up at me with huge brown eyes. Daddy will be sad if we both go without him. I want to go with you, I told her happily, moving closer to the light, feeling the warmth and serenity on my skin. I don't care about anything else.
The urge inside me to follow this little girl was stronger than anything I'd ever felt. I knew nothing but her. It was as if I had been born in this moment and only knew this child. "Daddy will be sad if you go," the little girl repeated, concern on her face. She tugged harder on my hand. "Don't leave him, Mama." "But I don't remember," I replied honestly. "I only know you." I smiled brightly. "I only love you." "You love Daddy," she replied eagerly. Pulling me to a stop, she reached up and cupped my face. "You remember Daddy." Shaking my head in confusion, I reached up and covered her hands with mine. Only then did I notice the black ink etched on the fourth finger on my left hand. Startled and drawn to the marking, I held my hand out in front of my face. The little girl beamed up at me. "See?" she giggled serenely, taking several steps away from me. "I knew you loved Daddy." The moment the words came out of her mouth, I was bombarded with 1,000 memories. Images of two teenagers evolving in front of my eyes. The voice of a boy. No, a man. He was a man now, and I loved him. I couldn't remember him, but I knew I loved him. My body grew warm as images of a tattooed boy filled my mind. My heart seemed to expand inside in my chest. Thorny roses filled my vision. A hungry little boy, frightened and cowering in a closet. Gunsmoke and fire. A consuming feeling of love. And then I was falling backwards, moving at the speed of light, further away from the little girl, falling into darkness, comforted only by the images of this boy, his face, his voice, his smell, his words, his touch. My body arched upwards as I felt the ground close in on me. Only one word fell from my mouth when I hit the bottom. Noah. Tegan. The worst day of my life was the day I came around to find that it had all been for nothing. The hoping, the praying, all the sacrifices and all the pain, it was for nothing. She was dead. I had lost her before I ever had a chance to know her. The cruelness and unfairness of it all was crushing my windpipe, suffocating me. I was done with this, all of it. Blood and pain and death and emptiness. I was ruined. I didn't care. She was gone. Just like that. I held on to her tiny body for dear life, refusing to allow the sedatives flushing through my veins to take these precious moments away. If this was all the time I would get with my baby, then I wanted to remember it. I wanted to cherish it. She was beautiful, like I knew she would be, with raven black curls melded to her tiny head. Her eyes were closed, but I knew what I would see if they were open. She was my daughter, my beautiful baby girl. Her raven black hair, porcelain skin, those faintly blue-tinged lips. She was so frail, like a tiny little bird. I trailed my finger over her lips, praying my touch could somehow breathe life into her.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Einen. Pressing a kiss to her tiny forehead, I inhaled the smell of her. I tried to memorize every inch of her skin. My little Einen. Hot, angry tears fell from my eyes, scalding my skin. I didn't do my job right. I didn't keep her safe. And now I had nothing. I was nothing. I was empty, useless. Babies were supposed to cry. That was the way nature worked. You gave birth, and you held your baby. You comforted her when she cried, and you rocked her to sleep. My baby would never cry. She would never nurse from my breast or squeeze my thumb in her tiny hand. It was too quiet in this room, and the silence was killing me, ripping me open, making it too easy to think. I didn't want to think. I didn't want to be, period. This was too much for me. It hurt so much, too much, and all I could think of was, please, no more pain, no more remembering. I felt like my soul had died the day they took my baby from me. My will to live had evaporated along with everybody's tears, everybody's except mine.
No one was smiling at me. No one told me how beautiful she was. No, those smiles and words of adoration were saved for the women with living babies. I wanted to be with her, wherever that was, even if it was nowhere at all. I wanted to hold her body in my arms for the rest of my life and keep her safe, protect and cherish her, cover her from the darkness, pray for her. I wondered if I held my breath long enough, would the Lord would take mercy on me and stop my heart from beating? Pain enveloped me. Tears I knew would never cease poured out of me like a never-ending dam. It was too much. My heart was closing down. My mind. I was broken. I couldn't keep his baby safe. What kind of a woman was I? Was she frightened? Did she know me? Even a little bit? I couldn't take it. I had never felt pain like this bitter, aching, gaping pain. It was unbearable, and I wanted no part of it. Blood and pain and death and emptiness. She was my baby, and I had let her die. Let me go with my baby. The door opened inwards then, disturbing the eerie silence, and reluctantly I tore my eyes away from my baby and looked up. Noah stood in the doorway of my room, and in that moment, I was fairly sure I'd never seen a man more broken than him. Thorn. His voice was thick with emotion. He looked incredibly worn down and beat up, like life had gotten the better of him. He was black and blue all over his face, and his arm was strapped, from the fight, I remembered. It seemed such a long time ago now. I'm sorry, I choked out. I didn't mean it. God, baby, he sobbed, rushing towards me. This isn't your fault. Reaching me, he grabbed my face with his hands. I love you, he was crying hard. I'm so really sorry, baby. I had never seen Noah cry before, but he was crying now. I didn't keep her safe, I sobbed. I promised you I would keep her safe. This isn't your fault. He pressed his forehead to mine, his whole body shaking. You didn't do anything wrong. Please bring her back, I whispered. Noah gaped at me in horror. I knew I was asking for the impossible, but I was desperate. You're here, I added, raving now. Please. I used my free hand to clutch his jacket. Make her come back. Tears trickled down my cheeks as I thrust our lifeless daughter into her father's arms for the first and final time. I promise I'll never ask for anything ever again, I told him. I begged. Clenching my eyes shut, I cried uncontrollably. Just make her stay with me. I can't. Noah's words broke off, and I heard his breath hitch in his throat. Please stop, Thorn, he begged, as he cradled our daughter in his arms, torn between looking at her and me. I don't know what to do to fix this. His voice was broken and raw. I can't fix this. Noah Tegan was begging me to bring our daughter back, and I couldn't give that to her. I had nothing to say. I couldn't fix this. I couldn't bring our daughter back to life, and we both knew this was on me. This was my punishment for being a Messina, for the life I had lived. I wasn't with her. She delivered the baby on her own. My wife went through it all alone, and I wasn't really there for her. Regret smothered me. They had dressed her in white like the tiny angel she was, and when Tegan placed her in my arms, the pain that coursed through me was almost too much to breathe through. I couldn't take my eyes off the child in my arms. Raven black hair, skin like porcelain, lips pale blue. She was beautiful, and she would never know me, or how much I wanted her. This was why I was inherently alone in life. Everything I touched died. Everyone I loved was taken from me. This was my fault. JD ordered a hit on Tegan, and he really hit me through the heart, taking my child, murdering my baby daughter. I couldn't fix it. I couldn't bring back the baby. I couldn't do anything. Facts were that I wasn't there when she needed me most. She labored and birthed our dead daughter, and I wasn't really there by her side. She did it all on her own. How the hell could I fix this for her? I'd never felt so hopeless. All this time, I'd been so focused on winning that stupid really belt that I hadn't thought about Gonzalez not following through on his word. For the first time in my life, I had put my trust in someone, and it had cost me my daughter's life. Noah. For the entire night, I cradled my baby to my chest with one hand and held my wife with the other. The doctors had come in earlier and sedated Tegan. She was sleeping now, but it was a restless one. She was weeping in her sleep, and every tear that spilled from her unopened eyes broke my heart. Regret and anger coursed through me as I stared down at my baby. I would never know what color her eyes were or hear the sound of her voice. I would never hear the word "daddy" from those tiny, pale blue lips. Tegan called her Einen, little bird in Irish. She was so little and frail, but I held onto her like she was the only thing keeping me on the ground. This was my flesh and blood, lifeless in my arms. My baby girl. I deserved this. This was my punishment. Tears fell from my eyes, landing on her tiny face, and I sniffed before wiping my cheek off on my shoulder. I didn't cry. I couldn't remember ever crying. But this was my daughter, my baby. Pain was really scorching through me. I felt dizzy, like something had cracked clean open inside of me. Her hair was black as night. She looked like her mother, but she had my hair. Oh God, this was too really painful, and I had no idea how I was supposed to hand this tiny person over to them. I knew they would come soon. The nurses had told me as much. But I couldn't hand her over. I couldn't do that. How the hell was I supposed to do that? I realized I'd run out of time to think about it when the hospital social worker walked into the room. The men that followed her into the room, dressed in suits, really wrecked me. They were undertakers, and they were here to take our baby. "She's not ready," I hissed, praying Tegan wouldn't wake up and see what I've been desperately trying to delay for the last 12 hours or so. "Mr. Messina," the social worker said, eyes full of sympathy, "you've refused a post-mortem. We've delayed this as long as we possibly can." She took a step towards me, and I found myself tightening my hold on my child. "Please," she encouraged, "it will only get harder." A nurse appeared then, the kind one who'd spent the night checking on Tegan, and I looked up at her. "Please," I whispered to the nurse, "I've never really begged for a thing in my life, but she needs more time with her. I need more time with her." "I'm so sorry," the nurse replied with tears in her eyes. "It's hospital policy." "Then don't wake her," I choked out hoarsely. "Give her that mercy at the very least." "Your wife deserves a chance to say goodbye," the nurse told me as she walked to my wife's bedside and shook her arm gently. "Tegan," she said softly. Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. "Tegan, it's time, sweetheart." The moment Tegan opened her eyes, she began to fight. "No!" Reaching for Einen, she pulled her into her arms and held her protectively. "Don't let them take her from us," she sobbed, crying hard. "I know what they're going to do, Noah. They're going to take her from us and put her in the ground, all on her own. It's dark, Noah. It's dark, and she's only a baby. I don't want her down there, not on her own." I didn't know what to do. I had no really clue. My heart was ripping, and watching my wife fall apart like this made me want to set myself on fire. "We have to, Thorne. "Please," she begged, clutching on to the small little bundle as the nurse stepped closer. "Please, don't let them take my baby." Frantic, she looked at me and said, "You're a fighter. Stop them. Fight them. Don't let them take her." "Tegan," I choked out. Twisting my body, I threw my arms around my wife and held onto her as the nurse took our baby from her arms. The scream that tore from my wife's throat was one I would take with me to my deathbed. "Shh," I urged, wrapping my arms around her, holding on to her frail little body as she scrambled against me, desperate to get to the baby. "Why?" she screamed, clutching onto my shirt. "Why us?" "I'm so sorry," I repeated over and over again as I held her. How was I supposed to comfort my wife when we both knew I was the reason our daughter wasn't in her arms? She didn't want my touch, but I wasn't letting go. I couldn't. I needed her touch. I needed to feel her alive and breathing in my arms. I held onto her body with my eyes clenched shut until the sound of a door closing assured me it was over. She was gone. "I'm broken, Noah," Tegan wailed, clawing at her face. "Then be really broken," I roared, pulling her hands away from her face. "But gosh, be broken with me. You have me." Sniffling, I pressed my forehead to hers, feeling worse than I'd ever felt in my life. "I know you don't want to hear it, but you have me, Thorn. I will never leave you." "I don't want you," she screamed and shook her head. "I want her." "I know," I whispered brokenly. "I know, Thorn." "I'm not brave, Noah," she screamed in a torn voice before continuing to cry hard. "I'm not strong enough to cope with this." Knotting the covers in her small fists, a piercing, agonizing cry tore from her lips. "I'm breathing, and I wish I wasn't." "Are you okay?" I whispered when I watched her clutch at her stomach. "Does it hurt?" "Only when I breathe," she replied lifelessly, before turning her face away. Tegan. She was buried on a Wednesday, or so I was told. I was there in body, but my mind was elsewhere. My mind was trapped in that hospital room, with my brain on repeat, watching my dead baby being placed into my arms over and over again. Her raven black hair, porcelain skin, those faintly blue-tinged lips. I visualized myself in that room every waking hour of the day, holding my little bird, keeping her in my arms, having my heart stop beating so I could go into the ground with her, so she wouldn't be alone. My little baby, all alone in the dark, covered in dirt. I couldn't bear it. The thought caused my stomach to churn. I loved her, and she died. And now, especially now, nothing felt like home. Until it happened to a person, until you lost your soulmate, you couldn't possibly imagine the pain of it. The pain of having your heart crack into shards of glass that cut you from the inside out, that kills you from the inside out. Anan was buried in the graveyard adjoining St. Peter's Church in Boulder. Noah and I sat side by side in that church, and yet I had never felt so far away from him or alone as I had in that moment. He wasn't the man I'd fallen in love with, and I sure as gosh wasn't the woman he'd traveled halfway across the world for. I wasn't her. I was broken, empty, dirty. Some people brought flowers to our home to show their condolences. Others brought food. Many people didn't seem to know what to say. Others said too much. Their food and their flowers changed nothing. They couldn't bring my baby back from the dead. They couldn't erase the guilt inside of me, the guilt that pressed harder against the walls of my heart with every breath I took. Nothing gave me comfort. Noah was here, I knew it, but I didn't want him here. I couldn't bear it. The blame, the resentment, I couldn't deal with it. Anan was the one thing I never knew I wanted and now didn't know how I could live without. She was my daughter, my baby, mine, and nothing anyone said could bring her back or ease the gaping hole in my heart that only seemed to spread wider and wider from her absence. God, I hated the word lost. I didn't lose her. She was taken from me. Saying something is lost gives way to the slightest flicker of hope that that something can be found again. My daughter wasn't lost. She was dead. Time didn't move quickly. Grief slowed everything down. Time crawled by, allowing me plenty of moments to wallow and mourn my loss. Now all I wanted to do was sleep, and when I was asleep, all I wanted to do was die. My pain was fueling so much bitterness and anger. I was crippled with it. I couldn't carry the weight of my grief. The burden was too great. I felt like I was trapped inside my own personal hell, screaming out to an empty room, with pain flushing through my veins like an IV drip, a constant, steady tremor of pain and anguish. I couldn't talk anymore. I couldn't form the words. My mouth didn't work properly. I didn't work properly. Losing my baby had left me with nothing except the pain, the bitter, really agony of regret. I loved her. I loved her more than I loved anyone else before, even though she never took a breath of this air, even though her eyes never opened. She was gone, and she was taken away from me. My body burned all the time. My muscles locked solid with grief and fear. I felt paralyzed, but I could still feel. The nurses that visited kept telling me that it would get better, but I quickly realized the only thing that got better was my ability at blocking them out. I didn't want to hear their voices. I only wanted to concentrate on her. No one ever tells you about the milk. My breasts ached for the child I lost. Hearing other babies cry, babies that weren't mine, set me off. It was so demoralizing. My body hadn't caught up with the facts, and the facts were my child was dead. She wasn't here to nurse or care for. I didn't have a warm bundle of joy to cuddle and dote over. I didn't have anything. My hands hung limply at my side. My arms were empty. I was empty. I couldn't look at Noah. Every time I did, I saw her black hair. I saw his disappointment, his pity. I saw things in his eyes that I never wanted to see again. I saw regret. He'd chosen wrong. I wasn't good enough. I had one job, to keep his daughter safe, and I couldn't even do that. I wasn't a woman. I wasn't anything at all. Most of the time, I wanted to peel the skin from my bones. I refused any smidgen of affection he tried to give me because I didn't deserve it. Maybe it was the grief blinding me or my depression making me selfish, but I couldn't see a way back for us. I knew I was in love with Noah, but I couldn't change how I felt. I couldn't fix my broken parts, the parts that had been destroyed when my daughter was taken out of my body dead and lifeless. One part of me wanted him to hold me tight and never let me go. That part of me wanted to stay in his arms for the rest of my life, to crumble and fall apart and know that he would keep me safe, that he could put me back together again, fix my broken pieces, love me back to life. The other part of me screamed, "Stay back, leave me be, don't get too close." He was hurting too. I could see it, and I so desperately wanted to comfort him, but there wasn't enough of me left inside. Pain, darkness, and the feeling of dying repeated all day, every day. I couldn't eat, and I didn't want to.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. The curtains remained drawn in my room. I was paralyzed in my own depression. Noah blamed me for her death. I knew he did. He never said so, but he avoided me, slept in the spare room. I was utterly alone, and all I could do was curl up in a ball on my bed and cradle my empty stomach.
I didn't dare move. The pain was too bad. I just laid there, waiting for death to take me like it had taken my baby. I didn't care about life anymore. I didn't care about music or my friends. I didn't care about anything at all. The muscle I had once been proud of had long wasted and faded on my now skeletal frame. Good. I didn't do my job right. I didn't deserve a good life. I didn't deserve my husband and his pity. I wanted to disappear. Noah. When I brought Tegan home from the hospital, she went straight into our bedroom and closed the door behind her. Several weeks had passed since then, and she hadn't left the room. Christmas came and went, taking her 26th birthday along with it, as did New Year's and the first half of January. Every couple of hours or so since Tegan had taken to the bed, I would stick my head around the door and check on her, only to find that she hadn't moved an inch. She remained in the fetal position, facing the wall, with her long golden hair draped over her face like a curtain keeping the world out. I tried countless times every day to get her out of bed. She never moved. Every morning I ran a bath for her. She never budged. In the end, I began to wash her myself, meticulously washing and changed the dressings on her stomach while she just laid there, unmoving, unblinking, staring off into nothingness. The food I offered her was always refused, and the smoothies I made, I had to force them down her throat. Pieces of my heart chipped away every time I looked at what was left of my wife. I couldn't fix this. I couldn't make her better. She wouldn't accept Eileen's death as anything other than her fault. No matter how many times I tried to tell her otherwise, she wouldn't hear me. She forced the truth away and punished herself for being the victim of a brutal, really bad crime. She was breaking, and I was cracking into pieces, watching her fall apart. I was losing this, and I couldn't reach her. Nothing I did seemed to reach her. She was a ghost of the woman she'd once been. I was trying my hardest, fighting my best, but it wasn't enough. She was incomplete, and I couldn't fill the gaping hole Eileen had left in my wife. In me. I couldn't save my mother. My words caught in my throat as I sat on the edge of the bed in a darkened room with my back facing her. And now I can't save you. This is not the same thing, I heard her whisper in the darkness, voice flat and void of emotion. It's all the same, I said gruffly. Exhaling heavily, I leaned over her body and wiped the tears from her cheeks. I only want you, I whispered, pressing a kiss to her shoulder. I don't care if we never have children, I just want you. They killed my baby, Noah, she cried out in hoarse, raspy voice. They took her from me, and I didn't protect her. I know, Tegan, I said, pressing my forehead to her shoulder. I know, baby. I want them dead, she added flatly. J.D. Dennis and everyone he loves. I'll kill them all, I whispered. I really vowed, pledging vengeance for my daughter. It wasn't like I hadn't planned it out 1,000 times in my mind. That bastard had taken his last shot at me, at my family. Gonzalez had let me down, and the cops were too tied up in yellow really tape to do anything constructive. I wasn't taking any more chances, not when my wife's life was at stake. I promise, Thorne, I'll kill every last one of them. Noah. Usually, I didn't listen to music at home. I kept it for the gym and workouts, but tonight, I blared the volume of the iPod dock in our kitchen to the maximum. Ed Sheeran's Give Me Love flooded my ears. Necking the half-empty bottle of whiskey on the countertop, I chased it with an ice-cold bud. Sinking down on a stool at the island, I continued to pour myself glass after glass of whiskey, desperate to forget where I was, even if it was just for a night. I couldn't listen to her crying another very minute. It was killing me. It honest to God felt like I was drowning in her sadness. My life was falling down, crumbling into the earth, shattering to pieces. Before Tegan lost the baby, I would have never considered myself a coward. Every day since, I was the winning title holder. She was on the edge, breaking down, and I was useless to her. Her guitar was gathering dust. Her clothes were hanging unworn in the closet. I was terrified. She wasn't eating, she wasn't talking, and I knew she wasn't sleeping either. Her sobbing kept me awake for most of every night from a different very room. This internal, crying, depressed version wasn't something I knew or had the slightest clue of how to handle. Before, she craved my touch, now she cowered from it. I handled the grief the only way I knew how, with my fists. I threw myself into my workout regimen, putting in anything up to 16-hour days. It was the easy way out, a way of avoiding the broken-hearted woman in my house, the one I had crushed and couldn't put back together again. "You want company?" Lucky's voice penetrated my mind, and I nodded, not bothering to look. "You know what they say about misery," I slurred, pouring myself another glass. "Yeah," he said with a sigh as he joined me at the island. Sinking down on the stool beside me, Lucky placed a shot glass in front of himself and grabbed the bottle of Jack. "How's she doing?" I tipped my glass in the air, gesturing towards the ceiling. The sound of Tegan's muffled screams and cries could still be heard over the music. Lucky cringed at the sound. "Do you think you could do something for me?" I asked quietly. "Anything, man," Lucky replied. "I want you to put some ink on me," I told him. His brow cocked up. "We're not in a cell anymore, man. There are better artists out there, and safer ways of having a tattoo done." "No," I shook my head. "It has to be you." "All right," he replied with a stiff nod. "Whenever you want." "Thanks," I grunted. "Noah." Lucky poured himself a glass and then refilled mine. "How are you doing?" "I am dying here, man. I was drunk and broken and too tired to lie. I can't fix this for her." Tossing back another drink, I grabbed the bottle and clumsily poured myself another. Christ, they ripped her open and took our baby from her. How does a woman get over something like that? Lucky didn't say anything, and I was glad. He got it. There was nothing to say. Nothing could fix this. "It's my fault," I added, slurring. "I should have stayed away. I should have refused that fight in Ireland and let her be. But I was selfish. I took what I wanted, and my wife is the one paying the price." Slamming my glass down, I dropped my head in my hands. I let her down, Lucky. I didn't keep her safe. I made her a target, and now they've done it. They've broken her. She's not the same person. "Noah, listen to her," I hissed, shaking my head full of self-loathing and regret. "Listen to my wife. That's not Tegan up there. My wife isn't here anymore." "She's still in there," Lucky countered, before dropping a hand on my shoulder. "Somewhere, deep down inside, that ballsy little wife of yours is still alive." "She asked me to kill them tonight," I scoffed, tossing back another drink. Lucky stilled beside me. "What did you say?" I swallowed the whiskey, enjoying the burn. I promised her I'd kill every last one. "Noah, man," he said in a weary tone. "She's delirious with grief. She doesn't know what she's asking you." "Maybe not," I replied flatly, "but I know what I promised her." Noah. Tegan still hadn't left our bedroom, and by the end of the following week, I was running out of patience.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Stalking around the house like a madman, I tried to rein it in, but I was about 2 seconds away from calling a doctor and having her committed. Tegan couldn't go on like this. I'd seen depression before. My mother was schizophrenic. I knew what an episode was. I'd lived it. I'd really endured it, and I didn't know if I was strong enough to go through all of it again. I couldn't watch her spiral a minute longer. Memories of my childhood bombarded me, mixing with the image of my daughter lying lifeless in my arms, the tiny white casket we laid her to rest in. It was too really much. I couldn't deal. Feeling useless wasn't something that came easy to me. It was a really alien feeling. I was grieving too. It was crushing, really paralyzing, but nothing I said to Thorne seemed to make a difference. She was taking this pain on her own. She was drowning in it. The doctors called it postpartum depression. My family called it grief. Nothing I said or did made her feel better. I was losing her. I knew she wasn't taking the meds the doctors had prescribed her. The unopened prescription lay on her nightstand for the past month. Dark circles were under her eyes that were sunken in her face.
It was as if the brightness in her hazel eyes had actually dulled. There was no spark there, no sign of life at all. It was like looking at a statue. She didn't see me anymore. She didn't see anyone. She slept all the time. She never left our bedroom. She rarely left the bed unless it was to go in the bathroom and throw up. Running out of options, I called the one person in the world who knew what I was going through. Waiting for him to answer caused the nervousness inside of me to intensify. I never saw myself calling Kyle Carter for help, never in a million years. But here I was, desperate and at my wit's end. "Carter," he said, answering on the fifth ring. "It's me," I replied, unsure of what else to say. I'd never gone to anyone for help before in my life. There was a long pause and then a heavy sigh. "How you holding up, man?" my oldest brother asked me. "Not good," I choked out, forcing back the emotion inside of me that was threatening to spill over. "I'm losing her, Kyle," I added quietly. Dropping my head, I clenched my eyes shut and pinched the bridge of my nose, desperately trying to keep it in. I cleared my throat, and then I cleared it again. "Help me," I finally said, barely more than a whisper. "Please, help me." "I'm on the way, little brother," I heard him say, tone thick with emotion. Less than 20 minutes later, Kyle pulled into the driveway of my house in his truck. I waited on the porch steps and watched him as he killed the engine and climbed out. Stalking towards me, looking disheveled, with his tie undone and hanging around his neck, Kyle didn't stop until he had mounted the porch steps and had his arms around me. Immediately, I tensed, unsure of what to do, but he continued to hug me, squeezing me tightly. "Let it out," he told me, clutching the back of my shirt. "Get it out, buddy." Slowly, I began to relax my posture. Without my brain's approval, my arms came around him and tears fell from my eyes. "I'm really broken," I whispered, feeling more broken now than I ever had. "It's killing me," I added, clenching my eyes shut, feeling the burn as tears poured down my cheeks. "It won't stop." "I know," he told me, continuing to hold me as I broke down right there on the porch steps of my house as my wife slipped further away from me. "Losing a child," he whispered, "there's nothing like it. No words to describe the feeling." Sitting down on the porch beside me, he hooked his arms loosely around his knees. Worst thing that ever happened to me. Brushing his hair off his brow, Kyle cleared his throat. The feeling of being absolutely powerless. Watching the girl you love suffering, and you can't fix it. You can't make it go away. You can't change a very thing. Shuddering, I nodded, mirroring his actions. Kyle got it. "I would have done anything to take that pain away for Lee," he told me. Back then, I wanted to take it all on my own shoulders. The grief, the anger, the really despair. But I couldn't. Sighing, he added, "Worst time of my life was watching that woman mourn a child I felt I could have protected better." "Exactly," I choked out. "That's it. My wife doesn't let me touch her. We sleep in separate rooms. She's fading, Kyle. She is a shell of the woman I knew, and I have no idea how to get her back." "That's because she's gone," Kyle replied heavily. "That woman died along with your baby." Sighing, he added, "Now you have to put the pieces of what's left of her back together." "What if a part of me died too?" I confessed. "I've no doubt that it did, little brother." Kyle knew how I was feeling. He'd buried a child of his own. He'd fought through the grieving process with his wife and came out the other side. But Tegan wasn't Lee. She was a different person. She was on the edge, and I had no idea how to pull her back to me. "The guilt," he continued, "it's almost paralyzing." He shook his head and looked out onto the lawn in front of us. And all I remember thinking was that everything I had done before that moment didn't matter, and everything I would do after wouldn't be enough, because I couldn't give her the one thing she wanted above all else. I couldn't bring back her baby. "How did you cope?" Kyle sighed. "It wasn't easy," he told me, "but it was different for us." Turning to face me, he said, "I was a jerk back then, Noah. Lee would never say it, but I was." His blue eyes were full of self-loathing. "I wasn't with her when she lost it." Pausing, he sighed heavily and ran his hand through his hair. "I wasn't there for her, and that's something I will never forgive myself for." "I feel that way too. She went through all of it on her own." Clenching my fists shut, I forced myself to calm down. "I wasn't really there for her, and it kills me." "It doesn't go away," he said. "The guilt, it won't leave. But given the chance, you'll show that woman the world. You'll fill her world with babies and love and give her the best very life you can provide. Show her every very day just how much she means to you. You're going to make mistakes. It's human nature. You're going to make her mad as hell, and she's going to drive you very crazy. But at the end of the day, remember this. We only get one shot at this, Noah. There's only one life, and there's only one love. Lee is mine, Tegan is yours. What are you going to do with it? Tegan, I didn't want to wake up this morning. I was disappointed to feel the air in my lungs and feel the watery morning sun on my skin. What kind of a person did that make me? Ungrateful, wasteful, terrified? Rolling onto my side, I curled up in a ball and cradled my empty stomach, the one that just a few weeks ago had housed my daughter. It was hard enough to live through Eileen's death without the papers sticking their nose in and giving the world their 2 cents worth. It was everywhere. Noah Messina's wife loses baby. I didn't really lose her. She wasn't something I'd forgotten to take with me and was going to find again. At least, not in this lifetime. She was stolen from me. She was dead. I didn't do my job, and the whole world knew about it. Time crawled by. Like a knife grazing an open wound, it was painful and slow. I couldn't remember the last time I had slept, like actually slept, without being woken by the imaginary cries of a dead baby. I felt hollow inside, like there was a gaping hole in my heart and everything that had once been there was now bleeding on the floor. I was hemorrhaging in pain. My heartbreak was killing me. I didn't feel hunger anymore. I was never thirsty. All I felt was pain, this inexorable, all-consuming feeling of horrendous pain and grief. It was so intense I couldn't focus on anything but it. Pain was now at the forefocus of my mind.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. It was the focus of my every waking hour. Rolling onto my back, I sucked in a sharp breath when pain ricocheted through the center of my stomach. It was in that exact position I stayed until evening time. By then, I forced myself to lower my feet to the floor and walk unsteadily to the bedroom window. Drawing back the curtains, I sat on the windowsill and looked out at the sun setting in the mountains. A hummingbird sang to its heart's content outside my bedroom window, and I watched it for a while, feeling envious. Darkness inside of my heart thickened as I watched the bird glide freely until my cheeks flushed red. It was so easy for that bird to fly away from its problems. To check out, I was praying for an exit, hoping for a miracle that I knew would never come. I remembered back to when Mom lost the baby. It was right around a time Dad started drinking heavily. I think I had been 10 or 11 at the time. I could remember her lying on her bed, sobbing uncontrollably, and in the bath when she didn't think I could hear her. I remembered, though. My heart hurt at the thought. My parents were never the same after losing their baby. I thought about me and Noah, and an aching grew in my heart. We weren't going to survive this. I didn't have the fight left in me to try. I could hear so many voices in my head, in my ears, in my dreams, in my waking hours, and in my nightmares. I wanted to rip the walls apart. I wanted to tear the skin from my bones. I couldn't be here anymore. That was the only coherent thought I had when I walked into the ensuite bathroom and turned on the faucet in the bath. The sound of the scaling water pelting off the cast iron rim of the bath caused my teeth to chatter. Wordlessly, I walked back into our bedroom and placed my dust-covered iPod in the docking station before blasting the volume. When I walked back into the bathroom, I wiped the condensation off the mirror before shedding my clothes. Standing naked in front of the mirror, I glanced at my reflection and swallowed a sob. The scar on my stomach would never fade. I would never be able to forget. This pain will never leave me. I didn't think much about what I was doing as I walked over to the bathtub and stepped inside. The scalding water did little to warm my frozen heart, assuring me that I was, in fact, dead on the inside. Music was blasting in my ears. A woman was singing about something better out there waiting for her, and for the first time in my life, my body moved in perfect harmony with my wishes.
Lowering myself into the water, I allowed it to encompass my body, covering my face, taking my breath. Closing my eyes, I allowed my brain to surge up the image that had been haunting me every moment of every day since her death. My baby. Cold. Blue. Lifeless. Under the ground. Why should I be here when she wasn't? Noah. After my talk with Kyle, I went back inside and started cleaning up. The sound of water running broke through the silence of the house, and I physically stopped what I was doing and listened. Was this a sign, one I had been waiting for? Was she improving? With the dustpan in my hands, I listened to that water running, and then the sound of music followed. She was out of bed. She was taking a bath. This was good. This was really good. Then why did it feel so wrong? Feeling uneasy, I continued to clean the house I already had in pristine condition. My brain was throwing all kinds of red flags at me. My intuition was screaming at me to go to her. Without thinking twice about it, I raced through the foyer, taking the steps 3 at a time, desperate to reassure that part inside of me that was telling me something was terribly wrong. Throwing open our bedroom door, I ran through our bedroom and into the ensuite. I felt a resounding sense of righteousness seconds before agony and fear clouded my thoughts. Tegan lay beneath the water. Steam was rising above the tub. She wasn't moving. She wasn't even trying to sit up. She just lay in the tub with her hands at her sides and her body straight as a nail, lifelessly, hopelessly. "Tegan!" I roared, throwing myself towards her. Tegan. Death, blood, and not so empty threats. My mind was filled with images of blood and pain, death and stale-smelling corpses. I was surrounded by the people of my past, all laughing and pointing. Shaking my head, I moved to run, but couldn't. I was frozen to the spot, bleeding from my womb, watching helplessly as Noah was shot in the shoulder over and over again. I was screaming out for him and he couldn't hear me. He couldn't see me. Why wasn't he coming for me? Why wasn't he saving me? I was calling out his name, begging for him to come get me. The pain in my heart was smothering me. I couldn't breathe through the pain. Everything was moving so fast, so impossibly fast. And then everything just stopped. "You're back!" the little girl with the raven hair squealed in delight. Running towards me, she shone like the sun. "You really came back." "I made a mistake leaving you," I told her, dropping to my knees just in time to catch her tiny body as she threw herself into my arms. "I won't ever leave you again." "You shouldn't be back here, Mommy," she told me, brown eyes suddenly sad. "They're not ready for you." "Who?" I smiled the brightest smile I had at the child I just knew was the flesh of my flesh. "Who's not ready, sweet girl?" "Is that Daddy?" she asked. Suddenly, tears began to pour from her eyes. "Don't you die on me, Thorn!" Noah's voice penetrated my dreams, and I begged him to be quiet, to stop talking, to stop pulling me back from my baby, from where I wanted to be. "Shh," I begged him. She needed me more. I was drowning, I realized, and it was an eerily peaceful feeling to just stop. "Daddy's really sad," she whispered, bottom lip wobbling. "It's okay," I tried to assure her. "He understands." "Don't you dare leave me, Thorn!" Noah's voice roared inside of my head once more, pulling me further away from where I needed to be. "Come on!" I needed him to stop talking. I needed him to let me go. I was gone too far. It was better this way. "Go back, Mommy," she told me, backing away from me. "Go back and take care of my daddy." "Don't leave me," I sobbed brokenly on my hands and knees. "I'll never leave you, silly," the little girl said with a smile. Stepping towards me once more, she placed her tiny hand on my heart and smiled. "I live in here now. Breathe, baby." The tiny hand I felt on my chest morphed into a man, and I jerked. The man's touch pulled me away from our daughter, and I found myself screaming as water poured out of my mouth. A sudden jolt to the chest sent shockwaves through me and my eyes flew open. Sputtering water out of my throat, I tried to breathe, but it burnt so badly. Noah's arms around me were all I could feel. His voice was all I could hear, as I watched him slam his hands against my chest. "How could you?" demanded, voice cracking with emotion. How, Thorn? How could you be so damn selfish? Grabbing me by the back of my neck, he dragged me forward, slamming my body against his chest. His heat was comforting. His racing heartbeat matched mine as we sat on the bathroom floor. Hopeless. You could have died, Thorn, he roared, eyes blazing. Do you get it? You can't do that to me. You have to stay with me. I can't, I spluttered. It hurts too much. You don't get a choice in this, Thorn, Noah roared, chest heaving. You take yourself out, and you're taking me down with you. Is that what you want? You want to kill me? No, I shook my head and cried. Of course not. Well, that's what you'll do, he choked out hoarsely. If you kill you, then you kill me too. I'm so tired, Noah, I replied in a dead tone. I'm done. You're not done, he shot back, furious. You're not really leaving me. Shaking me, Noah grabbed my shoulders and dragged my body to his. I'm not living if you're not living with me. We're a team, so don't really bail on me now, Thorn.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Fight, baby. Come on, fight it with me. I can't, I sobbed. It's too hard. You can, he argued. You're my little badass. You can fight anything, baby. Even this. He touched his chest. The pain, the hole in your heart, I feel it too. It's gaping open, Tegan. But if you go, he clutched the clothes covering his chest. If you leave me, then all of this will be for nothing. All of the blood, all of the pain and the loss, the really torture. It will have been for nothing. Don't make all this suffering be for nothing, Tegan. Please, God, don't do this to me. Dropping his head to my stomach, he whispered, You're the love of my life. Noah, half falling into the scalding hot water, I grabbed my wife's body and dragged her out of the water. My skin was burning. The water was beyond hot. Tegan, I roared, shaking her roughly as I tried to climb out with her frail body in my arms. Don't you dare do this to me. I fell out of the tub and onto the tiles with my wife's lifeless body in my hands. Come on, I roared. Tegan! Slamming my hands against her chest, I breathed air into her lungs, all the while praying to a God I didn't believe in to save her. No way, no really way was I losing her too. Shaking her harder than any female should be shaken, I slammed the palm of my hand against the skin covering her heart and blew the air from my lungs into hers. Time stood still. It crawled by. Nothing was happening. Panicking, I worked faster, harder, unyieldingly, in my attempt to bring my wife back from the cusp of death. Checking her pulse for vital signs, I prayed to the God everyone talks about, the one I'd spent 25 years rejecting. Save her, I begged that God. Save her, and I'll do anything. And then I heard the most beautiful sound in the world, the sound of a drowning victim's gargled cough just before they come back to life. Relief flooded my veins as I watched my wife splutter mouthfuls of bathwater onto her chin. Her eyelids fluttered, her body shook, but the best part of it all was the sound of her breathing, the sound of her desperately dragging air into her lungs. Don't you do that to me again, I roared, eyes watering. Do you hear me? She looked around her, eyes glazed but slowly coming into focus. When they landed on my face, she choked out a sob. How could you do that to me? I demanded. How could you be so damn selfish? I'm sorry, she rasped. You want out that bad? I roared. Did you think of what that would do to me, finding you in here? Noah, I can't, Tegan. I can't take care of you like this. Kneeling in front of my wife, I dropped my head in shame. You need help, and I can't give it to you. I need it to be over. Well, tough really luck, because it's not over. And you checking out won't make it end either, Tegan. This is death. This is grief. This is life. You checking out still leaves me with the pain. I am still here, Tegan. I am breaking too, you know. You're not the only one who lost a child that night. I watched her wipe a tear off her cheek, and something cracked inside of me.
Jesus, I wish someone had explained to me the dangers of loving a woman. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I'm sorry, but you can't make this go away for me, Noah. I have to live through the pain. I will have to live through this pain for the rest of my life. And I'm tired, so tired. Then be tired, very. It's okay. Break down, cry, scream, grieve, but do not quit on me. Do you hear me? Do not give up on us. God, Thorne, if there was a way I could fix this, if there was a way I could go back in time and pull you out of the way, or better still, get hit by that car myself, then I would, I told her. I want to change this for you, Tegan. I want to heal you, and I don't know how. I don't even know where to start. The worst part is that somewhere inside of me, I feel like I had a choice whether to live or die, and I chose you. Her voice broke. I chose you. That's okay. It's not okay, she screamed. Our daughter is dead, Noah. Nothing will ever be okay again. I can't. Climbing to my feet, I turned around and walked into our adjoining bedroom and grabbed my cell phone. I'm calling a doctor. What? Why? Because you need help, Tegan, and I can't give it to you. I realized I had lost all hope and faith in myself when I found myself dialing Max Jones' phone number. Hope? I was pulling up outside the house in South Peak Road when I noticed the unusual Mercedes-Benz parked out front. Unfastening my seatbelt, I was out of the truck and up the porch steps in record time. I had a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach when I let myself inside the house. That feeling only intensified when I was greeted by a weary-looking Noah standing at the bottom of the staircase, fully clothed and soaked to the skin. Noah? I dropped my keys and purse and ran straight to him. Are you okay? He nodded once, looking through me. His voice broke off, and he cleared his throat. She tried to kill herself. He was shivering violently, jaw clenched. I called her uncle, he's up there now, checking her over. Said he'd give her something to settle her down. Oh my gosh. Not caring he was soaking wet, I threw my arms around Noah and pulled him into my arms. He wasn't the easiest person to hug, all hardened muscles and bulk, but I hugged the life out of him, feeling a desperate urge to somehow comfort this poor man after all he had been through. Come here, I said. Taking my uncle by the arm, I led him into the kitchen and over to a seat. Sit down and I'll get you a drink. Numbly, Noah did as he was told and sat while I went in search of the strongest liquor I could get my hands on. Of course, being a household with at least one Carter in it, the kitchen was stocked with whiskey, and I grabbed the bottle and unscrewed the cap. You should have seen her, Noah said, unblinking, as he stared down at his shaking hands. She was almost gone. Clenching and unclenching his fists, he shook his head. And the look she gave me when I brought her around? He shook his head. It was really disappointment, Hope. He looked up at me. My wife was disappointed I saved her. That's not Tegan, I assured him, as I poured him a large glass of whiskey. Carrying it over to him, I placed the glass in Noah's hand and sighed. Crouching down beside him, I placed my hand on his knee and smiled sadly. If you need a break, Noah, it's okay. I wasn't sure if he was going to bite my head off for this or not, but he had been caring for Tegan 24/7 since she'd been released from hospital and wouldn't accept any of our help. He'd cooked her meals, bathed her, tended to her stitches, and forced her to eat. He had done absolutely everything for his wife, and I was worried the man was going to collapse from exhaustion if he didn't rest. Let us help you. Squeezing his knees, I managed to catch his eye. I'm here, and so is Lucky. Arguing aside, we were both more than willing to help. Let us help so you can rest. I can't, he choked out, shaking his head. I wasn't there when it happened. I can't leave her now. That was the crux of it. The weight of the guilt Noah was carrying around was crippling him. He felt responsible for everything Tegan was going through. In Noah's mind, the demons of his past had forced their way into his present and taken his unborn child from his wife's body. He hadn't been there to protect her. Not that there was anything he could have done, and now he was punishing himself by taking on this weight on his own. Tegan wouldn't speak to anyone, and Noah respected her wishes to the letter. Anytime someone asked to go upstairs to sit with his wife, Noah turned them away. Neither of them were coping, and something drastic was going to have to be done soon.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. The sound of the front door closing filled my ears, and I turned around just as Lucky walked into the kitchen, armed with a brown sack and wearing leather gloves. Frowning, my gaze immediately went to Noah, who was staring at the brown sack like it was the answer to all his problems. "You remember that promise you made, Tegan?" Lucky said in a heated tone, eyes locked on my uncle. Noah nodded once, and a chill rolled through me. "Well, I've found a way," Lucky said grimly. With that, he looked at me and said, "You mind?" Cocking a brow, he added, "This is private." I looked to Noah, but he nodded stiffly. "Give us a minute, Hope, will you?" Reluctantly, I walked out of the kitchen and paced the hallway outside. It didn't take a genius to know that they were up to something. Something bad, something probably illegal. Pinning my ear to the kitchen door, I held my breath and listened carefully. When? Now. Tonight. And if it goes wrong? It won't. "You're sure he's there?" Saw him myself. When I stuck my head around the door, my heart sank in my chest. Noah and Lucky were standing side by side, looking down at a counter full of weapons just the same as if they were looking at teacups. The empty brown sack lay on the floor. I watched, horrified, as Lucky loaded one of the guns and handed it to Noah before loading the next one and stuffing it in the back of his jeans. "Stop this," I cried out in an appalled tone, throwing the door inwards so hard it smacked against the wall. "Whatever you're thinking of doing, forget it, because going looking for trouble after everything that's happened these past few months is the worst thing any of us could do right now." When Lucky ignored me, I turned to Noah and implored him, begged him to back the gosh up. "Think about this, Noah." Rushing over to my uncle, I cupped his face with my hand and stared up at him. "If you do this and get caught, what will happen to Tegan?" Noah flinched, and I had the distinct impression that my words had the opposite effect than I'd intended. "She is exactly why I have to do this, Hope," he shot back, before stuffing the gun into the back of his pants, same as Lucky. "So what?" I demanded, looking between both of them. "You're just going to go out and shoot their whole gang?" When neither one answered, I lost it. "You're both crazy. This is insane," I hissed, shaking my head in sheer and utter denial. "I'm not going to allow you guys to do this." "What the gosh do you expect us to do, Hope?" Lucky said then, glaring at me with those piercing, grayish-blue eyes of his. "Nothing?" "Yes." Nodding my head, I rushed over to him and grabbed his shoulder. "Do nothing." My hands were shaking as I clung to his broad shoulders, desperate to get through to him. "Please, Hunter," I begged, using his real name. "If you have learned anything from prison, then please do not do this." "Let me tell you what I've learned from prison," Lucky snarled, his voice laced with disgust. He swallowed deeply, his Adam's apple bobbing as he shook his head. "I've learned that a person can still breathe when his freaking heart is splattered on a prison cell floor." He stepped closer to me. I remained exactly where I was, knowing that even though this man was angry, he would never harm me. "I've learned that time fixes sweet anything. Time is a difficult person, Hope. A difficult person. Nothing heals with time. Nothing gets better with time. Actions make things better. Actions heal." "Look, I'm sorry about what Haley," I began to say, but he cut me off quickly. "This has nothing to do with Haley," Lucky roared, lived, "and everything to do with that woman upstairs and that dead baby." Exhaling a shaky breath, Lucky took a step back from me and composed himself before turning to Noah and saying, "Are you ready, man?" Noah looked at me and then Lucky. "I'm ready," he said. With that, I watched them walk out of the kitchen helplessly. "Noah, please." "Tell Max to stay with her." Noah tossed out orders over his shoulder. "Don't leave her on her own, Hope." "You're putting me in a horrible position, Noah," I called out. "If I don't report this, I'm an accessory to conspiracy."
"That's your choice, Hope," was all he said before disappearing out the front door. Noah, I'm 5 and frightened. It's dark and past my bedtime. Mom's asleep. Dad gave her some of that special medicine, the one where she's always sleepy after. I'm glad my dad gives her that medicine. It stops her from being so scary. My stomach still hurts, Dad. Dad will make it better. He makes everything better. He makes Mom happy and stops those mean old men from pushing me around. The dogs are barking in the yard out back. They're going crazy. I guess they're hungry like me. You ready, Noah? Lucky asked, pulling me from my thoughts. Hidden from sight behind the back of some crummy motel off Highway 9, Lucky handed me a bottle with a greased-up rag hanging out of it. What he was risking for me right now was almost inconceivable, risking his future to help me avenge my wife and child. I'd never had anyone willing to do something like this for me before. And Lucky knew the score. He'd done twice the amount of time I had. He knew what was at risk if we were caught, and he was here anyway. By my side, ready to take a freaking bullet with me. Shaking my head, I forced myself to breathe slowly. All the blood in my body felt like it had gone to my head. Adrenaline was coursing through me at a rapid pace, but I somehow managed to keep still. In and out, Lucky whispered, unscrewing the cap on a gallon of petrol. No regrets, no tracks. I still couldn't believe he'd planned all of this. Lucky had single-handedly scoped out the whereabouts of J.D. Dennis and tracked him down 60 miles north of Denver, camped out in a shitty motel on the side of the interstate. Where the police and even Gonzalez had failed, Lucky had made true to his nickname. This man was a freaking mystery to me. "And you're sure he's in there?" I asked, eyes locked on the bottle of petrol in my hand. I held a brick in the other. "Yeah," I replied, knowing that the Dennis family had already robbed me of my mother, my father, and my daughter. If I hadn't acted, they would have robbed my wife too. But I didn't think I'd ever sleep again, knowing there was an innocent in there. "Hey," Lucky said, intercepting where my train of thought had gone. "Your baby was an innocent too, and your wife. It didn't matter to him then, and it wouldn't have mattered again." He was right, I knew it, but it didn't take the guilt away. The sound of that woman's screaming was imprinted in my memory. I'd burnt them alive. Sinking onto the couch, I dropped my head in my hands and exhaled a shaky breath. What was really happening to my life? "It's time for me to go, man," I heard Lucky say, and my heart sank. This was just one more thing to feel guilty about. He was going on the run because of me and his loyalty to my family. "Will you be okay?" I heard myself ask, feeling extremely anxious at the thought of being away from him, having spent the best part of a decade in each other's pockets. I knew it was safer this way. Separating for a while until the dust settled over the motel fire was Lucky's idea, and I knew it was a good one, but gosh, it hurt like a difficult person. I didn't want to see him leave. I needed him, and that scared the gosh out of me, because I wasn't the type of man who allowed myself to need anyone. "I can't believe it's over," I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. "He's really gone." "You deserve a shot at a decent future, Noah," Lucky replied. "Don't you ever feel bad for protecting that future." Standing up, I walked over to the man who was as close as family to me and wrapped my arms around him. "This isn't forever," Lucky whispered in my ear, tightening his hold on me.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. "You're not getting rid of me this easily, Messina." Chuckling, he added, "One of these days, I'm gonna come looking for a favor." "Better not wait too long then, Casarazzi," I shot back, releasing him from my grasp, even though I had a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that I wouldn't be seeing Lucky for a very long time. "You're leaving?" We both turned in the direction of the doorway to where Hope was standing, looking surprisingly upset. "Afraid so," Lucky replied before winking at her. "But why?" We both stared knowingly at Hope, and she blushed. Illegally complicated, right? Concern was etched on her face as she stepped into the living room. "Do you have to go tonight?" Lucky looked hard at Hope before turning his attention back to me. "Actually, I have to go now."
Picking up the duffel bag and car keys, he nodded once more in my direction before walking out of the room. "I'll be seeing you, Messina," he called out. Stopping in the doorway, he looked down at Hope and said, "I'll be seeing you too." And then he was gone. I sank back down on the couch and dropped my head in my hands. What the hell was I going to do without that guy? How was I ever going to repay him for the sacrifices he'd made for the good of my family? "Noah?" Hope's voice came from nearby, and it was only then that I realized she was still standing there. I'd been lost in my own thoughts. Raising my head, I looked at Hope. "Yeah?" Hope bit down nervously on her lip and exhaled a heavy sigh. "I have something I really need to tell you." Immediately, I was on edge. "It's about Tegan," Hope added, and my heart stopped in my chest. Bracing myself, I held my breath while Hope delivered the tumultuous final blow to my heart. She was gone. She had left me again. "Noah, wait! Don't do anything stupid, please." Hope was calling after me, begging me to stop and think about what I was doing, but I couldn't, not when she was across the street. I moved purely on instinct, my legs breaking into a run as I crossed the street and thundered up the porch steps of my former next-door neighbor. She was in there. My wife was in that goddamn house, and I wasn't leaving this street without her. I continued to rap my knuckles against the door in an unyielding tune until, finally, the porch light came on and the door opened inwards. "Noah," Max Jones acknowledged. He stepped onto his porch and pulled the door shut behind him. "How are you?" "You couldn't really help yourself, could you?" I shook my head in disgust and sneered. "I called you for help, Max, and you take her from me?" "Whatever you think my motives were for bringing Tegan here, you're wrong." Sympathy seeped from Max's voice, and for some reason, that only made this horror of a night worse. "My niece is very unwell, and you are worn to the bone trying to care for her on your own." He exhaled a heavy sigh. "I'm a doctor, Noah. I'm the best one to take care of her right now." "And I'm her husband," I roared, shaking. "In sickness and health. You know what? Really, let me see her," I demanded, feeling like I was going through a serious, really case of déjà vu. I couldn't count the number of times I'd stood on this porch demanding to see the girl in the bedroom upstairs. "Noah," Max said in a strangely tender tone of voice, "please just listen to me for a minute. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told you years ago," I warned my wife's uncle, refusing to listen to any very thing he had to say. "You can try to keep her from me, but I'm not going anywhere." I had expected a fight. Hell, I had banked on it. No one was more surprised when Max stepped aside and gestured me inside. "She hasn't left her room since I brought her home," he told me in a worried tone. "She hasn't eaten a bite, not a damn thing. I've given her diazepam to relax her." Sighing, he added, "I'm praying she can get some sleep. She needs it. You both do." I moved for the staircase, taking 3 steps at a time, only halting when Max called out my name again. "Noah," he said, looking up at me with an almost desperate expression on his face. "Try and remain calm. Her behavior is a direct result of her grief, not how she feels about you." "Why are being like this?" I asked, appalled. "Nice to me?" I shook my head and frowned. "You hate me." "I misjudged you," he replied, correcting me. "You love her, more than I realized. I see that now." "I've always loved her," I shot back, unable to take any sort of compliment or apology from a man who'd never hid the fact that he loathed my guts. "Since she was 17 years old. Why the sudden change of heart towards me?" "I watched the way you were with her after losing the baby," he replied, voice thick with emotion. "Nursing her, caring for her, loving her more than you love yourself." He sighed heavily. How could I not have a change of heart? My life must be really going down the mess, I thought to myself, when Max Jones was being nice to me. Tegan leaving Noah for the second time in my life was the first hardest decision I'd ever made. He was the man I had vowed to share my life with, to have my soul with. I couldn't be there now, not after Inan. Being back in my uncle's house was like an out-of-body experience. The last time I had stepped foot in this house was the night I fled 13th Street all those years ago. I could hear Noah talking to my uncle from somewhere outside of my room. He'd come for me, and all I wanted to do was tell him to stop, give up. I wasn't the woman he remembered. I wasn't his thorn anymore. So I continued to hide in my old bed, curled up on the same duvet I'd spent countless nights with the teenage version of my husband hiding beneath. I cried into my musky scented pillow, praying for God to take pity on me and stop my heart from beating. The cruelness, the unfairness of it all was too much for me. I had failed Noah. I had broken my vows, and I had let him down again. When my bedroom door creaked inwards, I didn't dare look up and face him. I couldn't. It was too much. Thorn. His voice in my ears caused my body to rack with shivers, a basic human reaction to hearing the voice of the person you loved most in the world. The floorboards creaked under his massive frame as he approached my bed. I heard him sigh heavily before my bed dipped and a warm hand touched my face, cradling my cheek. Clenching my eyes shut, I leaned my cheek against that warm hand, wishing more than anything his touch could heal me. If this was a scene from a movie, I would turn around and enjoy the feel of my husband pulling me into his arms. He would kiss me and tell me everything was going to be okay. I would smile and put my complete faith and trust in his word. And then we would share intimacy. But this wasn't a movie, and I didn't know what to say to Noah. Being honest, there was nothing to say. We shared a bond, a broken bond, and that was it. Without intimacy and chemistry and hunger-driven desire, there were gaping holes in our marriage, ones we couldn't fill. "I hear you're leaving me," he said, in a low tone, voice hoarse and broken. Flinching, I tucked my chin downwards and tried to stem the flow of tears that were now flowing freely from my eyes. I was so tired of crying, so tired of everything. "I'm sorry," I managed to strangle out. "It's better this way." "For who?" he asked, torn, as he stroked my hair with his hand. "You? Me?" "I'm no good anymore," I squeezed out, "for you or for anything else." "I will never let you go," he warned me, "so don't even try." "Our marriage is over," I sobbed, wanting to be done with this conversation, wanting to be done with everything. "Just accept it, please." "It's not over." Cupping the back of my neck, he pulled me into a sitting position and forced me to look at him. "Until I'm 6 feet under, it will never be over, Tegan. Really, never." "You'll meet someone better than me," I cried, delirious with grief.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. I wasn't sure what I was saying or why I was saying it, but I knew I didn't deserve to feel happy ever again, not when my daughter was dead. "Someone good for you," I added, sobbing. "Someone who will give you living children." "I don't want another woman," he roared, trembling now. "I don't want anyone else." I shook my head, tears trickling down my face. "You don't know what you're saying." "Stop telling me what I do and don't know, Tegan," Noah snarled, tone furious. "And start really listening to me." Releasing me, Noah stood up and began to pace. "I've been around," he told me, eyes dark and wild. "I've felt pain. I've felt grief. I've lost a child, too. And I've never really loved you more. You're mine, my wife. I don't want anyone else. I will never want anyone else. And I'll tell you another thing, sweetheart. I will never give up on you. I will never stop loving you. I will never stop fighting for you." "Maybe you should." Stalking back to where I was sitting, Noah wrapped his large, calloused hand around my arm and drew me closer to him. "Maybe I should," he choked out, voice thick with emotion. "But I won't. There's not a chance of that happening. I will love you for all of my life. I am yours, Tegan Messina, and you sure as gosh are mine." It was all I could do not to throw myself at the mercy of this wonderful man.
The only thing that held me back was the image of my baby's lifeless face and the knowledge that I was never going to be okay again. I would never be happy or normal or even sane, and Noah deserved better than that. "You're better off without me," I whispered, closing my eyes, blocking out the image of his face. "Says who? The depression inside of you?" he croaked out. "You need time?" he said after a long pause, as he stared into my eyes, his brown eyes dark as night and full of pain. "Fine, I can give you that. You need space? I can understand that and try and give that to you too. But you're not leaving me, Tegan, because I won't let you." Hope Tegan was gone, and Noah was self-destructing, and there wasn't a thing I could do to fix any of it. God knows, I'd never felt so helpless in my entire life. An entire month had passed since the night Tegan left South Peak Road with her uncle. In that month, I'd witnessed Noah go through every stage of grief imaginably possible. He'd gone from drinking himself into a stupor, to breaking up the house, to stalking Max Jones' porch, to setting Tegan's guitar on fire. If I didn't love the guy as much as I did, I would have hauled ass out of this madhouse. But I couldn't go. I couldn't leave him. Everyone Noah had ever loved or trusted had either abandoned him or had been taken from him. I wasn't about to join either of those lists. So I stayed. I stayed and I tried to repair the broken pieces of my father's kid brother. Of course, Noah being Noah, he didn't accept my help, but that didn't stop me from cooking him meals and tidying up after his latest explosion. I'd helped him in other ways too. The morning after he and Lucky went AWOL, the police had shown up at the house, looking to know of my uncle's whereabouts the night before. Apparently, there had been a suspected arson attack on a motel 80 miles or so from here, and the cops suspected the Dennis gang to be involved. I hadn't thought twice about telling them he had spent the evening at home with me. The lie had come so naturally from my mouth that I knew the cops were fooled. Noah's latest coping mechanism was the one he'd used for most of his life: fighting. He'd accepted a rematch against Cole for the title belt next month and had thrown himself back into an insanely grueling training regime. He was at the hotel now, working out in my father's gym and probably pummeling one of my misfortunate brothers half to death. I was so relieved to see Noah doing something productive again that I didn't dare mention anything to him about injuries or bullet wounds. He was on the edge, barely holding himself together. If fighting gave him whatever it was he needed to stay sane, then I was all for it. Now, my focus had turned to my best friend, or what was left of her. Tegan was still holed up in her uncle's house back in 13th Street and refusing visitors. I hadn't caught a glimpse of her in weeks, and I was worried sick. She wasn't the same person. She was a shell of the woman she'd once been, and I feared nothing would ever bring her back to us again. Noah. Every second I was without her felt like an eternity. I was fighting my fate, keeping my distance, but what choice did I have? If I pushed her, she would crack. I couldn't take the risk of breaking her. She was grieving. I got that. I understood. But I was grieving too. I was disgusted with the tiny part inside of me that was relieved I didn't have to hear her crying at night. I could block it out. How messed up was that? When Nick called offering me the fight, what could I say other than yes? It wasn't like I had anything left. My daughter was dead, my wife had left me, my manager was dead, and my best friend was on the run. What the gosh was I going to do besides fight? My body was fit for retirement, but if I didn't go back to fighting, I would end up drinking myself to death. I'd stopped going to her uncle's house. I'd stopped calling too. I spent all my time training and sleeping. At night, I watched the same video over and over. It was a video of one of my fights when Tegan was in the stands supporting me. Every single night, I lay in our bed, numb, and listened to my wife's haunting voice waft through the silent room, cheering me on, entering my bloodstream, slicing my heart. Tegan. Wrapped in a parka coat and thick winter boots, I sat on the top step of my uncle's porch and stared down at the driveway. It was pouring rain out here, but I remained exactly where I was, protected under the veranda of the porch. Knowing that this was the exact spot where it all started, where Noah and I first met, was sort of surreal. So much had happened to us since that night, most of it bad, and my heart squeezed in my chest at the thought. I didn't dare look at the house directly across the street from me. The Carters were my husband's family, and I had no doubt that each and every one of them had strongly worded opinions about my leaving Noah. Sighing heavily, I found myself staring into the yard next door, to the house that had once housed the man responsible for taking my child from me. Blinking rapidly to keep my emotions at bay, I forced myself to see the overgrown shrubbery and boarded-up windows. And then I thought about what the policemen had told me last month. They'd said they had found body parts of at least 2 bodies in a burnt-out motel room up north. They told me that even though a formal post-mortem had not officially identified the victims, there was enough evidence in the room and prints on the building outside to believe that one of the deceased was none other than J.D. Dennis. They were gone from our lives now. Their house had been abandoned many years back, and their grudges died with them. It should have given me comfort. It didn't. I sat for hours looking out onto the street I had once loathed. I even cracked a smile when I thought about how Uncle Max had dragged me here all those years ago, kicking and screaming. But as much as I tried not to think about him, my thoughts always led me back to Noah. He hadn't called this week. He hadn't showed up at the house either. Even though I had told Noah to just move on and forget about me, my heart was on fire now, and my mind tormented me with images of him with other women. Anger coursed through my veins when I thought about him not showing up, and I balked. This was what I'd told him to do. I'd told him to give up. I guess deep down inside, I never actually thought he would. Made-up images of my husband with imaginary women floated around in my mind over and over until I couldn't take another moment of it.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. It almost felt like a tiny spark of fire had come to life in the pit of my stomach, fueled by my jealousy, anger, and regret. Standing up, I dusted off the back of my jeans and went inside. I wandered into the kitchen to where my uncle was standing at the stove. "You look brighter," he smiled. "The fresh air has brought some color to your cheeks." My uncle's observation sent a churn of guilt through me. I shouldn't be feeling brighter or looking it either, not when my daughter was rotting beneath the ground. Immediately, my heart sank, and that spark I thought I felt inside of me flickered and died. "Are you hungry?" Max asked, gesturing for me to take a seat at the table. "Not really," I whispered. Shuffling over to the kitchen table, I sank down on one of the chairs and watched as my uncle dished up 2 plates of spaghetti bolognese. "You have to start eating, Tegan," he told me, setting one of the plates down in front of me. Taking the seat opposite me, Max lowered himself down and began to tuck into his meal. "You're skin and bones." He was right about that. I had lost 40 pounds since the accident and weighed in now at just under 75 pounds. None of my clothes fitted me, and I could feel every rib and bone in my body protruding. I forced myself to put a spoonful of spaghetti into my mouth, but it took me so long to chew that I was exhausted after 4 bites. I was pathetic. "So I read something today on the internet," Max told me when he had finished eating. "Oh?" I didn't care about what he had heard. I didn't care about anything, but I humored him so he didn't completely check out on me and sign me into one of those facilities he often threatened me with. "It's about Noah." Immediately, my head snapped up. "What about him?" Max leaned back in his chair and studied me for a moment before saying, "He's returning to the MFA." "What?" I deadpanned. What little of my heart that was left hammered in my chest. No, he wouldn't do that." "He is," Max corrected. "He accepted a rematch from Anthony Cole. He fights next month in Denver." "No?" I shook my head and flat out refused to believe what my uncle was telling me. "He has a shoulder injury. He's supposed to be in retirement." "Evidently not." "This isn't happening."
I muttered as I pressed my fingers to my temples and frowned. No, he wouldn't do this to me. You left him, Tegan, Max reminded me softly. You told him to get on with his life. Yeah, but I didn't mean he should go out and get himself killed, I hissed, raising my voice for the first time in months. Shoving my chair back, I stood up. I can't let him do this. Looking around wildly, I spotted the keys of the car Noah had bought for me and left outside my uncle's house. I have to talk to him. Rushing over to the counter, I retrieved my keys and dashed for the kitchen door, only halting when I noticed the huge smile on my uncle's face. Why are you smiling? I demanded, frantic. Today is a good day, Tegan. A good day. Max sighed contently. And I have a feeling you'll find your husband in the gym. Tegan, I felt a dozen eyes burn into my skull as I walked through the foyer of the Henderson Hotel. This was the first time I'd been out in public since Eileen's funeral, and I was feeling almost agoraphobic. Keeping my face down, I walked straight into an awaiting elevator and pressed the button that would take me down to the underground gym. Unsure of what I would say when I found Noah, I let my instincts guide me. And my instincts were screaming at me to go to him, to stop him. When the elevator pinged and the doors slid open, I hurried out in the direction I knew I would find him, or at least I hoped. Wandering down the long corridor, I slipped inside the first door on the right, and immediately my eyes locked on my husband's back. He was all alone as he pounded his fists against a punching bag. I stood frozen in the doorway, watching Noah pummel the bag, and a really messed up mixture of lust and despair shot straight through me. As if he could sense someone in the room, he turned around, and when his eyes landed on mine, I took a step back, feeling like I had been speared through the soul. Tegan. His voice was gruff as he turned around and dropped his hands on his narrow hips. His eyes roamed shamelessly over my body, taking his fill of me. His dark eyes traveled past me, looking around briefly before returning to my face. What can I do for you? I heard a rumor that you accepted a fight against Cole next month. I came straight out with it, because there's no point in dodging the reason I was here. It's not a rumor, he replied flatly, as he twisted his neck from side to side, stretching out his muscles. He walked over to a gym bag, pulled a towel out and wiped his brow, eyes still locked on mine. On the 17th. I struggled to comprehend what I was hearing. A million emotions were bursting inside of me, and all I could manage to say was, why? Why? Noah cocked a brow as he wiped the back of his head with the towel. Why what? Why did you accept the fight? My throat felt like it had closed up. I was in shock. Seeing him again, looking like this, all sweaty and masculine, it was making me feel lightheaded, and I didn't know how to handle the feeling. Because that's what I do, Tegan, Noah replied. I fight. Stepping around me, he walked out of the room and I found myself falling into step behind him. Why didn't you tell me about it? I asked, my voice high-pitched as I rushed down the corridor after him. Why didn't you call, period? I followed Noah into the dressing rooms. You stopped calling? Stopped coming over? I wrapped my arms around myself and shivered. Why? I stopped coming over because I was tired of being turned away, Noah replied flatly. With his back to me, he ripped off his shirt and tossed it on the floor. And I stopped calling because I remembered that you have my number too. I'm sorry, okay? I threw my hands up in distress. I'm sorry for the way I am now. My voice broke and I dropped my head in shame. I felt cold to the bone, and the lack of emotion in Noah's voice only made that feeling worse. I don't know what I want anymore, what I'm doing with my life, or who I am inside. You made it perfectly clear that you don't want me, I heard him say, and I flinched. Is that still true? No, no, no. When I didn't respond, Noah walked straight up to me. With his thumb, he tipped my chin upwards, forcing me to look up at him. Why are you here, Tegan? His voice was softer now, tender. You want me? Is that it? I want you to not fight, I whispered, begging him with my eyes. Please don't fight him, Noah. Why not? He dropped his hand from my chin and backed away. You don't care. Of course I care, I barked out a sob. How can you say that? Then why did you try and kill yourself? He roared, losing the cool facade. How could you do that to me? How could you do that to you? I wasn't thinking clearly. I'd been over this with Max on multiple occasions. I didn't know what I was doing. My words froze on my lips, and my heart stopped in my chest when my eyes landed on Noah's bare chest. My eyes locked on the tiny bird with its wings out. It appeared to be soaring, and in its claws it held a rose. It covered the flesh over Noah's heart. "What in the world is that?" I whispered as I closed the space he put between us. His pectoral muscles contracted when I touched his skin, making his new ink move. Trailing my fingers over the tattoo, I felt a lump in my throat as I looked up at my husband and asked, "Why did you do this, Noah?" "It's for us," he replied gruffly. "It was all I could do." "It's beautiful," I whispered, not trusting myself to say another word. "She was my baby, too," he whispered, voice shaky. "My blood. My fault." "No." I blinked back the tears. "My fault, Noah."
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Mine. Thorn. Reaching out, Noah took my hand and placed it palm down against his chest. I could feel his heart beating beneath my flesh, hard and strong. It gave me peace. His voice broke as he spoke. "I've been giving you time. I've been giving you space. What else can I really do?" I tried to retain some personal space, which was virtually impossible with the man in front of me. "Tell me what you need," he croaked out, holding onto my hand for dear life. "Tell me and I'll give it to you." "Noah," I choked out a sob, but he was already speaking, breaking my heart with his words. "Please don't. Tell me you still love me, Tegan," he choked out. Wrapping his arms around me, he held me tight, too tight. "Tell me you still want me as your husband, as the father of your children, because I will give you more children. You can really bank on that promise." "You don't get it," I sobbed, the mere thought of going through that pain again unimaginable. "I'm not really perfect," he continued to say in a frantic, almost feverish tone. "I'm a felon, a convict. You were there. You know what I've done, what I'm guilty of." He shuddered. "But I love you. I love you so very much, and I'm broken inside waiting for you to come home to me." Tears were in his eyes as he spoke. "You drive me really crazy, and I still want to wake up in the morning and hear your cranky self moaning about your feet being cold. I miss you so very much, Tegan. The way you never put the lid back on the toothpaste tube or empty the bathtub when you're done. I can't really think of anyone I would rather clean up after, and the thought of you not coming home is driving me out of my mind." "It's too much," I sobbed, trying to break free from his grasp, but he was too strong, and I was only half trying. It was hard to push away from what you really wanted. "I can't do this right now." "Well, it's too much for me, too, but I'm in, Thorn. I'm really in, and there's no way out for me." Noah roared seconds before his lips crashed down on mine. For the first time since she died, I yearned for something other than my daughter. The moment his lips covered mine, a huge part of the gaping hole in my chest pieced itself together, making it a little easier to breathe. It was in that exact moment that I realized what I wanted above all else right now was my husband. I wanted Noah. Noah. I knew I shouldn't be touching her like this, being rough with her, but I wasn't capable of stopping, and Tegan, sure as anything, wasn't telling me to. This was wrong, but I couldn't take my hands off her. I needed to be close to her, touching her, holding her, being with her. But then I felt a tear trickle down her cheek and land on mine, and I balked. Gosh, it all but killed me to stop kissing her, but I did it. I did it for her, because she wasn't ready yet. Breaking our kiss, I cupped her face in my hands and wiped her damp cheeks with my thumbs before pressing one last kiss to her forehead. Tegan stood in front of me, touching her lips with her hand. "What was that?" she whispered. "That was me showing you it's not over," I replied, purposefully taking a step back from her, giving her the space she needed to make her own decision.
"Then why'd you stop?" she asked, clearly annoyed, and my heart soared in my chest. Maybe she was coming back to me after all. "Because you needed me to. Tegan, I don't know why I'm here," were the words that came out of my mouth when I walked into the kitchen in the house on South Peak Road the following evening. It was the most honest thing I could say. I had no reason to be here, only that when I had gotten in the car earlier, I had driven straight to Noah. I told him I loved him yesterday. It was the first time I'd told him that since Aineen died. I hadn't gone to the gym with the intent of saying that, but my heart had other plans. Seeing him there had cut open my barely healed wounds. "Okay," Noah said in a careful tone, keeping his distance from me, hand still holding the refrigerator door open, other hand holding an opened carton of milk. "I went for a drive," I continued to say as I stepped around my husband and grabbed a glass from the draining board, my words coming out in a rush. "I didn't mean to. It wasn't my intention." Breaking off, I watched as Noah poured himself a glass of milk and then raised the carton towards me. I shook my head, refusing his offer of a drink, and continued my rambling. "I don't know what to say to you." "Then don't say anything to me," Noah replied calmly. "Eat with me instead." I hesitated. "I didn't come here to eat." "And you didn't come here to talk, but that's what we're doing," he shot back, before shoving a plate towards me. "So why don't you come and not eat a meal with me?" At a loss for words, I followed after Noah as he wandered into the living room and sank down on the couch. Sheepishly, I took a seat beside him on the couch and settled my plate on my lap. He didn't speak, and I was grateful. We ate in silence, and I was surprised to discover that I was starving. I ended up cleaning my plate. After dinner, Noah walked outside, and for some reason unknown to me, I found myself trailing after him. And then, after a while, walking alongside him. I wasn't sure how long we walked for. All I knew was I could have walked that trail for the rest of my life and not have wanted to go home. He didn't touch me, he didn't push me or force me to talk, he didn't do anything I expected him to do. He confounded me. He allowed me to make the first move. He gave me the option of coming or staying. I chose to stay. Whatever he was doing, I was drawn to it. His behavior was exactly what I needed to be around. His silence was healing, and his companionship was comforting. For the first time since Aineen's death, I didn't feel alone. He didn't ask me how I was feeling. He didn't look at me the way everyone else did. I found myself completely drawn to him, almost similar to the way I had been drawn to him. "Noah." I watched the white Range Rover pull up out front, and a nervous feeling shot straight through me. This was the 5th day in a row Tegan had come to me, of her own accord. As usual, I didn't make a big deal of it. I didn't even acknowledge her when she walked into the kitchen. She seemed to like that. Instead, I did what I'd done every other day, and I silently handed her some food to prep. She set to work immediately, cooking beside me, not speaking a single word, just being with me in a weird harmony. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to my wife. I did, but I needed to do this her way. After months of being apart, I had found a way to get through to Tegan. This was working, and I wasn't about to really mess it up. I'd missed all of my physiotherapy sessions this week. I'd canceled them all with the reappearance of my estranged wife. There was nothing I wouldn't do for her. If she needed me, then I sure as heck was going to be here for her. I brought over a movie, Tegan announced later that night when we were washing up after dinner. Drying our plates with a towel, she never looked at me as she spoke. "Thought we could watch one, together." Her cheeks flushed. "That's if you want to." "Fine by me," I said gruffly, secretly delighted, but no chick flicks. Tegan smiled to herself. "Deal." She set the towel down on the counter before wandering out of the room, returning a few moments later with a DVD case in her hand. "Set it up," I told her. "I'll be back in 2 minutes." When I returned to the lounge, I plopped a large duvet on top of my wife, who was on the couch, before taking a seat on the armchair. Tegan looked at me with a puzzled expression, but she didn't say a word. Neither did I. Settling under the duvet, she pressed play on the remote, and I dimmed the lights. Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. It was hours later, when I felt something press down hard on my chest, that I realized I'd fallen asleep. Startled, I opened my eyes to blonde hair. She was curled up on my lap, fast asleep. No tears, no nightmares, no screaming. She was resting. It was a deep sleep because she didn't even stir when I adjusted the duvet around us. I craved to touch her, to wrap my arms around her body and hold her to me and never let her go again. But I had to pace myself. This was huge. She was coming back to me, little by little. Inhaling a deep breath, I pressed a soft kiss to her brow and allowed my eyelids to flutter shut once more, knowing that tonight I would sleep better than I had in years. Tegan. My life for the past 8 years had been an emotional roller coaster. I'd been involved with my husband since I was 17 years old. He'd broken my heart, and I'd broken his. We'd had our ups and downs, mostly downs, but I was still as desperately and recklessly in love with him now as I was when I was a teenager. He completed me, and he broke me. He drove me insane, and he healed me. I couldn't fully explain my feelings because they were alien to me. I had always been a selfish person by nature, and with Noah, it was no different. I wanted all of his attention, all of his time. I wanted all of him. Nothing less would do. We didn't know each other well when we got married. We didn't know each other well now. It was a relationship I struggled to defend, one driven on feelings and emotions and raw instinct. And even though he didn't know me, he still knew me. Now, I knew something myself. I wanted to come home to my husband. Noah had been there for me when I didn't know I wanted him to be. He had this special way of knowing what I needed at the right time. He had brought me back to the present, to the living, and I wanted to be here, living in the present with him. We had found our way back to each other. It hadn't been easy, but we'd done it. I didn't ever want to be that far away from him again. I even found myself wanting to argue with him last week. It was the first homicidal notion I'd had in months. He made me laugh yesterday. I hadn't laughed in forever. It was as if I'd found some way of existing through the pain. He made it tolerable. He made it go away for a little while. He was reaching me on a different level. It was in his presence, in his touch, in his kindness and loving ways. He was giving me everything I needed without giving me anything at all. All I knew was when I was in his presence, everything felt better for a little while. I could live in the moment when I was with him and not have to think so much, not have to feel so much pain. He gave me strength and unconditional love, and I cherished the feeling. I longed for the day I would wake up not wanting to die. Being with Noah made me feel like that day was a possibility for my future. Noah. Tegan had partially moved back in. Her toothbrush lay beside mine in the bathroom once again, and her clothes had returned to cover our bedroom floor in that Tegan disarray I had come to know and love. She still wandered around a lot. She was still quiet, but she was coming back to me. She touched me, brushed past me, sat beside me, hovered around me. She seemed to need the reassurance of my presence as much as I needed hers. I knew we were drawing closer to the time when we would have to sit down and talk about the future of our marriage, but I didn't want to. If I could wrap her up in this little bubble and keep her semi-happy forever, then I would. But it couldn't keep going like this. We both knew it. I went with her to the hospital for her appointments. She didn't ask me to come, and I didn't ask for her permission. We had conjured up this strange alliance. We were, for the first time, in a strong sync with one another. Last week, she even picked a fight with me, threw gosh in my face, and turned everything back on me. And sure, in the moment, there was a part inside of me that was furious with hurt, but that part was overridden by sheer really joy at seeing a spark inside of my wife, a slither of the fight she'd once had. Last week, I told her to get herself ready because I was taking her out someplace nice on Friday. I was determined to bring my wife back to life. By the time Friday rolled around, I was so really nervous it was ridiculous. I changed my shirt 4 very times, something I couldn't recall doing in the 26 years I'd been on this earth. She did that to me. Thorn. Settling on a red plaid, button-up shirt and jeans, I rolled the sleeves up to my elbows, hating the feeling of confinement I felt every time I put a very shirt on. Leaving open the top 2 buttons, I slung a baseball cap on my head and headed out to pick up my wife for our first official date. Tegan. Last weekend, Noah told me to be ready Friday night because he was taking me on a date. He didn't give me an option. He simply told me to be ready at 8. And strangely, I liked the idea. I enjoyed him taking charge. By the time 8 o'clock rolled around on Friday, I had changed my outfit numerous times. I was currently wearing the 5th one, and if it weren't for the headlights pulling into my uncle's driveway, I was pretty sure I would have rushed upstairs and changed again. Smoothing my hair in the mirror, I took in my complexion and reapplied my lipstick. The sound of my uncle's doorbell caused the butterflies in my stomach to quadruple their effort of making me feel sick. Shoving the tube of lipstick into my purse, I rushed down the hallway and swung the door inwards. My breath caught in my throat when I saw Noah standing on the porch, clad in a red plaid shirt and light blue denim jeans. He looked incredibly young and vulnerable as he stood there with a bunch of flowers in his hand. "I don't know your favorites," he admitted with a shrug before thrusting the bouquet into my arms. He shrugged again, and this time he cleared his throat. Figured I couldn't go wrong with roses. "They're beautiful, thank you," I blurted out before gesturing him to come inside. "Let me just put these in water and I'll be ready." When I reached the kitchen, I placed the flowers on the counter and inhaled a deep, calming breath before retrieving the 2 suitcases I had packed and ready on the kitchen table. With one in each hand, I made my way back into the hallway. The moment Noah spotted what was in my hands, a huge smile spread across his face. "Does this mean what I think it means?" he asked, tone gruff. Nodding, I handed him the cases. "I want to come home." Noah. "You're quiet," I noted as I watched Tegan flick around pieces of food on her plate with her fork. I owed her more than a dinner in Chez Creme, that was for sure. I only hoped my idea of going out on a date wasn't making her change her mind about coming home. "I'm just tired," she replied with a smile sheet. She reached for her wine glass and then quickly retracted her hand, picking up a glass of water instead. "Is the wine bad?" I grabbed my beer bottle and chugged it back. "I can order you something else." "Oh no," her cheeks flamed. "I'm just—" She exhaled a shaky breath and said, "I'm sorry, I'm used to refusing alcohol." And just like that, a dark cloud settled over us. Aineen. "Thorn, I love you so much." I wasn't good with words or expressing my emotions and feelings, but I tried. For Tegan, I tried to be what she needed me to be. I worked very hard to do that for her. She deserved nothing less. She was the girl I once adored, now the woman I had vowed to share my life with, the partner to which I shared an irrevocable bond. A painful link in a chain we both carried on our backs. But we carried it together. "I'm going to make you happy again," I told her. "If I have to die trying." "You already do," she whispered. Reaching across the table, she placed her small hand on top of mine and squeezed.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Being with you makes me feel safe. Good. I swallowed deeply, feeling my Adam's apple bob. Because you are. Turning my hand palm up, I entwined my fingers with hers and smiled. "I'm always going to be here to take care of you." "I know why I'm alive," she said, stunning me. "It's because of you. It's because there was a part of my soul, somewhere deep down inside, that refused to give up. It's the same part that held on to every moment we've ever had, every image of your face that my memory collected from the moment you walked into my life to the moment I walked out of yours." Sighing, Tegan said, "You are the reason I am still breathing. You are the reason I didn't give up. You are the only reason. My only everything." The sound of a baby crying broke through our little bubble and caused Tegan to completely clam up.
Groaning internally, I cast a quick glance around the restaurant, and sure enough, there was a woman 3 tables away from us nursing her baby. I watched my wife watch that woman nurse, and the tears that filled her eyes really broke my heart. You, Tegan whispered, looking up at me, you're feeling it too, aren't you? I am, I replied in a tone thick with unshed emotion. This was the first time she had acknowledged my pain, my feelings. I'm broken. I'm sorry, she whispered, dropping her gaze to her plate. For crossing that road. She blinked back her tears. For not keeping your daughter safe. It was at that very moment the walls of my cool facade came crumbling down around me. I want to help you, I told her. Tell me how to help you. Hold me close, she sobbed. Hold me and love me and never let me go. I'm afraid to push you, I admitted. I'm petrified of losing you again. I won't let that happen, she whispered. I need you more than you'll ever know. Come on then, I said. Shoving my chair back, I tossed my napkin and a couple of 50s on the table before reaching for my wife's hand. I'm taking you home. Tegan, I've got you. Noah comforted me as I clung to him in the dark parking lot of the restaurant. His tone was gruff and full of emotion. I'm here, Thorne. His hands were in my hair, pulling me closer, making me feel safer than I had in months. I'm right here. Seeing that woman in the restaurant had really brought it home for me. My body had ached with longing as I watched her nurse. I would have given anything to trade places with her, even just for a day. It's so hard, Noah, I confessed, grasping his shirt tightly, drawing every ounce of my strength from his mere presence. Everywhere I go, something or someone reminds me of her. It's the same for me, he admitted, voice torn, as he held on to me. The trees swayed loudly above us. The cold mountain air cut at my face, making everything feel more real. I love you, I sobbed, breaking down, letting it all out. Pressing my cheek to his chest, I listened to his heart hammering in his chest. I'm so in love with you. It was decidedly imbalanced and wholeheartedly unhealthy, but I did. I loved him more than I knew what to do with it. All the years, all the pain, all the fights, all the tears, I'd experienced them with Noah. He married me. He took care of me. I would never forget him for it. The burden of responsibility we both carried for the loss of our daughter was an almost insufferable weight. But we carried it together. We shared the load. We teamed up. We were one. As I stood in my husband's embrace, passion bloomed inside of me, a feeling that had been absent for too long now. I tightened my hold on his waist, clenching him, pulling him close, wanting to feel completely connected to him. I loved him more than I loved anyone else on this planet, and in that moment, I thought we could do it. We could get past it. We could do it together. I sure as really couldn't do it on my own, but with Noah, maybe I had a chance. A fighting chance. Noah, are you comfortable? I whispered later that night when we were in bed. They came together in passion. It was the first time since her surgery, and I was terrified of hurting her. Making love to her felt really amazing, but I was worried. This woman was all that I had in the world. Breaking her wasn't an option. No, she breathed, holding me close. It feels good, she said softly, and thrust her arm towards me, catching onto the back of my hair with her fingers. It feels like coming home. She really shouldn't have said that. Her words set me off, and I was overwhelmed with desire. Thankfully, their passion peaked together. Don't leave me, she whispered frantically. Stay close, she added, pulling me down on her. Stay with me. But what if I? Please, Noah, she begged. I need you to stay right here with me. Nodding slowly, I buried my head in her neck and pressed a kiss to her racing pulse. This was going to be a long night. Hope. Tegan. I'm so worried about him. He's so stubborn. Hope. Don't worry. He's fighting fit, and if all else fails, he has a really hard head. Tegan. Not funny, Hope. I'm worried sick about him. Hope. You need to breathe. Take some deep breaths and maybe a Valium. Everything is going to be okay. I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep. I didn't. Noah is going to be fine. He is going to defeat Cole. I hope so. Tonight was fight night, and I was nervous. Incredibly nervous. Of course, I lied through my teeth in each text message to Tegan, trying to assure my fragile friend that her idiot husband would be okay, when the truth was, I didn't know. If we were talking about Noah fighting Cole before everything that had happened in the past 6 months, then I would say it was a no-brainer. Noah would win hands down. But things were different now. He was different, weaker, more vulnerable. I hated to admit it, but I was worried for my uncle. I only hoped that the fight would be over quickly and he would come to his senses and get out of the fighting world while he still had a functioning brain. Aside from Noah's suicide mission, I was really proud of him. The grace and tact he'd shown these past few months was admirable, and no one, not even Max Jones, could doubt the love he had for his wife. They were back together again. Tegan was home, this time for good. She and Noah were battling their demons together now, having finally figured out they were stronger together than they were apart. I hoped they would make it. It wasn't easy. Surviving the death of their child had almost broken them. I had a feeling if that didn't break them, nothing would. Noah and Tegan, along with the rest of our family, had left for Denver over an hour ago, leaving me behind to meet a deadline for my editor. At least, that's what I told them. The truth was, there was no deadline. Well, there was, but I wasn't worrying about that. My entire focus for the past 3 days had been Jordan. He was coming over tonight. I'd finally caved and agreed to meet him. The sound of the doorbell ringing startled me, and I jumped. Casting a glance at the watch on my wrist, I frowned when I noticed it was only 6:30. He was early. He wasn't supposed to be here until 7. Immediately, my heart began to hammer in my chest. The fact that Jordan stood on the other side of that door did nothing to ease my racing pulse. It made it worse, so much worse. "Hold on," I called out before dashing down the hallway and into the bathroom. "Be cool," I told myself as I stared at my reflection in the mirror. "Cool your guns, Carter." This wasn't a romantic visit. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was here to talk about our divorce proceedings. Well, that's what I told him when I finally caved after weeks of being asked and agreed to meet him. For the sake of my sanity, I had to think this way. I couldn't risk getting my hopes up when it came to that man. Apparently, Jordan never filed the papers when he left Cork. Why? I had no clue, but I had a feeling I was about to find out.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. I hadn't spoken more than a few words to him in the last couple of months, choosing to put my heart and soul into helping 2 people who actually cared about me, not a charlatan like my husband. I hadn't returned any of his calls or replied to his text messages since the day I found Annabelle at Derek's apartment. He could lie all he wanted. The truth was, I didn't trust him anymore, and if you didn't have trust, you didn't have anything at all. With trembling hands, I patted down my curls, gave my cheeks a quick squeeze, and braced myself. I had no idea how this meeting would go, but I knew I couldn't avoid it forever. I walked up the hallway and took a few deep, calming breaths before opening the front door. Like every single time I had seen him in my 26 years on Earth, my heart somersaulted into my chest the moment my eyes landed on his face. "Hope," he acknowledged. With his hands stuffed into the front pockets of his faded blue jeans, he looked down at me almost nervously. The dark coat he had on was only halfway zipped up, revealing the crisp white shirt he had on underneath. "Jordan," I forced myself to say. Gosh, very. His green eyes seared me just the same way they always had.
Why couldn't I look this man in the eyes without seeing my future? It would be so much easier if I was able to look at him and not fall apart every single time. Jordan Porter had been blessed with height and one of those all-year tans people paid a fortune to attain. He was built like a swimmer, broad shoulders, narrow hips. His black, curly hair was shaved tight on both sides, leaving a little extra on top, flopping slightly forward in that really sexy way men wore their hair these days. I wanted him to kiss me. After all this time. See, I knew there was something very wrong with me. I shouldn't still want him, but I did, badly. Forcing myself to step aside, I gestured for Jordan to come inside, and when he did, I had to clench my fists at my sides to physically stop myself from touching him. He looked good, I begrudgingly thought to myself. Too good. "Thanks for agreeing to meet me," he said, as he removed his coat and shook the raindrops that had landed on his hair off. God, I haven't been inside this house in... He looked around at our surroundings before facing me. What, it must be 20 years? Try 10, I shot back, closing the door after him. We snuck up here after my junior prom, remember? With cheeks burning, I walked past him and into the living room. "Oh, yeah," I heard him say from behind me. "I forgot about that night." I didn't, I shot back angrily. I couldn't stop myself from being angry, not after everything that had happened between us. So, walking over to the armchair closest to the fireplace, I took a seat and faced him. "What did you want to discuss?" Tegan. This was bad. Something felt very wrong as I watched Noah walk into the cage. The crowd were screaming and calling out his name. All I wanted to do was cry. This was my husband, the only thing I had left. I couldn't afford to lose him. As I watched Noah salute his fans, it suddenly dawned on me that it was exactly 1 year to the night that he'd found me in Cork. 1 year had passed since he invaded my life and recaptured my heart. So much had happened. Knowing Reese was sitting on the other side of this cage didn't bother me anymore. Back before everything had happened, I used to obsess over that stupid woman. Not anymore. She was nothing to me. Nothing but a distant memory. Nothing of importance. I had come to learn that the only important things in life were the things you couldn't live without. I could easily live without the anger and jealousy. But the one thing I realized that I couldn't live without was enclosed in the metal cage, fighting for a freedom he already had, but never accepted. Noah stopped in the center of the cage, eyes on me, searing me, so full of emotion and heat. He stared hard at me, and I stared right back at him, willing him to know how much I loved him, wanting him to know just how proud of him I was in this moment. His glove-covered hand moved to his chest, to his tattoo, and I felt faint. I knew what he meant. He was doing this for our daughter, for me. Lifting my shaking hand, I placed it against my heart and mouthed the words, "I love you." He didn't reply. He remained completely motionless with his eyes on my face and his hand on his heart. Then the referee rang the bell, and the moment was gone, broken, evaporated by the drones and screams of the hordes of fans. I watched both men circle each other like lions, waiting to see who would be reckless enough to make the first move. I felt every single one of the punches Cole landed on my husband's body, and I cheered his name every time he came back swinging. It was a brutal fight. A bloodbath, and most of the blood being shed was coming from Noah. "This is all wrong," I whispered to Logan, who was sitting beside me. "He's not ready for this. He couldn't win. He'd been shot. His weakness had been exposed to the whole world, and now his opponent was taking full advantage of that very shoulder." "I know," Logan replied, tone worried, as he patted my knee. "Cole's one weak, difficult person. He can't beat Noah clean, so he's fighting dirty." I braced myself and looked back at the cage. Instantly, I felt like throwing up. Cole had Noah on the ground, and he was digging his fingers into Noah's shoulder viciously. He'd been doing that throughout each round, weakening my husband, making him drop to his knees. Technically, Cole wasn't doing anything illegal, so the ref allowed it to continue, but morally, he was soulless. "Throw it," I blurted out, turning to Logan. "Throw the fight, Logan." "I can't," he replied, gesturing to his legs. The sound of oohs and ahs filled my ears then, followed by heavy booing. Even the crowd knew the fight was dirty. I need to stop this. Springing to my feet, I shoved through the crowds, racing towards the barricade, separating the audience from the cage. "Don't get too close, Mrs. Messina," one of the security guards said, blocking my way when I reached the barricade. "Back off," I warned him as I shoved back, and took Colton's outstretched arms as he lifted me over the rail. "Throw the fight, Colt," I screamed. "I can't," he shot back, clearly torn. "Noah will kill me." "No," I roared. "He's going to get killed in there. Throw the really fight, Colton." When Colton didn't move, I took matters into my own hands and grabbed the towel from his shoulders. "Stop," I screamed out. Scrambling into the cage, I rushed towards my husband and threw the towel at the ref's feet. "Stop the fight, please." "Noah," I cried out when Cole released his hold on him. "I've got you," I cried, wrapping my arms around his battered body. He dropped to his knees then, head bowed, his big body trembling. Succumbing to the overwhelming sense of dread inside of my body, I sank to my knees in front of him. "Noah," I repeated, cupping his bloodied face in my trembling hands. "Can you hear me?" My voice broke. "Answer me." "Thorn?" Noah's eyes were unfocused, glazed over, as he tried to concentrate on my face. "Tegan?" "I'm here," I sobbed, clutching his sweat-soaked hair with my fist. "I'm here, Noah." He was so badly beaten, his left eye was almost sealed completely shut from swelling. Blood was caked over his head, dripping down his brow. "No more," I announced, voice distraught, as I wiped the blood away from his eyes. "This is barbaric." Noah opened his mouth to protest, but nothing came out. His eyes rolled back in his head, and then I was pinned underneath an insufferable amount of weight. "Get a doctor," I screamed as Noah began to convulse on top of me. "Somebody get a really doctor." Hope. I couldn't remember the last time I wanted my dad. It must have been years. But sitting here, opposite the man who'd broken my heart repeatedly, I really wanted my dad. I needed his strong arms around me.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Telling me that everything would be okay, promising to make things right for me. But all I had instead was the source of my pain. I couldn't figure Jordan Porter out, why he'd come here, or why he hadn't left already. It didn't make sense. He'd run all too quickly out of my life many years ago, and now he wouldn't go. "Are we going to talk about anything important?" I asked when Jordan attempted to bring up the past for what had to be the 10th time. "Because our past is a hard limit for me, Jordan." "There's no shame in loving me, Hope," Jordan whispered, and I bulked. Oh no, he didn't. "No shame in loving you?" I shook my head in disgust. "You married me and then you abandoned me." He ran a hand through his hair and sighed heavily. "I didn't do it on purpose." "But you still did it. On purpose or not, you still broke my world. You self-destructed and you took me down with you," I hissed. "I think that's very shameful." The mixed signals he was sending me weren't doing my heart any good. I was up in a heap, trying to figure out what he wanted from me. We'd been so young. I'd fallen so hard for him. My feelings hadn't changed. I was broken inside because I seemed to be solely programmed to love Jordan Porter. But I knew what I needed to do. I needed to make him go away. For the sake of my sanity, I had to break free from the chains he had wrapped around my heart. He was gone for so many years that I'd learned how to cope, how to adjust to life without him. But he was back now. What the hell was I supposed to do with these feelings? It wasn't as if I'd gotten over him. "You were always with me," Jordan roared, chest heaving as he finally rid himself of that infuriating cool demeanor. Standing up, he stalked over to the living room window and looked out. "Just because I wasn't with you in the flesh doesn't mean you stopped being the pivotal, really element of my world." "Well, that's too very bad," I screamed. Standing up, I kicked the coffee table with temper. "Because I signed your papers. I've suffered enough, and I'm tired, Jordan." Looking him dead in the eye, I said, "So do me a kindness and walk away from me, because I'm not willing to put myself through another round with you. I always lose, and it's too hard."
"I am leaving, Hope," he replied, eyes locked on my face. "I don't have a choice. I need to leave today." "Why am I not surprised to hear you say those words?" I squeezed out, feeling like the air had been dragged clean out of my lungs. Blinking rapidly, I took several steps backwards. "Do you enjoy this?" I gestured to myself. "Do you enjoy hurting me?" Overflowing with unrecognizable emotion, I stalked towards him, and unlike every other time, he didn't shy away from me. "Why'd you come back here, Jordan?" I demanded. Curling my fingers in the front of his shirt, I resisted the urge to thump him, letting out a harsh cry instead. "I mean, why bother coming back at all if you're leaving again, huh?" "I came back because I realized I'd left something behind," he told me, voice gruff and thick. He stepped closer to me, and I shivered. Achingly slowly, he placed his hands on my waist and dropped his brow to rest on mine. "Something I've spent a very long time looking for." "What?" "You." His hands circled my wrists. "I've been searching for hope." "No." I shook my head, rejecting his cruel words and torturous promises. "You don't mean that." "I do," he rasped, claiming the space I'd put between us. "I mean it so much I want to carve it on my body." "You don't." Tears filled my eyes. "You can't." I looked around aimlessly and shrugged my shoulders. "You left me." "And I spend every waking moment regretting that," he choked out. He reached out and cupped my face with his hands. Immediately, I clenched my eyes shut, desperate to block this out. "Look at me." When I refused, he shook me gently. "Hope, look at me." Slowly, I opened my eyes and looked into his. "I am so sorry," he whispered, "for lying to you and leaving you." He exhaled a shaky breath. "I swear to you, everything I've done has been for you." His hands moved to knot in my hair. "I know I don't deserve you, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm in love with you. I want you, Hope, and I'm too really weak to walk away again. So I'm going to ask you the impossible." He pressed his brow to mine. "You can't just say that and expect me to be okay with it, Jordan," I sobbed brokenly. "You can't just barge your way back in my life and ask me to go with you. I've risked it all for you before, and look where it got me." "I know I've really messed up," he countered hoarsely. "I know I've hurt you and screwed everything up, but I need to be honest with you, Hope." His voice broke off, and it took him a moment to continue. "If I don't do it now, I'll never do it, and I can't really leave again with you believing that you're not the most important person in my life, because you are. You always were, and you always will be." "Then why did you do all of this to me?" I sobbed. My hands reached up and cupped his face of their own accord. "Why did you break me?" "I have a lot to explain," he whispered. "I know that. If I go with you," I said in a shaky voice, weighing up my options, "I want full disclosure." Jordan cocked a brow, and I stared hard back at him. "You won't ever look at me the same," he replied. I shook my head. "I don't care. I want to know." "You will care," he muttered. Taking a step back from me, Jordan unbuttoned the cuffs of his shirt and rolled up his sleeves. "What the hell is that?" My voice was barely more than a soft cry as I stared at the insides of his wrists. I could hardly breathe. I wasn't sure why I was asking Jordan to explain something that I clearly already knew, only that I needed to hear it from his mouth. "You know what that is," he choked out, green eyes locked on my face, imploring me not to pry. Stepping closer, I took his left hand in mine and carefully rolled the sleeve up to his elbows. "These cuts?" My eyes were locked on the ugly crisscross welts on the inside of his wrists. Self-inflicted. "Why?" Jordan sighed. "Because sometimes the physical pain is easier to deal with than the emotional pain." My fingers trailed over the scars on his wrists. I touched the lines of his marred flesh, the purple swell of his bruised and battered veins. The marks on his veins caused a tremor of unease to roll through me. This was evidence of his lifelong pain. "When did all of this start?" I asked, not trusting myself to say any more and scare him back into that shell he loved to hide in. Not long after I left the hill, he replied. I was struggling with some stuff. Sighing, he ran a hand through his hair. I wanted to forget. It started off with alcohol and a little weed. He laughed harshly, but I obviously have a lot of Derek in me because it wasn't long until I was out of control. Out of control, I repeated numbly. My world felt like it had been pulled out from under my feet. Heroin, Hope, Jordan explained, tone flat and cold. You think I really messed you over by leaving, but I was toxic. I left to protect you from my difficult situation. Difficult situation? I shook my head in confusion. You're no druggie, Jordan. Aren't I? He countered, because I have a file as long as your arm saying otherwise. I can't believe this, I whispered, struggling to take it all in. She was my sponsor, Jordan whispered, finally breaking the horrible silence that had been suffocating us. I looked up at him. Annabelle? Jordan nodded. I never slept with her. Now I was the one to recoil. You're lying. He had to be. She was his fiancée. I'm not lying to you, he countered, stepping closer. The only woman I've ever been with is you. How? How? He shook his head in confusion. What do you mean, how? Sex, Jordan, I spat.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Are you honestly trying to make me believe that you haven't slept with that woman? You gave me everything I ever needed, he growled, sounding oddly offended. Why would I be with her for sex? Because you're a man, I hissed, pressing my fingers to my temples. This was too much to take. So why were you engaged to her? Because she needed me. I needed you. I know, Hope. God, I know. But Annabelle, I helped her out of a hole with an abusive ex by pretending to be her fiancé, and she helped me out of a hole with me, I deadpanned. Go on, finish your sentence. I needed you to move on, he choked out. It was a really horrible lie, but one I thought you needed to hear. Why? I demanded. And why the hell would you put that crap in your body? Because I wanted to forget, and I didn't care if I killed myself in the process, he replied honestly. In fact, I was sort of banking on it. That's what I don't understand, I admitted, feeling torn between my emotions. One part of me wanted to throw my arms around this man and comfort him through his pain. The other part of me wanted to slap him silly. You don't need to understand, he whispered. Just know that I did you a favor by leaving. No, I hissed, shaking my head. You don't get to call the shots and leave me hanging like this. I tightened my ponytail and struggled to rein in my emotions. You ruined me. I had to live these past 7 years not knowing what I'd done wrong. You broke me so bad, and no amount of success or money could fill the void you left inside of me. You took my heart away, Jordan. I can't go on not knowing why. It hurts too much. I was going down, Hope, he hissed. I made a decision not to take you down with me. Liar. I'm not lying to you, he ground out through clenched teeth. You've been walking around pretending I'm a frickin' stranger, Jordan. Every time I looked at his stupid, beautiful face, another smidgen of my dignity slipped away, fueling my rage and igniting my wrath. Tell me why you left me that night. Tell me, or I'll walk. I swear to God, I will walk away and never come back. Because I was really raped, okay? The words tore from his chest, bringing with them an onslaught of emotion. And I couldn't bear to look you in the eye afterwards. My hands shot to my mouth. Jordan, my stepfather subjected me to terrible abuse, Hope, over and over, for days. He tied me to the bed, and the bastard violated me. He violated me with, gosh, I can't even say it. Pulling on his hair, Jordan backed away from me, chest heaving. He looked like he was struggling to breathe. And when he was finished, he left me there. He dropped his head in shame. A sob tore from his throat when he said, by the time Derek found me, I had almost bled out. I couldn't hold back the scream that ripped from my throat. This was a nightmare.
I was having a nightmare, and I so desperately needed to wake up. Afterwards, I wanted to die. Jordan continued to talk, filling me in on a lifetime of painful memories. I wanted to be really dead, Hope. Meanwhile, I sank to the floor and wept. I left you because I loved you, not because I didn't. I could have helped you, I began to say, but he cut me off. How, Hope? Jordan demanded. How could you have possibly helped me? I felt sick. I didn't know what to do or say. I'm so sorry. That day I left you, Jordan sank down on the floor beside me. Wrapping his arms around his legs, he hung his head. I stayed there for 8 months. I gasped, appalled. He locked you up? I locked myself up, Jordan corrected. I didn't want to be near anyone. Derek was against it, but he did what had to be done. He pinched the bridge of his nose. He signed the papers. Why didn't you tell me? I cried. What? He demanded, crying too. What was I supposed to tell you? That I tried to fight back and I couldn't? He grabbed his hair and pulled, clearly in pain even talking about this. Do you have any idea how that feels? To be a grown man and unable to protect yourself? It happens to men too, I whispered, blinking back the tears. Yeah, he laughed humorously. Would you have left me if it had been me who had been raped? It's not the same thing. Shifting onto my knees, I crawled over to him and wrapped my arms around him. He stiffened under my touch, but he didn't push me away. Would you have left me because of something I was a victim of? No, he hissed. Of course not. Then you should have told me. I couldn't, he whispered. Why? His green eyes were glassy and full of self-loathing when he said, because it wasn't a one-time thing. What do you mean it wasn't a one-time thing? My blood ran cold. Jordan, my voice was shaky, my body was trembling. What do you mean? It started about a month after Mom married him. But you were only 14. Oh God, I heaved. I physically heaved, feeling like my insides were being dragged out of me. It stopped when I left, he whispered, trying to assure me. I got bigger, stronger. I could fight back. Jordan, I wept. But sometimes, oh God, sometimes I just laid there and took it. His voice broke off, and it took him a few moments to continue. I thought that when I came to you, that was my fresh start. I thought I was free to start my life with you. He laughed humorously again. I was wrong. I hate this, I choked out. Reaching up, I gently cupped his cheek and pretended not to notice when he slightly recoiled from me. Allowing my fingers to trail over his cheekbone and down to his stubbly jaw, I sighed. I want to go back in time and change things for you. He stiffened beneath my touch. This is why I didn't want you to know. Clenching his eyes shut, he continued to speak. The way you're looking at me now, the tone of voice you're using. What tone? Pity, he hissed. Disgust. My hand fell on open space when Jordan suddenly jumped to his feet and stepped away from me. I need to go. I watched him run out of the room, and instantly I was on my feet, running after him. He wasn't leaving me. Never again. Rushing down the steps, I reached him just as he kicked off the pedal of his motorcycle. I'm not stable, Hope, he said in a warning tone, face down. I don't care, I replied, as I swung my leg over the back of the motorcycle and got on. I can't guarantee you anything, he whispered, shivering. I'm an addict with a record for really gosh up. And I'm a Carter with a heart that belongs completely to you. Wrapping my arms around his waist, I pressed my cheek to his back and said, where you go, I go. Noah. You don't throw a fight, I roared, chest heaving. Not really ever. I couldn't believe this. All that work, all those months of grueling training sessions, and my team had thrown in the towel? Correction, my wife had thrown in the towel. If she hadn't, you'd have lost a hell of a lot more than that belt, Loman snapped. God damn it, Noah, he had you beat out there, man. Clenching my fists, I leaned back against the cool tiled wall behind me and sighed. It was a concussion. Clenching my jaw, I forced myself to inhale a calming breath. The air came, but not the calm. I was so really worked up right now, I could hardly see straight. I've fought with a broken jaw before, man. Have you ever seen me quit? When Logan didn't answer me, I turned to Colton and tossed the ice pack I've been holding to my eye at him. You should have stopped her. What did you expect me to do? Colt shot back, red-faced. Wrestle her to the ground? He shook his head. That's your wife, Noah, and what she did for you tonight took guts. I could have lost you tonight, Noah, Tegan hissed, storming into the dressing room, tears filling her pretty eyes. After everything, her voice caught in her throat and she shuddered. I can never lose you, Noah. Thorn, I groaned.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. You need to stay out of this. I was handling myself out there. Handling yourself? Tegan repeated, outraged. You were getting killed out there. Then don't watch, I growled before turning to Colton. Go back out there, I told him. Ask Cole's team for a rematch, right here, right now. Colton gaped at me. Noah, I really don't think that's a good idea, man. Just really do it, Colton, I roared. Don't you dare, Colton, Tegan commanded. Tegan, I hissed. God damn, baby, stay out of this. I nodded my head to Colt, and he left the dressing room with a heavy sigh. She's right, Logan piped up. If you go back out there, then you do without me. Standing slowly, Logan hobbled towards the exit. I'm not going to watch you get yourself killed, he said over his shoulder. I'll have no part in it. Noah. Wiping her cheek with the back of her hand, Tegan whispered, You've been putting your body through hell for the last 20 years. She sniffled before adding, I need you alive and breathing, Noah. I need you. I'm not going anywhere, Thorn. I mean it, Noah, Tegan snapped. I can't watch you do that again. I won't watch you go through that again. Where are you going? I called out, feeling achy and annoyed as I watched Tegan storm over to the door and pull it open. Turning around, she looked right at me. There is a house full of people waiting for you at home. People who love you. People who know that you are enough with or without that really belt. I'll be waiting for you. I won't leave again, but I sure as hell am not going to watch you commit suicide in a cage anymore. I've done enough of that. Having said that, Tegan walked out without another glance. Tegan. Feeling useless and annoyed, I stormed out of Noah's dressing room. There was no point staying there and fighting with him. I'd probably just end up hitting him and fracturing the other side of his stupid head. Did he not get it? Was he so stubborn and pig-headed that he couldn't see that this sport was going to kill him? I knew he had a score to settle, but he had been shot. He was never going to fight like he had pre-shooting. It just wasn't going to happen for him. Anger churned inside me. I needed him, alive and breathing and preferably with his head intact. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't watch him go out time and again and take beatings for no good reason. It wasn't about money anymore. Even if Noah never fought again, he had amassed more than enough to live very comfortably for the rest of his life. I was here, begging him not to do this, and he was refusing. I wanted out of this world, and I wanted him to leave it behind with me. We'd grown so close lately, and it broke my heart to think that we were heading right back to square one, fighting and arguing. I was too weary to fight him on this, and too in love with him to give him an ultimatum. I was so caught up in my own thoughts that I almost didn't notice Kyle as he rushed towards me. How's he doing? Oh, he's as stubborn and uncooperative as ever, I told him. He's demanding a rematch. Kyle smirked. Do me a favor, I said wearily. Have a word with your brother. He's not listening to a very thing I say. You look shattered, Kyle noted, and I had to nod in agreement. I was beyond exhausted. I'd had my fill of excitement for one lifetime. Here, he said, handing me the keys of his truck. I'm parked half a block away, down 5th. Go home and I'll go talk some sense into Top Gun. Yeah, I sighed in agreement. Being here wasn't going to do either of us any good, and I was bone weary. Wait, I called after him. What about you? That's why I had so many sons, Kyle grinned. Plenty of drivers on hand. You promise you'll stop him? I knew I sounded weak, but I needed an assurance, and I trusted Kyle's word.
"I'll do better than stop him," he called out over his shoulder. "I'll drop him home to your door." "Thanks, Kyle." "Anytime, Blondie." I left the arena through the back exit, knowing full well that there would be a media frenzy out front. Maybe Kyle could talk some sense into him. I had to do something to stop this from continuing. That was my last coherent thought before a strong-smelling cloth was pressed against my face, making everything slide into oblivion. Sleep came quickly, stealing me from consciousness without my permission. Tegan. Like a horrible, recurring nightmare, I knew where I was the minute I came to. There was only one place on Earth that had the ability to terrify me to my very core and obliterate my common sense. Yeah, there was only one place in the whole very world I vowed never to return to. Unluckily for me, that's where I was. The smell of marijuana and cigars and the huge ring of fire surrounding me were all too familiar. I had dreamt of this place for years. I'd been haunted by the memory of how close I had come to death out here in this barren emptiness. I was here again, but this time I was on my own, without Noah. Alone and tied to what felt like a steel pole. Clenching my eyes shut, I pretended to still be asleep as I pulled and yanked at the chains that held my arms captive above my head. How the hell was I going to get out of this? I wasn't, I realized, and my heart sank. The last words I'd spoken to my husband were cruel and nasty. I was going to die out here, and he was going to blame himself. I would never get a chance to say goodbye to him. Tears burned the back of my eyelids, scalding me, churning with an everlasting amount of regret. I didn't want to die, I realized. I wanted to live. I wanted to grow old and have a life with Noah. Even if it meant I had to watch him fight in the MFA until he was freaking 40. God, it seemed so stupid now. We'd been fighting over something so minuscule. It really was true. You don't know what you have until it's gone. I would gladly go back and argue with Noah over silly things than be in this position. Would Noah even find me? After my death, I mean. Would they have the good grace to return my body to him? I doubted it. He would never know what had happened. He might think that I left him. Again, I had to force myself not to groan as I thrashed in physical pain. The thought of my husband's grief, too much to bear. Look at how badly he had blamed himself for Einan's death. What would this do to him? Noah. By the time Colton dropped me back to South Peak Road, with Kyle snoring loudly in the back seat, I was in really agony and seriously regretting refusing the paramedics' offer of a ride in the back of their ambulance. A hospital admission would be worth it to get my hands on some kick-ass painkillers right about now. Colt never spoke to me the entire way to the house, and when I climbed out of the car, he drove off without a word. I'd really messed up with him too. I knew it. I'd put him in a horrible position, and then I had blamed him for something out of his control. I would make it up to him later, but first I needed to make it up to my wife. Christ, I'd been so insensitive to her, getting angry with her loving me and worrying about my health. What the hell was wrong with me? Pride, I got to myself. My pride had been wounded because tonight it was finally clear that I was done. Cole had beaten me really badly, and Tegan had shown me mercy by throwing the fight. I wasn't in the right shape to compete professionally anymore, and I wasn't ready to give it up. I couldn't control it or turn back the clocks. Facts were, my fighting career was over at 27, and I had to find a way to make peace with it. With slumped shoulders, I made my way up the porch steps, Kyle's words of wisdom still pelting around in my mind. "You stupid little mess," my brother hissed. "If you don't stop this very difficult mission, I'll kill you myself. She's your woman. Her worries are valid. You want a long and happy marriage? Then listen to an old man. Make her happy. Don't put the girl under unnecessary strain." Tasteful, mature. Emotional truth, not mechanics. And she comes above all else. Pride. Fighting. Career. She needs to be your number one. Top, middle, and only priority. Remember that, kid, and we might just make a husband out of you. She brought me to my knees. Loving that woman was going to be the death of me, and I would gladly die if it meant she would live. I would retire if it meant my world wouldn't be devoid of my thorn. She was too brilliant, too good, too really important to me to risk on wounded pride. The moment I stepped inside the front door, I had a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something was wrong, very, really wrong. Thorn? Calling out her name, I rushed from room to room, looking for my wife and coming up empty. Tegan? Where was she? I checked every floor of the house, looked in every room and closet. Nothing. I just knew something was wrong. Everything inside of me was on alert, coiled tight with worry and anxiety. What in the world was happening, and where was my wife? When my phone rang in my pocket, I quickly pulled it out and physically sagged in relief when her name came up on the screen. Thorn? Thank God. Where in the heck are you, baby? The relief in my heart quickly turned to ice in my veins when I heard the voice of my nightmares. Noah, really, Messina? J.D. Dennis sneered down the line. How in the heck are you, you little pyromaniac? You're alive, I said flatly. And so is your pretty little wife, he sneered. For now, at least. What do you want, J.D.? My scalp prickled. My body was on high alert. I weighed in my options. I didn't have any. Not a single one. I was willing to do anything for Tegan's life, and that's exactly what this jerk wanted. Power over me. Come to the ring of fire, and we can talk. I'm on my way. Oh, and Noah, J.D. added, come alone. Tell a soul, and your wife joins your daddy in the family plot. Tegan, I'm going to kill you. Smiling sadistically at me, the red-headed man I knew as J.D. Dennis walked in slow circles around my slung-up body. Before the sun comes up, I'll have put 12 bullets in your pretty little body. Then get on with it. I yanked against the chains shanking me. My arms were slung up above my head, dangling in a pair of steel shackles. My feet were tied with rope. You already have me, so what are you waiting for? You're not afraid of dying? Not much point in being afraid when you're going to kill me anyway, I shot back with a weary, humorless laugh. J.D. failed to realize that I had been tortured beyond all measures. Death doesn't scare me anymore. Really do it. Soon, he mused, have a little patience. Have a really aneurysm, I shot back. Freddy Krueger was a beauty in comparison to this freak. One side of his face had been literally melted. I thought someone got the better of you in a motel up north. Courtesy of your husband, J.D. growled, pointing to his mangled face. But as you see, I made it out. Pity, I muttered under my breath as I reeled. Noah set the fire? He tried to kill J.D.? Oh, God, they weren't ever letting me leave this place. You have one dirty mouth for a little lady. Didn't your mother ever tell you size doesn't matter? No, as a matter of fact, she didn't. Well, I bet you've heard that from at least one other woman in your lifetime, I sneered. I was physically exhausted and freezing to death, but I still managed to scrape up the energy to hack up a phlegm ball and spit in his face. Haven't you figured it out by now? He chuckled darkly. Talking back is going to cost you, Blondie. Turning to one of his stooges, J.D. said, Taz, remove the little wife's shirt. I didn't bother protesting when the lanky blonde man with the greased-back ponytail walked towards me. He'd already taken my jeans and coat. I didn't flinch when he took his knife and ripped my shirt down the front so that it hung limply on my shoulders like an open shirt. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction. The other 3 men that were here watched her intently. Ah, J.D. announced cheerily, this is much better. Turning his attention back to me, he studied me with feigned interest, though when his gaze landed on the bare flesh of my stomach, his eyes lit up with genuine curiosity. Not even J.D. could dismiss or hide the keen interest in his ice-gray eyes as they roamed over my skin. The soft, saggy, silvery scaled skin of my stomach that housed my cesarean section scar was a cruel reminder. a reminder of the child beneath the dirt that I was supposed to nourish and keep safe. The child this jerk stole from me. My baby. That's right, he mused, taking a step towards me. They had to cut it out of you. It, I demanded in absolute really horror. It, yanking so hard against my chains that layers of skin scraped away. I longed to kill this man. I longed to take the air from his lungs. I yearned to expel his very existence. That was my daughter, you sick jerk, and her blood is on your hands. Turning to his gang, he explained, Messina's child, before inclining his head towards me. And if you'd taken my sister's advice all those years ago when she told you to stay away from Noah Messina, then maybe that little baby of yours would have had a different paternity and a different outcome, he roared at me. But you didn't heed our warning. Not only did you not listen, but you directly interfered with our affairs. You're a baby killer, I screamed, thrashing against the binds that held me in place. You're a terrible person. Suddenly, JD was in my face and branding a shiny silver knife. I wonder how long it would take you to bleed out if I opened this wound, he growled as he pressed the tip of the blade against my scar. Seconds? He increased the pressure. Minutes? Whimpering, I recoiled away from the blade. A loud sob broke through my resolve as I cowered away from the sadistic psychopath brandishing the knife. The men around me laughed. They enjoyed my fear. They were as sick in the head as their leader was. All talk, Blondie, JD sneered as he tucked his knife back into his jeans. Feisty like a pretty little kitten, but no real claws or fight in you. Fury raged inside of me, overtaking all common sense, overriding the will to stay alive. Here's some talk for you, jerk, I snarled. How did it feel when your dear old daddy died all alone in a prison cell and you weren't there to say goodbye to him? Straightening up, I jutted my chin out and glared. And you want to talk about me being a kitten? I laughed humorlessly. You're the coward who ran and hid for the past God knows how many years? JD's nostrils flared. His cheeks turned the same color of his hair. Not smart, Blondie. Seconds after the words were out of JD's mouth, his boot came towards my face and cracked me in the mouth with more force than I'd ever felt. Not smart at all. My head jolted backwards, a direct result of the blunt force trauma. And then he kicked me again and again. Pain engulfed me. Burning agony spread through my body, taking leave of my senses until all I could feel was pain, see was darkness, and smell was blood. I was trying to calm myself down. I was breathing fast and hard, and even though I was breathing fast, I felt as though I was inhaling through an empty abyss. I wasn't getting any of the goodness of the oxygen flooding my lungs. My chest was burning, my eyes were stinging, my vision was blurring. I could feel their eyes on me, watching, laughing, beady eyes. My skin was flushed with embarrassment. I was dying from the inside out, and these men were enjoying it. If it was the last thing I ever did, I would save face. I would not go down giving these men the satisfaction of knowing they had gotten to me, because they had, and I was close to cracking. You know he's going to come for me, I managed to gargle as I choked and sputtered on my own blood. Noah's going to come find me. As a matter of fact, he's already on his way, JD shot back with a smirk.
Tasteful, mature, emotional truth, not mechanics. Stupid little prick thinks he can save you. JD laughed darkly. I'm going to enjoy this. I honest to God don't know whose face I'd rather watch. His while I kill his precious thorn, or yours while I kill him. JD walked over to me and dipped his face into the crook of my neck before inhaling deeply. Really, he said with a glint in his eyes, I just might make you suffer before I cut that pretty body of yours up. My skin prickled with unease. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I narrowed my eyes in disgust. It would be a cold day in hell before I begged this rat bastard for a thing. Certainly not my life.
You don't get it, I snapped. You've already won. You took my child from me. Believe me when I tell you there is nothing left inside of me to break. Except him, JD mused. Raising his arm, he backhanded my face and laughed when I cried out. Except for your darling husband. He's a better man than you, I spluttered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Furious, I glared at the other men just standing around and watching this prick manhandle me. There were 5 men in total, JD included, and 3 of those men had dark, bloodlust looks on their faces, like this was exciting them. He's a better man than all of you, I hissed, before looking at the 4th man. The man JD had called Taz. He was the one who had stripped me, and yet he didn't look pleased. He didn't look at me in the same way the other men did, and all I could think when I looked into his cold brown eyes was maybe this one won't violate me in the same way. The sound of car tires screeching filled the air, and JD actually clapped with joy. "It's party time, boys," he told the men. And just like that, my avenging angel walked into my peripheral vision, more beautiful and inhuman than anything I'd ever seen before. My husband. He'd come for me, like he always promised he would, here to save me, here to bleed with me. Tegan. Let her go, JD, Noah said in a deathly cold tone as he walked through the crackling flames and into the trap. From the look on Noah's face, he knew it was a trap too, but he didn't have a choice. He was black and blue and limping, clearly injured from his earlier fight against Cole, but he was here. I didn't want Noah to see me like this. I didn't want to compromise his position, to conflict him. I swallowed the blood in my mouth, forced my features to remain impassive. He didn't need to know how much pain I was in. "Of course I will," JD replied, "when you give me what I want." Immediately, the 3 men surrounded Noah, all brandishing knives, their obvious weapon of choice. Taz, on the other hand, came to stand beside me and JD. His weapon of choice was a gun, and I flinched away from the black metal weapon. Noah's head was cocked to the side as he slowly circled around. When we were younger, I would have interpreted that move as cockiness. But now that I know Noah, I knew this move as agitation, as fear. He was studying his surroundings. He was adding up the danger. He was preparing for a fight. "What do you want?" Noah finally asked, never once looking at me. His voice was strained. He spoke slowly and carefully, as if he was analyzing their words, their every move. I knew my husband was on full alert, and I hoped he didn't look at me. I didn't want him to see me like this. "You know," JD mused, "I thought I wanted to make you watch me kill your difficult person, but I'm starting to grow fond of her smart mouth." My smart mouth couldn't resist hacking up a phlegm ball in that moment and spitting straight into JD's face. "Drop dead, jerk." "You know what?" JD said as he wiped my spit from his face. He looked at Taz and smiled darkly. "I'm gonna make her pay." "Touch her again, and I'll really kill you," Noah snarled, chest heaving. He moved to come for me, and 3 knives were pressed against his body. Without hesitation, Taz pulled a blade out from behind his back and cut me down. I fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. "Good," JD said with a grin. "That's how I like my difficult people. Submissive." "Don't you really dare," Noah strangled out, stepping into the knives the men had pressed to his chest. Blood trickled down his body, but he kept moving for me. "Noah, don't," I begged, feeling furious and desperate as I dropped to my knees in front of JD Dennis. "I'm okay, I swear." "Don't beg them, Thorne," Noah snarled, before hissing in obvious agony. "Not for me, baby." "Submit," JD ordered, and I did. I submitted to his command. As I complied with his order, I saw that JD's focus was on my husband, and it was then I realized it wasn't me he was degrading, it was Noah. "I'm going to enjoy breaking your difficult person, Messina," JD said, before slicing his knife across the tip of my breasts. Hot, scorching pain shot through me, and I cried out in agony. Scream, JD taunted. It excites me. I'm going to kill you, Noah snarled as he struggled in vain to get to me. Slowly. Noah, I knew I was walking into a trap before I stepped foot out of my car, but I didn't have a choice. I knew whatever they did tonight and whatever they would ask of me, I would have to accept and endure, because I didn't have a choice. The moment he took my wife, he took my choices away from me. Let's play a game, JD announced with a grin as he towered over my wife holding a knife. My best against my father's best, a fight to the death. I wasn't buying it. Win or lose, I was going to die here tonight. But if fighting meant I could extend my wife's life, then that's what I would do. If I had to bleed every last drop of blood from my body in order to give her a fighting chance, then I would do it, and I would do it gladly. Messina, JD said, gesturing to one of the pricks holding a blade to my chest. I'd like you to meet Roy Jenkins. This was the kid Tommy had forewarned me about, I realized, as I watched him circle me, blade in hand. The one JD had been grooming. He couldn't be more than 19 or 20. I looked at this kid and realized this was me 10 years ago. I was this kid, this hopeless, lifeless kid with blood on his hands and money in my mind. You might remember his mama, JD added, the night you tried to burn me alive. Well, lucky for me, Roy here dragged me out. Couldn't save his mama, though. I'm sure you heard her screams. Christ. Staggering backwards, I held my hands up and looked into this kid's eyes. I didn't know she was in there, I told him in a low voice, never taking my eyes off him. If I had, things would be different. I'm going to gut you, he hissed as he lurched forward, blade aimed at my throat. Dodging his arm, I backed up, putting my fists up. They killed my father, I said calmly, watching this kid like a hawk. So I know how you're feeling. I ducked another blow and rolled out of the way. But I won't let you kill me, kid. Ducking his blade once more, I speared him in the stomach and took him to the ground before wrestling the knife out of his hand. Well, that was disappointing, JD muttered almost dejectedly. Waving his hand, he said, rules are rules. Go on and finish him. Struggling to keep the kid pinned, I turned and glared at JD. He's just a really child, man. Reaching down, JD grabbed Tegan by the hair and dragged her roughly to her feet. Pressing his knife to her throat, JD hissed, "Kill him, or watch me kill her." I slit his throat. He was dead within seconds. I took this kid's life away, and I did it without hesitation. With the blade still in my hands, I climbed to my feet and stood beside the kid's dead body, feeling more vulnerable and broken than I had in my life. What now? Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the other two men closing in on me, one with a blade, the other brandishing a gun. Every nerve in my body was on high alert. My muscles were tightened, coiled, preparing to strike and defend. I knew there was no way out of this. It was fight or die.
Tasteful, mature. Emotional truth, not mechanics. Lucky for me, I'd been training for this fight my whole life. I looked around, desperately seeking out any exit Tegan could take. Some small glitch in their armor, I could have her slip through. She had to live. And if I had to die in order to make that happen, then so be it. When all was said and done, she was the only thing I saw. The one I'd give my life for. The one I'd breathed for. Roughly throwing my wife on the ground, JD stalked towards me. Did you think we were going to sit back and watch you and that disreputable person have everything after destroying our world? Pulling a gun out of his pocket, he walked towards me with purpose. My gaze flickered behind him, where I watched the guy with the ponytail ushering Tegan away, and I sagged in relief. I was going to die tonight, but she would live. It was the way it should have been, years ago. If I died in the car that night, she would never have had to experience the horror she had. When Tegan was out of sight, the guy with the ponytail cocked his own gun and pulled the trigger, taking out the guy behind me before turning it on the other guy. They both fired at the same time, and I watched,
frozen in place as the guy with the ponytail collapsed on the ground. To my right, the other guy collapsed too. Death filled the air, and the only thing in my vision now was the end of a barrel as JD pressed his gun to my forehead. Closing my eyes, I accepted my fate. I accepted death. It was coming to take me, and I would face it like a man. Tegan. The thought of him not existing anymore was too much pain to comprehend. It was what caused my body to jump into action. I wouldn't survive without Noah. I wouldn't want to. I didn't care if that made me weak or pathetic. That was the truth. I loved my husband enough to live through the pain of losing Einan, but without him, I didn't have a reason. He was my reason for breathing through the grief. I couldn't see a future without him. All those years arguing and fighting our feelings, all I had been doing was fighting my fate, fighting with the other half of me. He was my reflection, the beauty to my ugliness and the cold to my warmth. We fit, and I didn't want to be here if he wasn't here with me. He was woven inside of me, an intricate part of my being, as irreplaceable as oxygen. I loved him with my whole heart, regardless of the risk and regardless of the consequences. He was mine, and I was his. He was bleeding, his face, his chest, scars opening and weeping. Every ounce of pain I'd ever felt before this moment fueled my actions. In a world full of uncertainties, I knew only one thing for sure. Noah Messina had to live. This man was my best friend. He was my really soulmate, and JD Dennis wasn't taking him away from me. Knowing this was what made me scramble out from the corner I'd been hiding in and pick up Taz's gun. Everything else that happened afterwards was my body reacting on instinct. My hand was shaking so bad, I wasn't sure if I could do this, but I wanted to. I wanted to take his life away from him. Why should someone so evil live when my angel was robbed of her first breaths? This man took my baby away from me. He stole her innocent life, robbed me of my firstborn child. Enough. My battered heart screamed. Enough. With my finger on the trigger, I saw only one person, Noah. I felt only one emotion, redemption. And then I pulled the trigger. Noah. It was over. I was about to die. JD stood in front of me, not a tremble in his hand, as he cocked the gun and pressed it to my forehead. I watched in slow motion as his finger closed in on the trigger, while my heart thundered in my chest. Closing my eyes, I thought of Tegan. I prayed she wouldn't see this. The gun went off, loud and deafening, and taking with it every ounce of power I had left in my body. I felt a sudden wetness hit my face. My ears were in agony as the noise ricocheted through me, but I didn't feel any pain, and my heart was still beating. Opening my eyes, I watched in shock as JD's lifeless body collapsed on the ground at my feet. And then Tegan was in my vision, standing a few feet back from where JD had stood, hands shaking with a gun still aimed in front of her. My other half, standing in front of me, eyes wild and full of confusion. She was still aiming the gun. It was pointing at my chest. Shock encompassed her features. A million other emotions coursed through me. "I killed him," she whispered as her whole frame rattled violently. I killed him, Noah." She did. She killed him. For me. Jesus, really, Christ. This woman? Thorn, I croaked out, voice thick with emotion. Holding my hands up in front of me, I stepped towards her slowly. "It's okay, baby," I soothed, taking one slow step at a time. "It's okay." My fingers slid over the nozzle of the gun, and I felt Tegan release her grasp. Taking it from her, I threw it on the ground, a few feet away from us. "I killed him," she blurted out, as her body shook violently. I'm a murderer." Don't feel bad. A million different sentences could have come out of my mouth, but that's what I spurted. "Don't, Thorn." I don't, she replied, still shaking. It was you or him. There was no choice. It's you. Every time. It's okay, I soothed, shaking all over. It's okay. Fingerprints, she mumbled, tears pooling down her face. I'm a murderer. Tegan. Ripping off his already torn shirt, Noah draped it around me, covering my naked body from the cold. But the cold was inside of me. I'm a murderer, Noah, I repeated. Looking at him, I searched his eyes for a sign that he saw me differently now. I didn't find it. All I saw in his eyes was love. I'm going to take care of this, he croaked out, before dragging me into his arms. I swear to God, Thorne, I won't let anything happen to you. Pressing a hard kiss to my head, my husband held me tightly as we stood together, surrounded by blood and death and fire. I've got you, Thorne. I've got you. We were battered and broken, but we were still standing, still together. I love you so much, I whispered, clinging to him like he was the only thing keeping me sane, and in many ways, he was. His strength seeped into me. His love cloaked me. His forgiveness gave me hope. I love you too, Noah told me, as he wrapped me up in his arms. So really much. You came for me. Emotions I was internally dealing with bubbled over. I thought I was going to lose you. I'm here, he croaked. Cradling my head in his large, calloused hand, he ducked his head towards me, gently pressing his head to mine. Please don't, I sobbed, clutching his body like a lifeline. And in that moment, it was. He was my lifeline. Always him. The sound of footsteps came from behind us, and immediately Noah pushed me behind me. Aye, Mortico Gonzalez, the man I knew as Yellow Teeth, tutted as he strolled towards us, scanning the carnage and dead bodies. What a mess. He walked over to Taz and sighed. He was my cousin. I watched in amazement as Gonzalez pulled a crucifix out from under his shirt and kissed it. He is a great loss to my family. He was one of your men? Asked. Aye, Gonzalez nodded solemnly. I made you a promise, Messina, one I had intended to keep. Noah opened his mouth to say something, but I got in there first. We didn't kill your cousin, I blurted out. I felt Noah's body tense in front of me, and I braced myself for trouble. He helped us. In the end, aye, Gonzalez mused. But this piece of gauche did. Walking over to where JD's body lay, Gonzalez kicked it and then looked up at Noah. I see you took care of that favor, Messina. What are you doing here, G? Noah asked. What do you want, man? From you? Gonzalez looked straight at Noah and cocked a brow. Take your little woman, Messina, he said, rubbing his jaw. Get yourself out of this world. I'm not leaving here owing you, Gauche Gonzalez, Noah said in a voice thick with emotion. He was shaking. I could feel it.
Tasteful, mature. Emotional truth, not mechanics. I'm done with this, gosh. You are loyal, Noah Messina, Gonzalez told my husband. It was always your strongest weapon. He looked around at the scattered bodies before saying, Go now and go with a clean sheet. We will not speak again. We will not meet. Looking at my husband, Gonzalez stretched out his hand. You have suffered enough loss, my young friend. His eyes flickered to my face before returning to Noah. Consider this my way of repaying my debt to you. Go now. You have my word. You will not be traced for this. I watched in a state of almost surrealistic reality as Noah reached out and shook Gonzalez's hand, marking a significant moment in both of our lives. It was over. He was free. We both were. That night, we walked away from the ring of fire for the final time. Leaving behind many skeletons and secrets, Noah and I walked into our future. Together. The end.